what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
There's somebody missing. Oh, please don't worry. Paradigms alone, they're all leaking. A victim of a crime, and I don't realize you make me lie to you. You are leaking. On my platform, I realize the devil's playing with me. I wanna be next to you right now. See, I can feel it. Let me be straight to you, but I'm breaking to pieces. More and more empty on the edge. I'm losing my mind, I'm spinning in the ring of my own way hiding. Each day comes to an end, but I can't find the exit. Living in my evil makeup. Oh, I don't even trust myself. Still now I'm bleeding red. See you deep in your soul. And another X, there's somebody missing.
What's up, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Saturday, March 15th, 2025. This is NCCTV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. The real one this time. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to my senses. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm, pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, and wherever, whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high voltage, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. Speaking of singularities, I have just gotten finished listening to the Behind the Bastards episode. This is why this is my excuse for today, being later to stream than I wanted to be, about the Zizians, which I appreciate greatly. Robert Evans covering that. My Baudrillard is mega activated, says Amlos Aluche. Yeah, no, I appreciate so much Robert Evans covering that, because there's a lot of people covering the Zizians from the angle of a trans vegan death cult. I don't think that some of the Zizians being trans really has anything to do with the interesting part of the story, which is the death cult, and maybe to a lesser extent the veganism. But anyway, Behind the Bastards, as always, doing a really good job covering a very deep topic. I'd say I learned a little bit more than I did from Brace Belden. I don't know what the fuck. What the fuck, Brace? Anyway, Robert Evans, like, I never know what it's gonna be like when a cis content creator, even a well-meaning one, covers an issue involving, on some level, trans people. And I was very pleasantly surprised with Behind the Bastards. So holy shit, chat. Holy shit, I didn't know about the Rationalists that much. No, I didn't really understand the Rationalists. I didn't understand effective altruism either. Like, I feel like I watched the first half of Abigail Thorne's video on effective altruism. I don't know, what was it, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago? And I thought I understood what it was about, but I should have watched that other half. I was missing a lot. I was missing the part where they come to the conclusion that although what they want to do is to, use their altruism for maximum benefit of the planet, how that pairs out usually is that they're like, well, okay, so the maximum benefit for the planet is really going to come from the creation of this, super powerful AI that we're all building. And so your real best bet as far as, doing your best for the earth isn't to give to charity, isn't to feed the homeless, isn't even, to, I don't know, right? It's to earn as much money as you can so that you can donate it to the creation of artificial intelligence. That's kind of where effective altruism ends up, or at least a segment of it. It's so hard to... I feel like I missed this whole world. Maybe it's because I'm not in tech. I had friends who were in tech. I wonder, should I try to touch base with my tech friends? And be like, hey, how come y'all didn't tell me anything about this? To be fair, I have not covered, or I've not talked to them either. It's not their fault. That I lost touch with them. I've been busy, is all. Wait, that sounds like a mental illness to me. I mean, these ideas do have a tendency. Let me just put it this way. Any mental illness that anybody that gets involved with this rationalist crowd experiences is probably going to be made worse, made more dangerous by these ideas. I mean, this is why they call the Roscoe's basilisk a info hazard, right? The idea that it's apparently ruined some people's life. The Synanon vibe is so horrible. You watch this too? They employ and have like 5 or something trans hosts. Wait, what? Behind the Bastards does? That's really cool. Speaking of people that I know getting great opportunities, I have just been made aware that an old friend of the VOD who had stopped being a friend of the VOD a long time ago really took the wrong path on a moral fork in the road. Now finds himself on Tim Pool's Culture War. And I don't know how. Because the last I checked, this guy just dropped off the map, right? He used to host, debates with like Destiny, Vosh, people like this. He'd have 1,000+ people in his chat. More recently, I've seen him with just a fraction of that number. And yet it doesn't matter to Tim Pool. It doesn't seem to matter to Tim Pool. Not exactly the strongest debater either. But Bankman Fried and Altman are the other coins to the Teals. Nick Land, that motherfucker. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I just have a bad reaction to mentions of Nick Land. I don't know what it is. fucking Nick Land. Seriously, every time I hear about Nick Land, it pisses me off. I don't like this. I don't like Nick Land. I fucking hate. Okay, I shouldn't. Hate's too strong a word. I'm not trying to model hate for you. I'm trying to model empathy and understanding and charitability. Oh, chat, we should try to watch if we can. Anybody seen the or heard the Hasan? Like NPR covered Hasan. NPR did like I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour on Hasan, and NPR covered Ethan versus Hasan. And yeah, he ends up coming off really. He ends up coming off really well. Surprisingly, it's not like NPR National, right? It's I don't know if there is an NPR National. It's the Boston affiliate for NPR that interviewed Hasan. Oh, YS Project, you hung out with Echoplex last night. Yeah, those are friends of the VOD. Yeah, I've been friends with Dave for a while now. Been on Dave's. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to bring Dave on sometime, chat. So Dave, if you're out there, get in touch. I'll have you on to talk about something. I'm stuck on the Zizians. I'm intrigued. Oh, yeah, no, you're not wrong to be stuck on the Zizians. So they basically wanted to create God that answers all their questions, and then what? Oh, God, no. This is the singularity, right? They envision not just that they should create this, but that someone will create this, that this singleton, as it's called, is inevitable. And the singleton is some kind of perfected intelligence, some kind of perfected alternate intelligence that eventually arises and takes control of the planet and will in an instant judge all of humanity, and either send us to heaven, in which we experience the exact body that we've always wanted, the exact emotions that we've always wanted, the experiences, just everything that your soul cries out for is yours in an instant, right? That's the heaven, or the hell, in which case you're obviously eternally tortured. And if this sounds a lot like, so the way that this works out, right? And I'm talking about, okay, content warning, info hazard, all right? Content warning, info hazard. Wait, Professor Dave? No, not Professor. I should talk to Professor Dave. We were gonna talk. Professor Dave, reach out to me. Come on, dude. You know you want to. No, I think Professor Dave's afraid of me because I accidentally ratioed him once. I disagreed about something, like not the entirety of what he was saying, but kind of the way that he was going about it. Anyway, this was a long time ago. I'm glad that, like, the whole thing was, like, he was taking on Matt Walsh, which is commendable. It's great. But, if you're going to do trans advocacy, you might want to check in with some trans people. I don't know. And I'm not saying that just to, like, fucking finagle my way onto his platform. I'm saying that it doesn't have to be me. Just, you need some input from trans people. This goes for any group that you're doing advocacy for, by the way. There's a statement, there's a slogan. I think it might come from the disability rights community. No, actually, I don't think it does. I think it's older than that. Nothing about us without us, right? And I mean, it sounds like a very black and white, hard line being drawn. You're with us or against us, but it really just says that you need to give any marginalized group input on anything that you're doing in for their benefit. Otherwise you just end up doing stuff that might harm them or might not be as effective as it could be, just because you haven't checked in with people who have lived experience. I mean, I know I sound like a giant SJW saying this, chat, but it is important. And by it, I mean intersectionality, which is, I don't know. Is that what people mean when they say woke? I was thinking about this the other day. How did the woke become a bad thing? Because if you really look back to what woke was, this is a term in like AA, VE. I mean, this is a wokeness is a concept within like a like a black community context, like when it arises, like where it comes from, like who started saying woke? It was black people. And what does woke mean? You're awake, you're aware of the effects of systemic racism. You're not you're able to perceive outside of the realms of that you're normally like encouraged to. Anyway, I don't know how I got on Professor Dave after. Oh, because I said Dave, and people thought I was talking about Dave from Professor Dave. No, I mean I've tweeted at Professor Dave. We didn't have like a bad exchange. We didn't have a bad interaction. But he didn't really. I didn't see him adapt his approach at all, which is slightly disappointing. But I'm not like in judgment of this guy, right? Because I feel like people misunderstand the fuck out of intersectionality and concepts like nothing about us without us, and they like, I don't know, they interpret marginalized groups as having a kind of militancy that actually outweighs our power in a total sense, right? It's like, you know what? I don't have the power to fucking cancel you. I don't know what you've read. I don't know what you believe. I don't have a magic wand that I wave over your head and you get canceled. Like, I don't have that kind of social capital. Not a thing. Intersectionality is incredibly underrated. I agree, Jill. So is putting chat on the screen, which I should have already done. If heaven is filled with Christo-fascist MAGA, I ain't going. Well, I mean, it would depend on the nature, I guess, of the AI. And this was what prompted the titular member of the Zizian cult to do what she did. That she wanted the AI to not just take into account human life, but also animal life as well. And that's kind of like half of where the whole I explained to you before that the Zizians fancy themselves as vegan Siths. That's right, vegan Sith. Like Darth Maul, if he was vegan, that's the Zizians. Someone who doesn't eat meat can't explain to me how chicken tastes different than turkey. They just know that it does. Yeah, like somebody who's never eaten meat would not. Yeah, I mean that's definitely like kind of a prereq. Good starting point. Not, sometimes the word intersectionality gets thrown around without any knowledge of the fact of its origin point. But like I was trying to say, wokeness's origin point is older than people realize. It wasn't come out. It didn't get Leadbelly mentions, like, I don't know if he said stay woke or what the exact phrase was, but like we're talking about like a 50s like blues singer, right? So it's way older than people recognize, and it also like it does. I don't know how it got grafted onto like larger like, because when right wingers say woke, um, they're not limiting it to like speaking, pertaining to issues of race, which is where it kind of started. And I don't know if there was actually like an effort in lefty communities to expand the definition beyond its origin point, or whether that's just something that right wingers like. I have to think that because it very quickly went from being um you know stay woke to being a pejorative, right? Oh, this woke stuff, yada yada. But what is bad about being woke? It literally means, look, the people that say red pilled, they should not be looking down at wokeness, right? The exact concept that they're trying to evoke by, with, like, with red pilled is what is meant by woke. Of course, now for them, the red pill is usually about, it's either, oh God, there's different versions, aren't there? There's one where the red pill is race realism, right? So, red pill is are you racist, right? Are you aware that racism is based, and that's the one version of it, and then the other version of it is like, are you aware that women are duplicitous and awful and hypergamous and all these other things? Are you aware of CRT to deity? There we go. Anyway, chat. Wow, this is a far-ranging discussion that we're having so far. Woke is too hard. I just want a nap. Well, I mean, self-care is important too. But there's so much, what I'm trying to say is there's so much fucked up in this discussion. And the fact that like half of the dialogue is with somebody who like you're not with right wingers, they're not just like not woke. They are willfully fucking ignorant. They believe the knowledge that is contained in, something like the work of Kimberly Crenshaw, who they are very likely not even aware of, is a information and info hazard, right? This is something they can never allow themselves to see. They just have to know that it's bad. They just have to know that it's really bad. When right-wingers say woke, they mean something different. They have co-opted the term to refer to performative inclusion, divorced from real social change. And I would say that that's an artificially compartmentalized notion, right? Are there people that, performatively virtue signal? Yeah, probably all of us in some way. But does that mean that there's no reality underlying that? Probably not. No, things aren't as black and white as everybody seems to think. Nobody's perfect. Least of all the person that claims perfection, right? But we do what we can. We live and we learn, and we try to be better tomorrow than we were today. We try to be better today than we were yesterday. Yeah, malicious ignorance, yeah. Well, I don't know. I think that Republicans live in fear. Yeah, so weaponized dumbassery, says Jen, kind of like the card says moops. I mean, that's what I think about when I think of... Oh my god, chat, I realized I was in top chat. Hey, if you're in top chat, go ahead and correct that. Because otherwise, I feel like I haven't seen... I feel like I caught a thread of what Narwhal was saying, but didn't see the second part. Don't leave it up too long. Okay, I will... their conservatism trumps their idea of progressivism. I just feel like there is a thought process at work, with these ideas. Like, look, here's my deal, okay? I'm perfectly willing to accept that maybe a large portion of America is not prepared to have a discussion about intersectionality. But in invoking wokeness as a boogeyman, conservatives have touched on that idea. And that being said, like, we're kind of in a bad place until we reach synthesis with that. And we're not there yet. I see a lot of the left trying to just back away from all of this stuff and be like, you know what? Intersectionality, that is for another day. We got to concentrate on, material conditions, which, is always important, but it's not an either or. And material conditions have everything to do, if you're with things like, privilege and lack thereof. Always down to talk about intersectionality. It's worse when it gets into the tabloids and John Smith down the street, who's in his 70s, starts to use these terms as a pejorative. Yeah, absolutely. Wokeness is a problem the same way that Oklahoma introduced a bill to ban hoodies. They want to... Wait, what? Reactionaries, conservatives, right-wingers are driven by their oversensitive disgust reflex. If you believe in being part of a supreme in-group, then you have to see things as black and white, otherwise your supremacist position will crumble. And that brings us back to the fucking vegan Sith thing. Only a vegan Sith sees speaks in terms of absolutes, right? I don't know. I can say, like, look, I'm not bashing on veganism. I actually am a vegan. I have complicated feelings about it because I didn't come to my decision of what to eat and what not to eat by anyone trying to rub the injustice of my former way of eating in my face. So I kind of try not to do that to other people. I definitely don't want to get locked in a trap of thinking that the way that I live and the way that I eat makes me better, because I know that it's through luck. I consider myself lucky to have had the right experiences that made me come to this point. And for me, all that I really needed to know is that it was possible, right? All I really needed to see was someone else doing it, and that was it. Wait, I should play Hasan's witch hopcore clip? Wait, what is that? Oh, you went on a vegan diet for a year for kidney health? Hope they can start synthesizing meat so vegans and non-vegans can live together in harmony. That's the other thing, is I don't ever want my what I have come to is my conclusion, my moral conclusions. I don't want to ever have that kind of separate me from other people, or make it hard to work with other people, or make me judgmental of other people, right? I don't think that's the lesson. Veganism is giving you psychic powers. Haven't you seen Scott Pilgrim? Maybe that's what it's about, Jen. But yeah, that's why I can joke about the vegan Sith. And that's the other thing about the Zizian thing is that, like, the reason I like what Robert Evans did with it is that there are so many people that are taking this story from the angle of, like, these people were trans and that's what made them dangerous. That's what made them mentally ill, or that's what made them, violent or whatever. And it's, I don't think that that's just not the, people don't get this, that being trans, as much as it's rare, in terms of the percentage of the population that's trans, it's pretty normal. It's normal in the sense that real people in your life right now are trans. And that's just who they are. And some of the conclusions that people want to draw from that are just wrong. Especially when you talk about mental health, right? If anything, somebody acknowledging their own subjective experience, subjective internal experience, which only they can know, which is basically what being trans is. That acknowledgement, it's a step on the way to greater mental health, not a step on the way towards worse mental health. And indeed, even in this story of the Zizians, one of the major people involved was might have benefited mental health wise from having transitioned earlier. That's part of the story that Robert Evans tells. So yeah, that's why I appreciate it, right? Because there's so many right wingers trying to make this about the dangerous scourge of trans people. Vegans are right. It can't be denied. That's what I have a lot of people tell me. Yeah, it can't be denied that the harm of factory farming does to the environment. But oh my god, that shit tastes good. Yeah, exactly. No, I totally understand that compartmentalization. I completely understand that. And I think we all, I don't know, the principle is to minimize suffering. And in being somebody who wants to minimize suffering, I realize that that is not something that I can put into practice as an absolute rule. That's why I don't get, that's why I don't want this to be like a, thinking you're better than other people thing, is because I know there's like, a lot of ways in which I could be a better person. And eating a certain diet doesn't make you a good person or a bad person. It's so much more involved. But yeah, no, like Jill, I talk to people all the time that feel the exact same way. That, there's like an ethical conclusion that they have, and then there's like a practical conclusion that they have. Zizians sound like former Vosh fans? Wait, former, like, people that don't like Vosh anymore? Or I used to be vegan, now I do what I call freegan. I won't pay for meat, but I'll eat it if it's, actually there's there are religious traditions that are very similar to what you're talking about, Joshua Keller, right? Like there's monks that will travel around, and although they don't, they don't want anyone to kill an animal for them to eat, but it's kind of like if they're served something with animal products, in it, they got no problem. Because what's the other choice? To let the food go to waste? System is what makes things like veganism. I usually don't talk about this too, because I don't want to alienate people. I don't like, it's really hard to talk about something like this without people on either side thinking that you're being judgmental or being tempted to be judgmental of you. And I really don't think it needs to be like that. I feel like this is something that we should at least be able to talk about without without resorting to hating each other. Because what I do is not about hate. All right, it's not for reasons of dividing people up even more, kind of more towards pulling people together. Oh yeah, that Hasan reacted to the Sam Cedar versus 20 idiots on Jubilee and took the position of a white nationalist woman to its absolutes. It was turned into a hope for video. Wait, what? That sounds interesting. I do want to. Oh God, chat. We need to have time to do this. And here I am yapping. System is what makes this things like veganism its political stance. I think we should work alongside with animals rather than dominate and mutilate them. But I'm not against hunting for food. That is pretty much what Robert Evans. That's pretty much Robert Evans's position, which I also appreciate. Right? It'd be really easy to just like make it about their veganism or dunk. This is why vegans are fucked up, or something like that. And that's not where he takes it. That's not how he lives. But he doesn't feel the need to punch left on vegans, which is great. Leftists understand that we have to struggle with our inner reactionary to become better people. Yeah, and we cannot just be a child and succumb to that inadequacy. But yeah, when I end up talking about this, like I said, I alienate people on both sides. There's vegans that feel like I need to take a more hardline stance, and I should be showing every meat eater that I can. I should be showing them films of what animal agriculture is really like. And if I don't do that, I'm a sellout. And then on the other side, I have people that are convinced that somehow I've even heard people argue against veganism by kind of conflating it with monoculture, talking about, and that's a complicated subject for sure. Like the way that we grow crops is maybe not ideal, but at the same time, feeding the entire world is not exactly easy. But what people don't seem to see is just kind of the nuances in both perspectives. And that's what I try to bring to it. Somewhat. Oh, RFK Steak and Shake video. We need to watch that, Jen. Yeah, so if you don't know, RFK Steak and Shake has decided to cook their French fries with beef tallow. Because the people that think that seed oil is the devil think that beef tallow is great. And it's weird because, with his lifestyle, you'd think that RFK would stay away from stuff like French fries, but he goes to Steak and Shake and eats French fries with Hannity. What did he say? Something about they RFK'd these fries. It's a long thing due to its link with effective altruism, etc. It's a movement based on online blogs like Yarvin has created in the other direction. Wait, so Sam, so YS, are you saying that there's kind of two sides of the coin, and Yarvin and Teal and oh my god, Andreessen are on one side, and then you got Sam Bankman-Fried and who else would it be on the other side? Sam Altman? Why did I say I said the wrong dude? I said the dude that's in jail, didn't I? I'm getting my tech dudes mixed up. Thank you, Amlos Aluche. Yeah, I think I said the wrong name there. Put YouTube links in the chat. Google she's a witch, one-hand politics. It's the first end result. People that are afraid of seed oil go to Steak and Shake. I mean, my understanding is the management, the ownership of Steak and Shake is MAGA. It believes in the, or at least that's what they're doing with their social media account, is they're really playing to the MAGA crowd, right? And a lot of the MAGA people, I mean, you could see this from people like Bronze Age Pervert, a lot of right wingers, right? Have a thing about seed oils, and RFK maybe being the most prominent example. I think Steak and Steak was the only fast food place when I went when I visited the steak. Wait. Oh, it's the only fast food place you went to. I thought it was good. I mean, I guess it probably depends on the Steak and Shake you go to. I remember trying their fries before they had beef tallow and not liking them very much. But again, it's there's what, thousands of locations around the country, so isn't it crazy how Sam Bankman-Fried walked so that many crypto rug pulls could run? Yeah, basically. And now it's normalized. I don't know how either. What is their rationale? Like caveat emptor? Like if you get conned, you deserve to be conned? They both appeal to a similar pool of insecure people. The blogs being rammed how they are as truth. Whoa. Oh, also, Moe, thank you for the resubscribe. I meant to say something earlier, but I got distracted. Shaxby, thank you for the resubscribe. But yeah, like I said, if we're gonna do the Sam Cedar thing, I think we're gonna need to go to Twitch to do that. I don't foresee any other way of being able to watch Jubilee content without doing it on Twitch. And that's assuming that they won't come over to Twitch to try to fuck with us. Like, Jubilee is an evil company. Jeffrey Epstein funded Ben Goertzel, who was behind the Singularity and Sophia the Robot. Steak burgers are good, but Freddy's is Freddy's is in Freddy Fazbear's is better than Steak and Shake, at least for the Freddy's. Why do I not recognize that? I feel like I should. Sam Bankman-Fried certainly lived up to his name. I only ever went there because it was the only place next to the movie theater in high school. I think the one time I've gone there is I was working in a different town doing a wedding, and it was the only place that was open that late at night. But it gave me indigestion. That's why I have a negative view on Steak and Shake. But again, I admit that it may be an issue with the location rather than the restaurant itself. I love that they have really thin fries. Unfortunately, I feel like mine were a little bit oily and undercooked. But like I said, that could easily be a location issue. I think the bot problem tricks a lot of boomers into believing that there are real people talking about meme coins, and then they just invest and the cycle goes on. God damn, media literacy problem, yeah. Well, I mean, it's also speaks to a certain type of alienation. Like, you'd hope that since families are comprised of, the elderly and, middle-aged people and young people, that maybe the young people in a family could help the older people to recognize when they're being manipulated by things like bots. But it doesn't work, does it? Because like everything in our culture, everything in their feed especially, is telling older people that young people are, I don't know, woke and they don't want to work and they're not, just all this garbage, right? Where in reality, somebody who has that media literacy, a digital media literacy that an older person might not have, could save them from getting ripped the fuck off. It's definitely drunk fruit food, yeah, Funk Master. Although I don't know, I feel like being drunk, you got to be like extra careful what you eat if you don't want to. Are there 24 hours? I don't know. I don't know if it was just open late. But yeah, when you eat drunk food, you got to be very careful. Rallies, fries. Oh my God, is that place even open anymore? They do make some crunchy fries. Oh yeah, I should say this. I should have said this in the beginning, actually. For those of you who are watching this as a YouTube video, understand some things, all right? It's not a YouTube video, it's a VOD. You're watching a live stream, which happened in the past. That's okay. And you're watching the archive of it. And if what you want is to see me talk about what's in the thumbnail and what's in the title, which is very understandable, it's okay if you want that. I would say, oh my gosh, chat, that's supposed to happen at 1 hour. I've already taken, yeah. A general rule of thumb is I'll cover the topic that is in the thumbnail, starting around an hour into it. I'm a little bit late today, but let's get going. All right, so I have several goals for us tonight, right? The first one I want to point out is a super chat goal, right? That goal ends in 1 hour and 54 minutes, and the thing that we get if we achieve that goal is that I've got a trampoline right over here. Trampoline, yeah. If we hit the goal, we get 10 Teal super chats in slightly under 2 hours now. I will jump on the trampoline. The other goal that we have tonight is a bonus content goal. We are, let's check here. We're 12% of the way there right now. Oh my gosh. Good for Gabby. Trampoline. I love trampoline. Thank you for becoming, or renewing, your sponsorship. Oh my god, I have to check something really quick here. Okay, that is, so yeah, like I said, the goal is 100%. We're at 12%. Scratch that. 27% right now. And as you've noticed, the goal goes up. The percentage goes up every time somebody donates. That is whether you're doing a super chat, doing a super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting others memberships, which is very effectively altruistic. You're supporting me on Throne, which the only thing I have up there right now is the Move to Thailand fund, which is coming up really soon, chat. Really soon. I'll be I got my do I have it? Oh no, I put it in my backpack. But I showed you yesterday my passport that finally came, and I'll be taking off really soon. So if you want to help me out during that, you can contribute to my throne, that's a way to just put some money in my pocket right away to help with the move, which I appreciate greatly. Also, when you sign up for Patreon, the dono goal goes forward, and as well as when you support me on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate, because dudes like Ethan Klein and Destiny and Dan Saltman have been doing everything they can to deplatform Hasan. They have not been able to do that, but they have been able to demonetize channels like mine, which cover politics on Twitch. So the only way that I get paid is through the generosity and kindness of viewers like you, which I very much appreciate. So you sent me a video of summing up the Johnny Somali thing. Okay, do you want that for a Dark Horse Dono dungeon? Dark Horse Dono dojo? For some reason, it always makes me think of Dungeon, Delicious in Dungeon. Randall Smith, keep up the great work. Randall from... Okay, from okay. All right. Okay, Randall. Wait, I forgot that was... Wait, which one is the bad one? Is it that one? Or is it... you know what? I'm mirrored, so yeah, that's the bad one. The okay symbol, at least in 2017, was co-opted by white nationalists, apparently. But I just wanted to... I don't know. I really like your butterfly. Thank you, Randall. That's really sweet. That puts us up to 29%. So anyway, that's how the dono goal works. The other thing that the dono goal does is that when you donate to me, whether it is through super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership, if you're gifting a membership, if you're contributing to my throne or signing up for my Patreon, or you're supporting me over on Twitch, right? You can let me know in the chat.
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5.
No, that's a dono
for covering Johnny Somali.
That's a
that dude is a mess.
Oh, I don't know anything about this, so this will be a new thing. All right, so that's Dark Horse, right? So you can do what Izzy Sanchez just did, and thanks Izzy for helping me show this to everyone. You can and let me know either in the chat or in a super chat or whatever which of these topics you want covered, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, like that right there, which is basically you can give extra percentages to the topic of your choice. What else am I supposed to look at? Oh my gosh, did I even do this yet? Oh no, I didn't. I still need to put up the Really? Okay, I just didn't hit start poll, did I? All right. Chat, my fault for not putting this up earlier. There's your bonus poll. All right, so you can vote on this. What kind of stuff do you want to see as bonus content? We have Dan Clancy explains Hasan's ban. We have the alt-right pipeline for women, and really it's like more like the alt-right pipeline of misogyny, I think is a better way to describe that video. We have how Joe Rogan ruined comedy. Bloody Teeth with the super chat. Johnny Salami Fund. Johnny, wow, people really want to see this. See, I'll put this. I'll specify now since people are so interested in Johnny Somali. If you don't know who we're talking about, this is a live streamer. All I know about him is that he went to Japan. He did IRL streams. $5 for Joe Rogan, says Jen. $5 for Joe Rogan it is. He caused a bunch of problems, right? He fucked with people in public. That's like literally all I know about Johnny Somali. And now he's like, what? Didn't he go to jail in Korea or something? Is that right? That's Mr. Somali to you, lady. I won't forget it. But anyway, we're 3/10 of the way towards the trampoline goal, and we are almost 40% towards the dono goal. So an auspicious start for tonight. I need to get... He did get arrested. Where, Shakespeare? I need to get us going here. So what I was about to say is that there...
That's
Here?
just unacceptable to say that.
This guy, I swear to God, this guy. And he keeps on talking about Hasan. He keeps this thing going. Oh, I did it again, chat. I did it again. I promised you, to anybody watching, especially Ethan, I'm not trying to pause you on places where your face looks weird. I don't even look when I pause it. I just pause it. And, there it is. Anyway. There was stuff that we didn't finish with this. Ethan is talking about... He's talking about Hasan, Hasan's dust up with Mudahar. Do we all know who Mudahar is? Some ordinary gamers. Mudahar is a YouTuber who usually does tech topics.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Due to Johnny Somali, Japan Ha made stricter rules in IRL streaming in Japan. He pleaded guilty for 3 crimes in South Korea and has a 4th charge.
Okay, so got busted in South Korea, but his behavior basically caused Japan to change their laws to make what he was doing actually illegal. Good for Gabby. Thank you for the super sticker. I have not seen that one yet. This is like a... Actually, that looks like some Muay Thai training. I can't tell if the lime is doing Muay Thai training or just boxing, but either way, it's pretty cool. I'm going to be doing some of that very soon, hopefully. But thank you for the super sticker. And thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the super chat. That gets us a 4 out of 10. I'm trying to think of where to start us out here, right? Because there's the Hasan Mudahar thing. And then there's the, well, I guess since, I tried it. Okay, here's what I'm going to try to do. For those of you that are watching this after the fact as a video, I have heard your pleas. You want me to get to the topic that's in the thumbnail, the topic that's in the title, sooner rather than later. So that's what we'll do. We'll follow that hard, fast rule. And this is how I will compromise with you to make you, even though you may not understand completely the nature of a live stream, I still want to make your viewing experience pleasant for you. So, does this start with like? I feel like this is with Dahlia's message to Hasan. Oh God, chat is taken to calling Galia Giardia, and I almost feel bad for her, except that she's such a creepy Hasan obsessive that part of me doesn't want to feel bad. I don't know, chat.
But yeah, why don't you go first? Because I don't want to run out of time. I'll make sure you get to do whatever it is you want.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that we don't run out of time, Galia. That's why I'm covering you first. That and for the Vadis. Vadis.
Okay.
Oh, I have like a...
They don't even realize they're Vadis, though. They think they're watching a YouTube video, chat. And I have to effectively communicate with them that this is a live stream. And you can watch this live. I go live, what is it, like, most of the time... It's between 9 and 10 Eastern Standard Time, 6 and 7 Pacific Standard Time, or I don't even know Standard Time, whatever time it is now. Okay, so you're putting yours towards Johnny Somali as well. Good for Gabby. Gotcha. All right. Look at that. See, this is how the Dark Horse can win. Sometimes it does. I think we've had a Dark Horse succeed before. If everybody gets interested and everybody who donates picks the Dark Horse, then the Dark Horse might win. Right now, it looks like 37% of you are voting for Dan Clancy's explanation about Hasan's ban. That's in first place. Second place is Joe Rogan ruining comedy. And third place is a tie between alt-right pipeline for women and Professor Dave on Trump's trans mice. Yeah. Do you remember Trump talking about the liberals are wasting money trying to turn mice trans? Well, Trump's got rocks in his head, honestly, because he heard transgenic mice, right? A transgenic mouse is a mouse that has had its genetic code altered to be closer to that of humans. Why do they do that? They do that to study medicines and different things on these mice, you know, in order to get a sense of what the effect on a human being would be, right? That's what he was talking about, right? There are no transgender mice being created in labs, but Professor Dave will explain that if you end up choosing that, right?
A really small suggestion for a clip, just because when I came here first 2 weeks ago, I mentioned a quote from Hasan, and since then I've been clipped onto Has.
Wait, we're gonna dress her up as the alt-right conservative denims? Oh my god.
Twitter, and people are like all saying that you hired me as a Hasan stalker, apparently.
Why would they say that?
Yeah, right.
I'm
yeah.
spreading lies about him.
What is it you said that they're...
So I said that I don't remember off the top of my head the exact quote, but Hasan basically said that Ukraine should give up on its sovereignty and knee down to the bully. That's what I said.
That sounds pretty extreme.
Yeah, but I just wanted to show my...
And they're saying you lied about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a clip.
My understanding is that what Hasan was saying was that when Ukraine... Okay, so look, the timeline, let's rewind. Let's rewind ourselves to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Right? So Russia invades, which is not something that many people expected, including the US government, right? Did not expect that. They expected this to be another exercise, another saber rattling, you know, that Russia would go, you know, up to the border, but like they have at other times not cross it, right? But no, Russia invaded, and they invaded into Kyiv, right? They made moves to try to capture the entire country, right? The expectation was they're not going to do anything, first of all. And second of all, if they do anything, it's going to be expanding their holdings near Crimea and the two oblasts that they already, you know, somewhat control, right? Not that they're going to go into Kiev, but they did. They went into Kiev. And it was a huge fucking failure. Russia's, you know, Russia looked ridiculous doing that. Ukraine stood up a lot more than anyone was expecting it to. I think Hasan's, you know, hope was that maybe some kind of negotiation could have been entered to at that time when Ukraine has the advantage. Because in negotiation, if you have the advantage, it's a very complicated psychological thing that goes on, right? If you have the advantage, then militarily, and you go into negotiations, those negotiations are going to pan out better for you. Now, the reason this gets complicated is that a lot of parties in an armed conflict might not want to enter negotiations when things aren't going well for them, because they know that they're, you know, going to get less of what they want from those negotiations. So I don't know if it's a simple thing. I don't know if Hasan put it forward like it was a simple thing. But looking back at it, you know, there were a multitude of times in which Ukraine was in a much stronger position than they're in now. I think that's what Hasan's saying. I could be wrong. I'm willing to look at, you know, old, you know, videos of Hasan's, but I think that's what Hasan's saying. Not that Ukraine needs to kneel down to the bully and do whatever the fuck Russia wants. That's not Hasan's take. It's me. I'm the stalker. I've seen Galia's Reddit posts, and they're all about Hasan. It's wild. Jen, okay, we got to stop. Okay, I'm gonna have to ban those 3 letters if we're not careful. All right. it's more for your safety, chat, than for mine, right? Because we know who likes to go through and look at chatters' names, and especially if your if anything in your name is traceable to your like online footprint, or heaven forbid to a Facebook or a real life stuff, then
This is shows the clip. This is the clip, in the words of Keemstar.
Not living in a fucking, authoritarian state, right? Like, we should be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, like, do something about this. And
This 60-second trick will change your life.
I don't know why this is happening today. Something.
What just happened?
be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, like, do something about this. And
This 60-second trick.
They got a commercial. I know what happened, chat. A lot of, I think Chrome in particular has killed one of its ad blockers, or its most prominent ad blocker. And so people that had that are potentially getting ads now. So they're trying to stalk us on, but instead that they're getting ads.
I don't know why this is happening today. Something changed in my ad block or whatever. It, like,
YouTube, I think, is taking.
I'm sorry, Pernition. If you got something to show me a little bit more substantial than just your claim, I'd be willing to entertain it. But my memory is that the State Department suggested that Russia would not invade. I'm going to also remind you that predicting world events incorrectly, whether it be Emma predicting a win for Kamala Harris, or whether it be Hasan predicting that Russia would not go in an invasion of Ukraine, that's a little different than having a bad take on something. That's a little bit different. In other words, making an incorrect prediction is different than being like morally wrong on something. And I feel like we're in danger here. I'm not saying that you're trying to do that, but I will say that there is some degree of conflation of that, especially, when it comes to Hasan on Ukraine.
I think they're taking a harder stance on it.
About to tick up.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Get those pies going, baby. Pie,
it doesn't seem to be doing it on your computer. Why don't you open it over there?
Oh, sure.
It's
and while
number
you
4.
open
Are
it,
you logged into a different account?
That's what I thought at first, but I switched to the main one.
That's the difference. We're not living in
All right, from here, Galia.
Anyways.
yeah.
Okay, so no, Pernition, you might have a point that maybe there's nothing in it for the State Department or for Zelensky to predict an invasion, right? That in terms of the diplomacy that you're referring to, it's just Zelensky being diplomatic, that there was an advantage in him saying, no, Russia's not going to do this. So, if you want to say that the State Department's statements and the statements of a nation's leader like Zelensky might not be one-to-one with what they're really thinking, that's possible. But again, now you're making a claim about what they were really thinking in their heart of hearts, and there's just not really any way to substantiate it. We're playing a parlor game. I hope you understand that, right? That the prediction of will he, won't he invade is somewhat of a parlor game. It's somewhat academic until it either does or doesn't happen.
All right, here we go. This is on his main channel, 3 years old.
Okay.
it's from March.
That was why I spoke to you charitably, Pernition. I didn't think that's what you were saying. I was just pointing out that sometimes that's where the conversation goes.
2022, so it's like 3 weeks into the full escalated war.
All right, here it is. I'll put on CCs too, so make no mistake.
in a fucking, authoritarian state, right? Like, we should be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, like, do something about this. And what I mean by that is immediate ceasefire, immediate peace negotiations with concessions made to Russia, of course, because they are the bully, and sometimes you have to fucking cave into the bullies, especially because...
Again, Pernition, I see a claim. I don't see substantiation of that claim. You may very well be right. It is going against my memory of the situation, but that doesn't mean that my memory is 100% correct.
Like when people say, oh, well, what about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? What about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? Like the sovereignty of Ukrainians are unfortunately, and I say this in the most real way, is insignificant. The sovereignty of the Ukrainians or the defenses of the Ukrainians would have been absolutely obliterated if it wasn't for Western involvement in this circumstance. If it wasn't for the NLAW grenade launchers, if it wasn't for the Javelin missiles, there would be no fucking sovereignty of Ukrainians regardless. That's the unfortunate reality. And if it was for the sovereignty of Ukrainians and what their actual genuine interests are, which I do understand. Obviously, you don't want to be fucking obliterated by Russia. You don't want to be obliterated by Russia. It's a very reasonable, very understandable fucking demand, request. Then the Ukrainians want a fucking no-fly zone. Why are we not giving it to them? The Ukrainians want it to be a part of NATO. Why are we not giving it to them? Why were we never going to give it to them? It doesn't matter. Like, the sovereignty of Ukrainians is insignificant in this situation, and I try to explain it to you over and over again when we're talking about fucking two...
He's literally got Hasan talking to a chatter without the context prior to this conversation that would establish like a little bit more about
major superpowers having a conversation with one another and putting an end to this. The only thing I care about in the situation...
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow. Total Putin tool. Look at Hasan meat riding Putin, right? Got him. Good job, Galia. We got him. He's a fucking Putin dick rider. There we go.
Quoting it directly.
You want to unpack that?
In my opinion, through, like I said before, I didn't know about Hasan before I saw him on Leftovers. And I didn't know about his Ukrainian takes because when he was saying that, I was actually in Ukraine. So in March of that year, I wasn't able to watch his streams. So
fair.
Because there was a war.
Yeah. And when I got to, when I randomly saw his Crimean take, like...
Jen says him using the word insignificant got him vulnerable to clip chimp.
6 months into the war, so I was already...
Yeah, like Amlo Luhe is tired of this shit, right? Did I interpret that emote right?
Yeah. Basically, whenever I was working already for H3, and I wanted to mention that as well, that Ethan did not hire me to stalk Hasan. I was working here for...
Just so you know, I was not hired to stalk Hasan. That's not true what Hasan's been saying.
Almost 2 years. I think it's going to be 2 years next month. Just because...
What's that, like the Hasan boomer emote?
One hasn't like seen me. Doesn't mean that I wasn't here. I was working with Ethan and Ela for 2 years when Hasan was doing Leftovers every single Thursday. And I would occasionally talk with Ethan.
Yeah, H3 stand. That's right, Solid V2. H3 stands for Hasan.
About Hasan's Ukrainian takes when I started like seeing what he actually thinks about it on Leftovers, which was insane as well. But from what he is unpacking here, from all that I saw after that, Hasan has this weird take. Last time that I was in the studio in October, we've done like a whole segment, like a 2-hour segment, and he never mentioned...
Rave says she was hired as a Teddy Fresh employee, totally separate from the Hasan hating business, or totally separate from H3, I think is what Rave is saying.
It before, after, and he only like tweeted out that he's anti-war.
He subtweeted you, right, afterwards.
Yes.
He said some cryptic...
That's right. She stalks him for fun in her free time. Not to get a promotion or a raise or more FaceTime on the podcast.
Weird bullshit.
I'm like pro-peace, anti-war.
I just want healthcare, man.
Yes, and I want healthcare. And out of everything I've ever said on this...
Manic Mermaid Ash says Hasan's Ukraine take was literally he didn't think the invasion would happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like as much as like, look, I'm open to, you know, if I don't remember the State Department's statements correctly, I'm open to somebody correcting me on that. I don't think it has the kind of implication on, Hasan good, Hasan bad that people are making it out to have, right? And that's why I'm a little bit less interested in something like a prediction. Like, do you think, chat, that I'm ever going to come in here and be like, you guys, you know what? Emma, Emma Vigland, I can't approve of Emma anymore. Emma said that Kamala Harris would win, and Kamala Harris didn't win. I can't trust her. Emma's a liar. Emma told me Mamala's got this, and Mamala in fact did not have this. So no more trusting. Of course not. Of course I wouldn't do that, right? Emma made a prediction, like many people did. That prediction was wrong. In a lot of ways, Emma had the guts that I didn't have to make a prediction. Because, when I looked at the polls, I was just like, I don't know, it looks 50-50 to me. So that's what I told you. I told you that I had a little bit of hope, maybe, that it was breaking in the direction of Kamala, but I also told you that it was super tight. Oh my God, my chat just disappeared. Let me see if I can get this back. Hasan's Ukraine take was literally he didn't think the invasion would happen, not because Putin is cool, Lamau, but because it was politically a bad move. Lol, people act like his take was against Ukraine. Yeah, like this was like a F Ukraine, yay Putin. Right? This is not Putin meat writing that Hasan is engaged in. Like, people do people really not know like the difference between Hasan Piker and Infrared Haz? Sometimes when people talk about Hasan, I feel like when they project pro-Russian views onto Hasan, I'm kind of like, are you mixing him up with Infrared Haz? Are you thinking of Haz? Because that would be true about Haz. It wasn't at all lol. He was mistaken, but only in assuming Putin would be making a politically sensible choice. Because why the fuck would a political leader not? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of risk that Putin takes in terms of destabilizing his country in going in on an invasion. R.I.P. coconut communism. That's right, AMLO. That's right. Emma was wrong. Emma lied to us. Kamala could have won. They botched it. Yeah, I think so too. I think she had more of a chance than some people. Like that's one of the excuses of the Democratic establishment is to say that what do they say? The headwinds were against her or something like that. There's some other phrase that they use there. Stavi telling Hasan that he can't be his friend anymore. I saw that because he saw the content nuke and it worked. Stavi's never going on Hasan again. That's right. He's realized Hasan bad. Putin made a gamble. Maybe he felt complicit or something. Wonder what the situation would be when he's gone. A journalist I'm aware of in the aid space I was in, who did journalism on war crimes from both sides, etc., led to his arrest in UA after to be drafted as a ADHD OCD journalist when there are issues needing eyes. I'm not sure I read that correctly.
This podcast about Hasan, he reacted only to my take about his armpit. It was like a 10-second clip, and he was like, "Oh, this girl, she's like."
Wait, he actually from recently?
Yeah, he did react to me.
He showed you reacting to the armpit?
Yes, that's the only clip.
I didn't know that.
That's the only clip
Hasan.
that he kind of like mentioned.
Am I doing a going away stream? Should I?
Mentioned me in and like trying to maybe create this narrative that I'm obsessed with him.
Well, like chat, I just want you to know this, all right? So I will be getting on a plane at like basically late at night my time, and I'll be traveling for approximately 24 hours, and when I land, it's going to be a day later. So there will be one day for sure, which is not like a normal day off for me, that I won't be that I won't be streaming. But my intention, if I can get everything to work right, if I can make sure that I have my equipment right when I land, which I'm going to try to do, even if I have to spend a few $100 on it to take extra stuff on the plane, I'm going to try to make sure I have all my streaming equipment. If everything goes according to plan and the internet is working when I land, and right, I will miss one day of streaming. Right? That's my intention. Will it go that way? I don't know. But we'll see. We'll hope. Right? I don't want to miss much. Will I be so tired when I land that I won't be able to go on stream? Oh God, wait, I gotta think about the streaming time too. Would I miss 2 days? Oh. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like when I land, what time will it be in when I land it'll be my normal streaming time or fairly late at night in the US. And then God, how is that gonna work? Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to get there right away, right? Because you gotta wait for your room to open up. You can't, you gotta wait. The check-in is at a certain time. So I don't know if I'll be able to do a stream the next day, but I guess the morning after is a possibility. Maybe I could do what would be for you like a morning stream, compete with the majority report. You got this. Make sure you feel comfy and at home. I will. So yeah, I mean, I'm saying that, best case scenario, I miss one day. Second best case scenario, I miss 2 days. And so that means that 3 days would be like probably the max. Assuming that I get a hold of my streaming stuff and nothing, goes wrong, my like computer doesn't get broken or anything. 14 ahead Pacific. I think that's right. Yeah. What is it? 14 ahead of Pacific and 9? Is it 9 ahead of Eastern?
And I can see Mike from PA subtweeting me and like saying, so Easton hired this like insane person or like whatever.
Mike from PA literally needs to look in the mirror and then disappear.
Off the internet.
Like that meme.
And he like tweeted like,
From the internet. From the internet.
Yeah,
obviously, disappear from the internet.
Wait, was that H3's sound alert or is that my sound alert? Izzy Sanchez, it says it's currently 10:19 a.m. 12-hour difference. Oh, between East Coast and I see.
And she said like, is it true that Easton hired like a Hasan stalker? To that I want to say, is it true that Mike from PA is banned from?
You'll have bad jet lag. At least that's what I do whenever I go to Taiwan. I mean, I'll try not to be away that long if I can help it, right? He calls Putin Adolf Putler. Wait, from the internet? This analysis about the invasion was not done by a fucking wizard or a personal or moral stance he was taking. It was just what he thought would likely happen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like Emma getting the results of the presidential election wrong. It's like, okay, she was wrong, but do I feel lied to or do I trust her less? I mean, maybe in terms of predicting an election, sure, but like that's just one thing. Irene, something abandonment, something I'm abandoning you. Well, chat, if I abandon you, that's like
From every single.
You understand that would mean abandoning my job right now. Like this is my job. So there's certain reasons why that's not likely to happen. That the main one being that I need to continue to take care of myself, and I need to continue to be there for you too.
Single barber shop in Pennsylvania because he has lice.
I
just,
mean,
just saying,
how
like,
about-
is it
I mean,
true? Like, I don't know.
Is he banned from every gym in Pennsylvania?
I don't know. Let's start
I have
from
no idea.
barber
Her
shop.
Probably
line
not.
was better about the lice.
Probably not.
Okay,
What?
let's go back a little bit just so we see
That
what the
meme.
And he like tweeted like,
that meme. What is this, Vape Nation? Wait, am I doing Vape Nation chat? Is it this one? Is that Vape Nation? Vape Nation. Merc says you're going out for milk and never gonna see us again. God. I mean, look. If I have extended downtime after this move, like that is a bad thing for me. That portends badly for me. That will definitely make things harder for me. Abandoning us in a hot YouTube car. Oh no. Chat, I'm just going out for oat milk, not like regular milk.
From the internet. From the internet.
Yeah, the guy
Obviously,
was like-
disappear from the internet.
Oh, okay, I see. Is he referencing what? Like Gila saying that Adam McIntyre needs to disappear?
Mike from PA subtweeted me and like saying so Ethan hired this like insane
Yeah.
person or like
Mike
whatever.
from PA literally needs to look in the mirror and then disappear.
Off the internet.
Like that meme.
And he like tweeted.
I don't know the meme. What is the meme? Chat, what are we doing? JoJo poses? What is Ethan doing?
Like,
From
is
the
it?
internet. From the internet.
Yeah, the guy
Obviously,
was like-
disappear from the internet.
And she said
Excuses.
like, is it true that
I don't know what this shit is. Does anybody want to explain this to me?
Ethan I hired like a Hasan stalker? To that I want to say, is it true that Mike from PA is banned from every single barber shop in Pennsylvania because he has lice?
I
just,
mean,
just saying,
how
like,
about-
is it
I mean,
true? Like, I don't know.
Is he banned from every gym in Pennsylvania?
I don't know. Let's start
I have
from
no idea.
barber
Her
shop.
line was better about the lice.
Probably not. What?
I can
I
really
said you tried to.
So she's just basically saying, okay, Mike, if you're gonna lie about me, I'm gonna lie about you. You have lice, and you're banned from every barber shop in Pennsylvania because your lice are disgusting and you're gross.
Tried to vamp on that, but I thought the lice line.
Wait, chat, will I be able to get oat milk in Thailand? Is that a thing there? I don't know like what kind of food is available. I'm sure soy milk I could get.
was way better. In the gym line.
Maybe you just
It
said he's
happens,
banned
man.
from every barber.
Yeah.
From every barber because he has lice.
Does he have lice? Is that a Mike from PA meme?
Is it true? I don't know.
She's just asking questions.
He looks like he has lice.
And
Just asking questions.
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. Elephant graveyarder and thank you.
Oh, elephant graveyard. Yeah, that is discerning chatter that knows that elephant graveyard is in reference to Joe Rogan and his ruination of comedy. Wait, did I forget to add one, Narwhal? I feel like maybe somebody did like a $2 super chat that I didn't add. They do have oatmeal in the big supermarket, if I recall. What you? Oh wow, you know this. They have rice milk too. They may have American or international market nearby. Definitely have coconut milk. Coconut milk is so good.
I can really see that he was denied from
Yeah, I'm like just wondering, are oats common? Right? Because I know that like what's common there? Rice, sorghum, maybe, millet, soy. Okay, thank you, Narwhal. You are a lifesaver. All right, we're up to 55. Yeah, they're saying that Mike PA has lice, and Ethan's saying that he hasn't been to a gym because he's like Ethan Klein. For somebody, there's something. Look, fat shaming is bad regardless. All right, I'm not trying to say that it would be less bad if this weren't the case, but like dude literally like loses a bunch of weight over a year and then and then just kicks into like he loves to fat shame now. Am I mixing this up, chat? Did he always body shame? Did he always fat shame? Is this new?
From every barber in that state, like we can see that. So
Yeah.
is it true?
He sits down in the barber chair and they're like, ah!
And in words of Denims, if he lied about that,
Yeah, and does Ethan even know you don't go to a gym to lose weight, right? If you have that strategy, you will fail, right? In terms of weight being lost, that's usually done in the kitchen. In terms of muscle being added or fitness being enhanced, that's what you go to the gym for, right? So yeah, I don't think that he's the one to talk about not going to the gym.
what else
Not that I'm trying to shame him.
he could lie about, and everything like that. But yeah, I just wanted to show that clip because I quoted it and like it was getting traction. And I've never seen people reacting to this take from Hasan, and he has been talking about how he's always been pro-peace and how he always wanted Ukraine to just get peace. In reality, he always wanted Ukraine to just...
I've heard of this, Tajium. Is this a real thing? Okay, so just so everybody knows, this is not dietary advice. I would not recommend this. But I have heard of celebrities, and I don't know if this is true or not, but celebrities infecting themselves with parasites in order to lose weight. Is this a real thing?
give up on
Concede.
whatever...
Surrender.
Surrender on whatever was already conquered.
Which is interesting because that's what Trump's saying now.
Yes.
And Hasan is, I think...
I feel like Trump's saying a lot worse than what Hasan... Do you listen to Trump, Ethan? What did Trump say? First of all, no security guarantee, right? So, that's not a good deal for Ukraine. Second of all, the U.S. gets half of the raw minerals. I think he means rare earth minerals. They're not rare earth minerals. There are some like lithium and some other stuff that might be in Ukraine, but isn't that stuff all over in the East? The tapeworm chic, that's a real thing. That's a real thing. People really do this. Not that you shouldn't. Not that I should, I won't. But apparently, Santa Giardia diet. Obviously one of Ethan's biggest insecurities. Yeah, it's probably just projection from having to deal with so much. I mean, he did get a lot of body shame.
I think he's like half MAGA. I think he's halfway there. What did he say about
Hasan's halfway MAGA? That's hilarious.
Kamala Harris?
Where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
True, we don't, yeah. So with like this ceasefire talks and everything, and Hasan being like extremely pro-Ukrainian after he got like, he went like on this PR.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. I'm sorry, but this DGG girl that Ethan hired to stalk Hasan is so fake. This whole spiel she's stating is not fooling anyone. Oh, I vote for Johnny S. Grin.
Izzy Sanchez, much like you, methinks she does protest too much. Yeah, she's not coming off as very authentic here. And thank you for the super chat. Dono
take that he's like
Dono Dojo.
Like, I'm so pro-Ukrainian. I defended everyone every time.
Dark Horse Dono Dojo.
Heard him mention Ukraine before the full escalated war once, and trust me, I tried to find that.
What's the story behind her? Was she at one time a Hasan fan, or was she always like a Diddy Gear that just watched that? Did she always hate watch Hasan? Does Ethan think being MAGA is wrong? He sure does like a lot of Trumpies these days. He defended freaking Asmongold. Did anybody hear this? He was like, Asmongold's not. Like, AB was trying to tell Ethan that Asmongold's a straight up Trump supporter, and Ethan refused to believe it. Like, no, I've watched Asmongold.
Like any of his takes before when it started, that's what we heard. That's what he was saying, like just right now. Like I said, at that period of time, Russian army was standing by like Kyiv.
Chat, Could she be Yeet? Hasan reacted to that? Oh, I think you're right. I watched that. If anybody's got the link to that, put it in Discord. I'll take a look at it.
border, like by the capital border. And he's like, yeah, just kneel to the bully. It's going to be okay. We just need peace talks now.
I think Ethan created her in a lab using the tears he shed over Hasan. What is this, like some kind of berserk thing? What is that thing called that Griffith has? The Behelet or something? Formed from the last tears of someone at their deepest moment of despair.
Shush now while the big boys talk.
Where
America and Russia are talking.
in reality, Russia was not talking. They did not invite any major like peace negotiators to the table. It was in Istanbul. They sent like 2 interns to talk about that. They did not agree on anything. And Hasan,
Look, if my memory serves me correctly, there was not a lot of interest in negotiations from either side at that point.
like, yeah, just agree with those like 2 people. They're like saying some good stuff. And yeah,
Like, and this implicates the Brandon administration as well.
after that, I heard him replaying this take that, yeah, I just wanted peace and Ukraine wouldn't agree to peace in April 2022. And we all had to just like sign that peace deal then.
Chat, I didn't realize until recently when I watched the, what is it, the 1997 Berserk, that like the Amon animations, their whole epic video about Trump supporters and January 6th, like it has a whole, it's like, it's got the Evangelion references, which I did see. I did, recognize, but it also had a bunch of Berserk in it too.
There was no
Also President Sunday's his drama jellyfish thing is basically a scene from Berserk.
peace deal. Like no one was talking about anything. Like Putin did not.
Well, he was saying they weren't going to invade, so.
And that's just another sign that Sunday loves Nietzsche.
Putin did not agree to anything back then. Russia did not like I said, they did not send anyone reputable into the negotiation table. There was like still army raping, massacring people in Bucha as those peace talks were like going on. But yeah.
Why do you think he's hates Ukraine?
Wait, Snow says a Ukrainian delegate who took part in those negotiations said they came very close to a deal. He spoke about it at, wait, what is this? GCSP? She's lying? Oh my God, never watched or read Berserk. Look, it is like, I should probably do a content warning and say, what is it called again? Info hazard. Yeah, Berserk is an info hazard for sure.
It seems like he hates Ukraine.
Ooh, contact card posting. We should do that, Narwhal. We should do that. Card posting is a very interesting figure in the scene.
I don't know.
Just because they're backed by America.
Berserk really got popular with SoundCloud rappers in the late 2010s. Extension era, Team Sesh era, Bones, somehow the MAGA childlings leaned into that aesthetic. Maybe that's why Amon Animations put it in the January 6th video.
And it's got to go opposite of America.
It's the anti-America.
Yeah.
I've heard.
I love Berserk. It starts dark, but the story of healing through community was important to me at a dark time of my life. Yeah, it's also very gay. The big thing after watching Berserk that I was like on about was like, why did nobody tell me how gay this was? Like, I would have watched this a long time ago if I knew it was this gay.
Even like misogynistic takes from Hasan in terms of him viewing Ukraine.
Oh God,
as, like,
we're talking about the anime. Yeah, I haven't really gotten into the manga. I haven't seen anything. The manga, what? Oh no, SEP Ace. That's How's this 1 week ago?
Ukrainian girls are like sex workers, basically.
Huh?
Whenever, so
Wait, what did you?
on the 23rd, before the war started, I was watching his stream the day before, like that VOD of that stream, and there was like a Turkish man typing in chat like in
The anime is only one arc. Well, I only watched the 1997 anime. People have told me that the other versions of it are not good. But I don't know where to go from there. I don't know what arc is next. Every single thing I've heard about this person say about what Hasan did said or did is actual bullshit. I think like just straight provably false. Other than saying he didn't think they would invade, but his reasoning still holds up today. If not more evidence of that would have been the case, then at the time, she very clearly came at his take with a confirmation. Oh yeah, no, she's 100% trying to, shiv Hasan in this.
Turkish, like, Hasan, I'm in Kiev, I'm so scared, like, I don't know, like, what to do, I'm in Kiev now. And he replies to him in Turkish, and he says, oh, you just went to Turkey, you just went to Ukraine to fuck women there, so that's on you, and you should stay there. And like,
can you pull that?
Good luck with that. It's gonna be hard, but I will probably find it by the end of the war zone, and it's also in Turkish.
War zone.
But
well, I think that's pretty fucking. I think that's valuable because
coincidentally,
I have a whole Hasan misogyny thing, and that's really good.
Coincidentally, I know a bit of Turkish because I was working in Turkey for 7 months. So when I heard that in Turkish, I heard buzzwords, and I was like, oh, I need to translate that. And I went, and it wasn't good. Yeah, but let's move on to like the main.
That could be very useful. For
if she really wants to if she really. Like I need her description of what Hasan said in Turkish, I still don't understand. Like she needs to say more about what she thinks the angle of that was. What is Hasan trying to say to this Turkish speaker? Right? I still don't know where's she going. What's she implying? I don't get it. Galia, you need to explain a little bit better. Let's be real. His reasoning was just U.S. intelligence bad. Do you think so? I feel like we got to ask about your reasoning. Right? That perspective on Hasan is a little bit of a meat ride for a military-industrial complex that we should know better than to have faith in at this point.
For my next hit piece.
Oh wait, did I have a good pause?
Thoughts on my hair?
Your hair? It's nice.
Too long on the top?
Ethan of all people calling out misogyny. He calls it Hassagony or Miss Hassany. Oh, I can't remember. He's got some weird name for it. Hassanagini or something.
All right, let's get into the war zone. Thank you, Galia. All right, first of all,
like I hear people saying that Hasan's got a bias that's basically like U.S. bad, and I'm sorry, I've dealt with people like that. I know people like that. I've been annoyed by people like that, not because I think that the U.S. is good, not because I think that the U.S. foreign policy is above critique or anything, but like when you've got a reflex that's kind of leading you in one direction all the time, that bias is going to just sort of distort your analysis. You need to be able to not get pulled reflexively to one, to one perspective, right? I don't get that from Hasan. I know what you're talking about. I've seen people have that bias before. I just don't see it in Hasan.
I don't know where this was taken, but someone was next.
Is he still doing drama outside the war zone? Where does this start? Yeah, I think so, actually. He starts off talking about that TikToker. Now, I haven't shown you this person yet, just because, like, I don't know. It's just Ethan bullying a TikToker, right? We might see a little bit of him covering her.
Next to Dan Clancy at some.
Actually, I shouldn't assume that those are the pronouns Ethan is using. I got no faith in that. Nationalism is so cringe. Hasan is an Ameriboo. I mean, yeah, nationalism is cringe. Reflexively, I don't know. Like, I try to keep, any analysis that I use, I try to keep it free from reflex, right? But I just don't see that reflex in Hasan, and I think I'm good at recognizing it. I think I've run into a lot of people that, and they're not wrong to have a negative opinion of the American hegemonic political project, but
kind of event, and did some journalism on him. They journalized his ass.
Journalize?
I want to say,
Chat, the only thing I can compare it to, and I'm not like a golf expert. I'm not good at golf. Let's just put it this way. I've played golf before. I suck so bad at golf that no one wants to play with me because I take too long. But I do know that in golf, some people have a tendency to hit it this way, and some people have a tendency to hit it that way, right? And if what you're trying to do is hit it down the middle towards the hole, hitting it this way all the time or that way all the time is going to get in the way of you being accurate, right? That's all I'm saying in terms of the reflex thing.
this person who approached him publicly was very professional.
Mini golf is better.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
She asked him direct questions. He answered, and then when he answered, she said, "Thanks for your time," and walked away. I do not want people harassing anyone in public, right? Like, he's the CEO of a company. He's a public figure. He should be accountable for things that his business is doing. But this person did not harass him, in my opinion, and I don't think people should harass Dan.
Start at putt-putt. That's the suggestion. Nunsmack. Oh my gosh. Anonymous gifter. Anonymous gifter out of nowhere with the 10 gifted subs. You have single-handedly not only started a hype train, but also completed level 1 and 2. I didn't know that was possible. Anybody else know that was a thing? I don't have a lot of experience with hype trains either. Except for ones gifted to me because, anyway. Except for a long time ago. That's what it is. But thank you, Anonymous. Or should I say thank you, Anon. Nunsmack, you just got jellyfished. Tropical 1, you just got jellyfished. Frown Chad, you just got jellyfished. Vegan NB Marana, you just got jellyfished. Sono Fanut, you just got jellyfished. Amy B, the OG, you just got jellyfished. Miraculous Lee, you just got jellyfish. Chat, is this eel? Is that an eel pit reference? I feel like that should be one of the eel pit the names of the eels in the eel pit. Chat, is this eel? You just got jellyfished or eeled. Ryan the Menace Music, you just got jellyfish. And Bajabis, Jewel Blast, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Wow.
Clancy in public.
Oh, Clancy.
Dan Sword loves another story.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your
Wait, what is this again?
Hasan He is.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
It got reversed, but it was like it was not an automatic ban. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment.
No comment? All right, good to know.
Did I just get a shout out from the CEO of a Twitch? Oh my god. Weasels are the only species in the NCC universe that doesn't freak me out.
Appreciate it.
Dude, I feel so uncomfortable. The fact that he responded so fucking fast.
He really.
I'm sorry, but he didn't say anything wrong. What the fuck do you think? What he's thinking that's an own?
He was like, boom.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even have time to like feign like, oh, yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Like I am on this motherfucker's mind.
Yeah.
Ethan, he's on your mind.
Yeah.
I feel like the perfect response for him would have been we ban people every day. So
Yeah, he should have
I'm
just-
unsure who you're talking
That's what he should have said.
about.
Yeah.
But if he'd said that, then I would somehow I would somehow portray that as being a cell phone. I don't know. There's just no winning with this guy. And you're gonna see that later when we get into Hasan's. Okay, so he basically interrupts Galia. Galia's on like a roll here, right? He interrupts Galia to do his fucking Dan Clancy Warzone shit. I like Dan Clancy's outfit. I wish that my parents dressed like that. That would, he's more like up to date than my parents for sure. Hasan was born in the U.S. He's a U.S. Oh yeah, that's true. How excited Ethan is about being momentarily acknowledged. Yeah, that's basically it. But I mean, I should be excited too, chat. He said no comment. He's an NCC fan, obviously. Or maybe, chat, maybe he's an NCC anon. Do you think so, chat? Do you think he's like a follower of the conspiracy theory that everything bad that happens on Twitch is NCC's fault? Ethan, as a fellow snarker, I get to be excited when you shit post about someone and see your post. I know they've seen your posts.
I'm not sure. I need to look into it. Yeah. That would have been the best. But he lost his cool. He got scared. He got
Clancy.
spooked. KKK Clancy. That's right. One more time because it.
Great job.
I feel like he's angry too. You can sense.
You can sense that people have been.
Yeah, I can feel the waves of anger coming off of him. If this was an anime, I'd see the little thing, like the little blood vessel thing on his forehead.
Driving him crazy with this topic or something.
Oh, he hates me.
But great job to this girl.
Absolutely. I don't know who this is, but shout outs to this.
Looks like she's in chat because there's one person saying that's my video.
Oh, we love you, girly. We love you so much.
It's B. Their name is B.
You be the one. you be the best. Sorry. I've never done math.
This is getting boring, chat. I'm tempted to move on. Should we go on to I don't know if Dan Clancy confronted. Let's just push it forward.
He responded so quickly, Dan, that
no, I'm fucking bored of this. I don't care about Dan Clancy. I know he's technically my boss, and he technically just shouted me out, but I'm bored already.
Absolutely, for real.
Facts.
Where'd you send it?
They sent unhinged brigaders. Oh yeah, and one of Dan Clancy's Q&As, and said, "You mad, bro?" I think Hasan talked about Clancy, didn't he? Like in the beginning of the show.
5 in the doc. I highlighted it.
All right, let's take a look.
Abi Kiev'de yaşıyorum. Geliyorlar Akif sikecekler abi bir şey yap ne olursun. Ya kimseyi sikecek bir şey yok. Orada gittin Kiev'e karı düzmek için Ukraynalı kadınlarla beraber olmak için şimdi götüne girdi. Hadi bakalım.
So that's when he said you just want to fuck Ukrainian women. That was the gesture he made there. Was that like a finger going into the whole thing, or what was that?
So he.
Should we? I'm curious now, chat. I'm curious.
Gittin Kiev'e karı düzmek için, Ukraynalı kadınlarla beraber olmak için şimdi götüne girdi. Hadi
Oh no, it's like that. Is that to fuck?
bakalım.
So he's basically saying that the chatter says in Turkish that he is afraid about Russia invading Ukraine because he lives in Kiev, and that's the only information that the chatter typed into the chat. Hasan instantly replies with, he just went there to fuck women, and calls him a slutty bastard, which in the context of Ukraine...
Oh, slut shaming, Hasan. We got you.
Being stereotypically mentioned in a bunch of movies, culture, and it's just like a well-known thing. It's like a well-known stereotype that Ukrainian women just want to. They are just like.
That's right, Kiana. Let's hear her unbiased translation. And like she like the way that she described her knowledge of Turkish, it sounds like about as reliable as like my knowledge of French. Now, chat, I can hold a conversation in French if the person that I'm talking to is very patient. And probably if the person I'm talking to doesn't speak English, because if they speak English, they're likely going to say, can we just speak English? It'd be so much simpler. They're likely to have better English than I have French. And yet we're going to rely on her translation here. She said she knows a little bit. She said she knows a little bit of Turkish, right? She recognized a few words.
The gold diggers, they're just like, it's like an insanely misogynistic take.
How does that stereotype of Ukrainian women, how does that comport with what Hasan said, though? There's a red light district in Kyiv that Turkish men go to along with people from other countries, so I don't get her point. But like, yeah, why is she saying that what he said about this Turkish guy being a slut, how is that supposed to translate into you are calling Ukrainian women gold diggers? A CEO is obviously going to reply no comment when randomly confronted when somebody with a camera. That's right. They don't want to say anything that might be used against them, because anything they say or do can and will be used against them in a court of public opinion.
That a lot of people use. The way that he instantly went there, it's like, it's so, I cannot describe.
You would go to Paris? I mean, you know, Paris is expensive, but
how
if you can swing it, definitely.
Bad it actually sounds to a Ukrainian woman, but that's like insane. And the way that he says it in Turkish, he laughs about it, and
Sounds
he knows
really gross.
He knows that like no one will understand from like English-speaking people, and then he kind of like translates it, but he doesn't give it a good explanation. So just roll a couple more seconds.
He's a disgusting misogynist, and I'm definitely going to make a video about that at some point.
You got so many videos cooking, don't you, Ethan? He's got so much in the works.
There's just so much to talk about on this issue. It's endless.
Boza pezevenk. Kaç lan?
If there's one person that probably, like, I always think that I take too long editing. I feel like Ethan might be a bit slower at editing than even me.
Hadi bakalım. Götüne girdi Ukrayna şimdi. Anyway.
Say what you said.
No, the dude is like, bro, I'm in fucking Ukraine right now. I'm in Kiev. Please, we're going to get fucked. And I said, you horny motherfucker, you went to Ukraine just so you could...
Oh, so he's joking around that he's saying, the chatter is saying we're going to get fucked, right? That he's in a war zone, or he's, you know, close to, you know, where they're fighting. And Hasan is, I think, isn't the joke that Hasan's saying, oh, you want to get fucked and, you know, you horny bastard. Is that it? Did I get... was that what the joke was supposed to be? Because if it's not, I don't understand the joke.
You know, hook up with Ukrainian women, and now it's in your ass.
Oh, we didn't even need it.
And now it's in your ass? Wait, what? Okay, where, what?
Translate it.
Yeah. He explains it, but it's like he explains it more calmly that he said it in Turkish. Which but you can still hear
really,
like him explaining it in English is still stereotypical.
The only reason a Turkish person would go to Ukraine was for like sex tourism or something.
Yes.
A shitty way to translate. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Shakespeare, that's an excellent question. How do we know that she's even able to? Well, look, if she says she can understand a couple of words of Turkish, I'll take her word for it. But like I said, I wouldn't trust my translation of somebody speaking in French, right? There's a lot that I'm missing, you know, like idiomatically, and you know, basic vocabulary even. Right? I can recognize a lot of words. I can give you like the gist maybe of what I think somebody's saying. But if there's two people having a conversation in French, there's a good chance that some part of it's going to go over my head, or it's going to be, I'm going to misperceive it, or I'm going to think that I understand. I'm going to think, you know, with French, honestly, I'm going to think I hear one word and it's actually going to be another word. Right? That's the most likely thing that that's where I think I would fall down if I had to, you know, listen in on somebody's conversation and give a translation, right? And this is one of the languages that I've spent more time, you know, learning than others. But
He's a disgusting fucking pig.
yeah, I don't get the sense that she knows a lot of Turkish. I get the sense that she's somewhat familiar with the language.
He's gross. All right, let's talk.
Yeah, he's gross. Says fucking Giardia, man. He's gross. Says the guy that turned his family into the human centipede. That's really rich, Ethan. That's really rich.
About this dude, Matt Lee.
You know, we saw this yesterday. So, what was I? Oh my god, chat. Well, that was a fucking. Is it here? Is it here that he goes into like Hasan's house?
If you're named Sean, you're immediately family.
Oh, this lady, her part two.
Hasan Piker's
this
house
is the
cost
best.
2.0.
Okay, this girl needs to become a creator because she is the greatest ever. She has more pro Hasan content.
So yeah, Ethan found a TikToker that said something provocative about the CPS call, and he's been just kind of directing attention towards them for days now. See, like it's like right around here where they start talking about. Anyway, I'll just play it here. I guess this is the part I meant to open up with.
Then she got the watermelon in her name, which means she's a saint. It means she saved Gaza. And also hashtag.
So chat, don't ever support any kind of social cause, because unless you can single-handedly solve the problem yourself, you're just virtue signaling, right? Don't ever protest anything. Don't ever. Nothing.
Hasanabi, she is a massive Hasanabi head.
Homie.
I know he tries not to. He goes, hey, these aren't my people. I'm sorry, man, but there is a contingent part of your fan base that smokes meth.
For somebody that's so concerned about his statements being mischaracterized or being lied about, or people drawing conclusions from his fucked up story about Giardia, he sure does play fast and loose with accusing people of fucking.
Well,
I mean, there's at least one.
We don't know that for sure. First of all.
Oh, I know that for sure.
No, we don't. That's speculation. That's
Oh, I forgot. You're right, Joshua. He gave $6,000.
I can smell.
Second of all,
the
there's at least one or two meth heads in our audience.
Sure.
I mean,
don't deny it like he does. Oh,
Right,
nobody in my
okay.
audience smokes
Yeah,
meth.
exactly, Steve. He's going back to his roots, doing anti-SJW content. Yeah, exactly. Oh, chat's on this. Chat knows what's up. They know exactly where he's going with this.
I don't know if
I would
you
never
denied
deny that.
specific allegation.
Anyway, let's hear. Let's get a taste of the.
All right, let's hear it.
Amos Aluche says, smoke poop, not meth. Ethan Klein, 2025. Probably.
Hasan Piker's house cost $2.7 million.
Okay.
That is true.
Starting out strong.
It's also on a 30-year lease.
Okay.
And his family lives there.
Bro, I cannot fucking believe the cope. This girl just laughed and said she hopes my kids get taken away.
Yeah.
And she's actually going to stick her neck out to defend Hasan buying a $3 million house because it's on a 30-year loan.
Oh, I hope his kids get taken away.
All mortgages are 30 years. Like,
oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right, Ethan. You got this person, right? Somebody in their 20s, doesn't know exactly how mortgages work. Holy shit. Yeah, Ethan, they're the one who's out of touch. They're the ones who's out of touch.
or at least like 90% of them.
I was going to ask because I don't have a mortgage, but isn't 30 fairly?
That's the one everyone gets.
Right.
That's standard.
Okay.
Ours is 30-year.
Yeah,
There you
everybody gets 30-year.
Okay.
You can get like a 12-year very
I guess is that the point? Is that the point that it's a normal house loan?
Everybody who buys a house pretty much gets a 30-year fixed mortgage.
Right. Okay.
It is not special or unique or some kind of. I mean, you still have to put a shitload of money down.
How is that even a point? I don't understand. What does it say? Like one way or another?
Well, I guess as opposed to just buying
$3 million, but he has $3 million.
He has
You
it
know
in
that,
the
right?
bank.
Yeah, like
right.
He has his family living with Hasan. No, he doesn't, because Ethan Klein knows. Chat. We're gonna see how much Ethan Klein just here's the deal. You got to understand. You know, Hasan may not be a wizard when it comes to prognosticating whether or not Russia will invade Ukraine, but Ethan is a wizard. Ethan is a 100% wizard. And that means that he knows, you know, he can just say, no, Hasan's lying. His family doesn't live there. No, he's definitely got a housekeeper that doesn't speak English living with him cooking chicken. Like on his call, like right in her sleep, getting woken up to come down and cook the chicken.
He has the money.
I think that is the
because this guy knows. He knows everything. All right.
point, though. Like as opposed to just buying it out.
That's so brain dead.
I have not seen anyone be as willing to make claims that they have no way of backing up. That are, you know, source my, you know, I pull, you know, source I made it the fuck up. Like this is Trumpian. Like Ethan's relationship with the truth is downright Trumpian. He will say wizard as a dog was. Oh, he would. Yeah.
Why is that a point in his defense?
Is she thinking that he couldn't afford it if he wanted to?
Right. That
He can.
That,
He definitely has the money. She doesn't
can.
doubt that.
okay, got it. I'm just interpreting the
Yeah, so
alleged meth head.
we
Dude,
can,
I'm telling you what,
we
man.
can educate people. He definitely can.
This video is going to take me 2 hours.
Honestly,
No, DS Irene, I completely relate with you on that. Like, yeah, why are we talking about people's families? But it's just because, you know, Hasan, you know, here's why I think, right? Here's why I think that Ethan wants to talk about Hasan's family. He is somewhat private in terms of people in his life, right? And I think that's why Ethan knows that he's not going to be falsified. Right? If Hasan talked about his private life more, then, you know, maybe there'd be a danger of Hasan being like, no, that's not true. Like, you know, here, let me take but since he doesn't want to like take the camera into like his mom's room and be like, look, she's in there right now, you know, or something like that, then he knows he's not gonna get busted. Most common terms are like 15 and 30-year loans for fixed rate mortgages. But again, like the idea that a 20-year-old would not understand the ins and outs of your standard mortgage, not exactly. How is Hasan not suing Ethan for defamation? He's not a very litigious guy from what I've seen. Right? Has Hasan ever sued anybody? Hasan can afford a house. Well, I guess everything he says is wrong. I mean, you can just see how much Ethan likes to have it both ways here in just a second.
Okay, yeah, and we only have 2 minutes until break time.
All right,
so
I'm playing
maybe
it.
let's just
Okay.
play.
Go ahead, Eli. Say your piece.
I wouldn't be surprised if he has other homes too that he bought just
That's
cash.
what I said. I think he owns.
There we go. Yeah, no, he has 1 million homes, actually. It's not just one home. Like, did one home not cancel him? Let's just say he's got a lot of homes. He's bought up half of the homes in the country. He is single-handedly, chat, inflating the real estate market.
I think he probably owns other properties.
Was Hasan banned again? Not unless there's something I don't know.
Yeah.
And he has money in the S&P 500.
Absolutely.
He's a total fucking fraud. Prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Homie.
Say hi to your housekeeper. Hope that chicken's cooked well for you today.
And I don't think his parents live with him.
No, of course they don't.
Of course, yeah, see, he knows. He fucking knows. Something that he could not possibly know. He's like stating definitively.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
His family is wealthy.
His parents are like super fucking wealthy to-dos. Like his mom has like 20 apartment buildings.
Yeah, what the fuck is he talking about? We see Murat, for one. I've seen Murat on stream like all the time. I've seen his dad or heard him talk to his dad a lot of times. I've seen his mom literally bring him food, right? So what is he talking about?
She's a mega landlord, by the way.
Yeah, that's right. Hasan is BlackRock, or maybe the mom's a mega landlord. Okay, so Ethan, either you have hired a private investigator. My question was initiated by the poll topic. Oh, okay. Dan Clancy explains Hasan's previous ban. Yeah, does that make sense, FTW? Hope that clarifies it. He's not streaming right now. Wait, Hasan isn't?
Advocated for his mom to be carried into the street and let the street run red with her blood because his mom is like a mega landlord.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is he just made a claim about Hasan's mom being a mega landlord, right? That is either Ethan investigating Hasan's family, which is creepy as fuck, or he's full of shit. And neither of these portray, neither of these make me think better of Ethan. Trying to reduce people in Hasan's life to workers is shit. That doesn't fly, and it won't fly when the petty drama ends. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because people he's not streaming right now. Why is he talking about his family? Because he's throwing shit at the wall, and he's hoping that something sticks. People don't seem to understand there are labor millionaires now due to inflation. One of my best friends is an IT admin for a hospital, only makes $90K. His house is like 1.2 mil.
Just to clarify, not 20 apartment buildings, just 20 small offices. That's it.
Okay.
Okay, my bad.
Whoever said Galia is a stalker, put a point or two in your column. Yeah, the info came from Galia. Ethan misstated it. I don't know if we should believe it, but it's just fucking creepy. It's just fucking creepy that she's investigating Hasan's mom. No, but don't worry. He didn't hire her to stalk Hasan.
That sounds even more. That sounds way bigger.
Just to clarify.
Okay, but let's be accurate.
But the problem with the landlord thing is that like you're literally making, money off of somebody's need to have shelter. I feel like that's a little different than like a office landlord.
Accurate.
But I don't want to like. I'm making the mistake of assuming that Galia even knows what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah, of course his family doesn't stay there. I've been to his house several times. Nobody stays there. It's his fucking house. His parents don't need. Stupid as fuck.
Nobody stays there. So you went to his house and you went and you inspected every room. What the fuck, Ethan?
That's like saying we have a guest room where your mom stays in when she comes and visits. But we had to buy this huge house because we needed space for her mom.
Yeah.
It's like, shut up. Just say you bought a big house because you're rich. Why are you LARPing like a fucking peasant? Anywho.
Yeah. Hey, H3 Fupa Troopas, this is what Ethan thinks about you. FTW all day with the 5 gifted memberships. Ben N, you just got weaseled. No Grimly, you just got weaseled. Tom Trask, you just got weaseled. His mom is I've seen his mom a lot. Yeah, I've seen his mom's like either on stream or he's talking to her a lot. Sammy, you just got weaseled. Gelatinous Biscuit, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. In California has anti-stalking laws. What Ethan and Galia are doing is criminal, potentially. I am not making. I'm reading chat for the record. All right, I'm reading chat. I'm not signing on to that statement, and I'm following it up with allegedly that I'm sure you meant Izzy Sanchez. Because Hasan might not be very litigious, but apparently Ethan Klein is. Median price in LA is $1 million. Ethan's main house is $14 million. Oh no, but it's okay because he's a capitalist. It's okay for him to, even if he was a mega fucking landlord, it would be okay. Even if he was a, landlord in the most predatory way you can imagine, it would be okay because he's a capitalist. Hasan always mentions when his parents are living with him. You can hear them. Yeah. I mean, like who do you think he's talking to in Turkish off screen? Thank you for the gifted memberships, FTW. And also thank you for the gifted subs over on Twitch, Anon. That's a hype train that came in 76% of the way towards level 3. And I think you might have unlocked some emotes. So if you want to use those emotes now, they should be open to you. I got to add this up somehow. It's like 135, I think, is where we're at. Yeah, 135. Wow. Wow, chat. Weasley little liar. Wait, Ethan also has a main house? Wait, what? Lawyer fees are costing Dan a house? Chat is wrong. It's not stalking. Stalking is unwanted contact. It's not stalking, but it is creepy as fuck. It is creepy as fuck. Ethan looks at yeah, exactly. Average. I mean, that's how he thinks of people that can't flex a watch. Like
Everyone who's ever gone on the stream, they've just said it's a normal house. There are streamers who've even been like, my house is actually nicer than.
By the way,
what is he eating? Is that cereal?
This lady can barely afford her meth, okay? And
That's fine. I mean, I don't care. Like, we're not. That's such a weird conversation to have.
She can barely afford her meth, Hila. And she's out here being like, it's actually a normal house.
We're not the ones like pretending to be socialist and or not socialist, communist.
Do you notice how this works though? Right? They're making fun of this person for, being poor. Right? So if you're poor, you can't advocate for socialism because it's in your interest to do so. And you just want a handout. But if you're Hasan, you're not allowed to advocate socialism because you benefit too much from capitalism. So when is it okay? Who is allowed to be a socialist, right? Like, all I'm seeing is two people just meat riding capitalism as hard as possible and doing everything that they can to disqualify any dissent from a system that Ethan himself admits is exploitative, but thinks the solution is if we have nice capitalists, if we have generous capitalists, right? Then we'll be okay.
And selling fuck capitalism merch. So
why is she defending
I have no.
Oh my god, he sells merch. Holy shit.
No problem with his house. It is pretty normal for LA. For LA though.
No, it's above that. It's way.
Oh shit. Rooster Rick says she can't. She's a meth head because she can't afford Vyvanse and Adderall like me.
3 million.
Sure, it's.
He's bought.
Oh wait, now this is what I was wondering about. Wait, Violet, I'm not sure. Is Ethan misgendering this person? I got no confidence in, him even giving a fuck about. I don't. That's why I'm trying not to. Like I don't even know, but he did get weird about this person's. He did get kind of weird about this person's like gender identity in a previous clip.
I mean, there's a lot of wealthy people in LA. There's a lot of houses like that, but
Listen, I defended his buying that house.
But
what?
Realized that he was like,
oh shit, has he been? So he's been misgendering this person the whole time.
such a fucking communist hack.
Those
And once I
people that
became more
live
familiar-
in houses like that, I promise you, they're not selling fuck capitalism merch.
No. No, but he chose to live in like the most expensive neighborhood in LA, and he bought like a fairly large, nice
I'm sorry, but what this is you talking about somebody that you don't like for an extended amount of time, getting way up in their business, with the attempt to throw like everything at the wall and see what sticks, right? You're just pissed off that as much shit as you've talked about Hasan, like nobody's deciding they don't like him anymore. This hasn't changed anybody's mind. Nobody was like, oh yeah, I like Hasan. He's a really cool socialist. Oh, what? He has an expensive house? Oh no, fuck that. He's not a real socialist at all. No, fuck this guy. You have to be poor to be a socialist.
house, a nice property, in a good location. Like, yeah, it costs $3 million.
Yeah. And for a single guy, that's a pretty big thing.
So chat, can we confirm this? This TikToker goes by he, him pronouns?
Or is he gonna fuck mad bitches without all those bedrooms?
Area. He also takes care of his parents.
Oh my!
And paid off all of his brother's tuition.
You know what? I do all that stuff. I just don't. I do lots of really nice stuff. I don't come on stream and talk about it so that, man. Did you know that?
Okay, so here's the deal, Ethan. Do you hear what he's saying? Right, first it's like Hasan doesn't do enough. He doesn't do enough, in terms of for other people to be a socialist.
Super chatted $5. What I hate about Ethan, he literally thinks that socialist needs to be poor. He literally has this snobby look down on poor people mentality. Gross.
He really does. FTW all day. Waluigi just vibing. Yes, he is. This is so frustrating. So, if Hasan doesn't say shit about any sort of charity or, any sort of like for instance, he supports the Amazon unionization effort, right? If he doesn't say anything about it, then he doesn't do enough, right? But if he does, oh, but why are you saying it? Why are you trying to get credit for it? Why are you trying to flex your, I don't know. There's just no winning. There's no fucking winning with this guy. He's absolutely ridiculous. Pause frame is Ethan going wah wah wah. What, like a wah wah wah?
I can't afford my meth, but also Hasan is a saint because he.
We did all of that and more, but I don't come to brag about it on stream. Just kind of seems like he's trying.
Shut up, Hila. You're like, does she realize how unlikable she is? Do they realize how this comes off? They're like the ultimate. They're like a hater couple. Can you imagine that, chat? If you had like a hater couple in your social circle and they were like inviting you over, or out to places, and you were just kind of like, you had to be like, no, I can't make it, because you know that if they drag you anywhere, it's going to be to bitch about somebody. This is just, oh my God.
trying to sell you something.
Okay, I gotta play it. I gotta play
Donates to
it.
charity and does all the things that you say he should be doing. But because he doesn't have the exact same opinion, and he's not willing to put himself on display as a spectacle for debate lords, he's evil?
Like, what the fuck? They're really doing the toddler core hard. Now they're eating cereal. Like, chat, I don't think that toddler core is just like the aesthetic vibe for Teddy Fresh. I think it's their lifestyle.
No,
I
that's
can't.
not why.
I can't believe how spoon-fed she
We
is.
never said that's why. It's because he watches terrorist propaganda and he's got no problem with it.
No, she understands. She literally was like, I hope his kids get taken away. And she's, what, you're the orbiter of what is and isn't evil?
Make that make sense.
Orbiter? You're the orbiter? Okay.
I'll tell you, if I'm looking...
He meant arbiter, chat. I'm pretty sure he meant.
Okay, I'll give it light up on the meth jokes, but I was just going to say, if I'm looking for high-quality meth, I'll come to you for that.
You should stay booking hotels. No, Shakespeare. That was too boring. That was too boring.
Did Hasan say America deserves 9/11? Yes. Is he kind of right for how America poked the bear for like decades before the bear poked back? Also, yes. I thought this was a common sentiment on the left. What are y'all doing? By the by, him explaining.
What is this angle? She's getting artsy with it.
I think it is kind of interesting, actually.
30.
Bro, this is like a... that shot
Wait,
is
hold on.
fucking
I
bad.
like... It's becoming meta and expressive in a way I didn't...
Chat, I don't even know what's going on here. Like, I wanted to just say that Ethan's just kind of ignorant and hard-headed when it comes to trans people. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I wanted to say at first, right? The situation where Olivia tried to be, Ethan was like, wasn't sure about somebody's pronouns, defaulted to the pronouns that, he had heard before on a trans person who recently transitioned. And Olivia's just trying to say, hey, it's really easy. If you don't know, probably best to say they, them, right? And he gets fragile about this. He gets mad about this, right? He can't handle. He's acting like this is some kind of major call out. And then can't wait for 4 Red Bar to make fun of Gila again. Wait, what? 4 Red Bar? What is 4 Red Bar? Rooster Rick with the 10 gifted memberships. Joe Levine, you just got weaseled. Right of center left, you just got weaseled. Juju, you just got weaseled. Probably, you just got weaseled. Probably. Radical Trans Girl, you just got weaseled radically. Wrath G, you just got weaseled. Yenna, you just got weaseled. Hector, you just got weaseled. Donald James X, you just got weaseled. And Supertrain KP28, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Also, Rooster Rick with the sponsorship. Thank you. Okay, this TikToker commented on the Snark sub for that episode, by the way. If the mods want to put the link in Discord, it's on our leftovers. Leftovers. Okay, that's the new one, right? Red Bar is some streamer that says slurs as comedy? I guess I don't know about enough. Like, there's streamers I don't know about? What? It's my job to know about streamers, chat. I'm doing a bad job. I love Bad Empanada and the equestrian memes. Oh, God.
Didn't expect.
It's like a... who's that director who just died? Rest in
Look, I'm not going to go there.
peace. Great
David
hairline.
Lynch.
Great
I might
hairline.
call it Lynchian,
David
but...
You can't remember David Lynch. Cannot remember David Lynch's name. I guess he must not like cinema that much. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the very generous contribution to the Leaving the Country Fund. Omegastar says, free Olivia. Also, so excited for you. Don't forget us Americans. I will not. I will not. My heart is still here. And look, if you're in America, okay, remember every spring, if you can, go out and eat some wild berries for me, because I'm gonna miss those. I'm gonna miss those. Keep David Lynch's name out of your effing mouth, Ethan, says Witchery Rocky. That's why slop tubers suck. They don't interact with your actual. Oh yeah, your camera angle suck. Yeah, they just make fun of the camera angle. We donated 65,000. Why are we still getting hate? Ethan Klein and Ela. This man is so mad when Keemstar, Nick Diorio, and Augie were tweeting pictures. Oh, wait, did they start that? Was that like his new friends are the ones who started the horse thing? I'm leaving the country, not the stream. Okay. I will be back. I will be traveling, so I may I'm gonna miss either 1, 2, or 3 streams. Hopefully not 3. Hopefully I'll be back like the next day is what I'm thinking of. But yeah, no, I'm not. Oh yeah, so for anybody who didn't catch this yesterday, I got my passport. Thanks to the support of viewers like you. It was literally thanks to people supporting me on Throne that I was able to afford, which it ended up costing more than I thought. Like by the time that I got it expedited, it ended up it was like $230 or something. But I was able to afford it. Here I'll bring it. I'll see if I can grab it and show you. But yeah, I am gonna be taking my very own what is it, like a journey? Is it a journey to the west? Yeah, technically I'm doing a journey to the west, chat. I'm like Sun Wukong. Who knew? Who freaking knew? Oh my god, am I adding everything? Oh, I lost track. It was 160 for me without expediting. Izzy Sanchez with super chat. I will be following suit. Will need to do my requirements and finish getting my passport. We'll be heading to Japan. Nice. That's really cool. I want to try to visit Japan if I can. It's really expensive there. I'm kind of limited as far as where I can go by. Yeah, I know I at least have to add that. Wait, let me try. Oh god, I messed it up already. Need a real ID now for international travel? Oh yeah, you need a real ID for what? Like Canada or Mexico? Is that right? But yeah, I had to get the full-on passport book. But yeah, I'm gonna be leaving in the not too distant future. But like just to be clear, I'm not leaving YouTube. Like 500 to 600 to get a passport in Australia?
Yeah, it is. It's almost like a blue velvet, red velvet.
Blue velvet.
Like the POV is like somebody who's hog-tied in her car. You see? Like they're
And the whole time, is this right, Chad? The whole time he's just misgendering this person. Like he does seem to, like he does, like he says something about like, everyone's leaving. First Irene, now Izzy. Moved to Shanghai when Trump first dragged his sorry ass into office. Maybe switched to Japan. How's Shanghai? You need a full passport for Mexico and Canada? Is that right? Then what does the real ID get you? What is it now for like for you need the real be staying for the fight says FGW. I wish I could. I think he's doing it just to be petty. You can go with a card from what I know. A passport ID card. Oh, that's right. Wait, that's not a real ID. That's a different thing. I forgot. Yeah, I think you're right. Irene, can you take chat on IRL travel adventures? Um, I'll see what I can do. I would need a different camera for that. What is that? Like, I think my friend that's going with me has like what is it, like a DJI or an Osmo or something? College friend was in China until recently. She's now in Vietnam. She said it got too hot for her in China. Oh, too hot politically, just because of the U.S. And China shit going back and forth. That was the one thing that I was worried about. Right? Is that like I don't know. It may be safer in South America. Wait, do I read YouTube chat? What do you? I mean, I not only read it, I put it on the screen. Sometimes Twitch chat gets missed though. Like it's a weird that my system, I see all of YouTube chat. Like if it's too fast, I miss stuff. But with the Twitch chat, because like when I see Twitch chat, it's mixed with YouTube chat. So more likely the Twitch stuff sometimes goes by without me. Without me seeing it.
Gagged and hogtied in the past.
Oh, her personal politics were too spicy. Yeah, they're not big about personal politics, I guess.
By the by, I'm explaining.
Like you know, to just give you an idea of chat, what can kind of give you in trouble. One of my favorite what do you call Shu Xiaodong? He was a traditional martial artist who was trained in. I'm trying to remember, was it Kung Fu that he trained in or something? He got in a fight, he challenged, I think, an MMA fighter to a fight and lost badly and decided that he thought that traditional Chinese martial arts were bullshit. And so he started challenging Tai Chi masters that, pretended like they are, the best fighters in the world. He challenged all these Tai Chi masters to they were saying stuff like that they'd be able to like blast him with chi, right? These are the kind of guys, right? Basically bullshido artists, right? He challenged them to fights. He beat the shit out of them, and then he got in so much trouble, where his social credit was so low for a while that he could not take a high-speed train. He had to take a bus everywhere. If you or peeps in this community need gear for audio devices, a specific use case, I could probably build my own Ethan expensive cut button. Are you serious? I was actually thinking about that. I was thinking it'd be really cool to have a button. Not because I think I'm going to say something and get myself canceled, but just because I can pretend that I said something spicy and press the button. Heard about this on Napoleon Blown Apart? Wait, isn't that somebody that FD Signifier just shouted out? Napoleon Blown Apart?
Left
He's looking right down to him.
30,000 people in chat. Probably about at least 1,000 of whom are just waiting to click.
And just
him out of
imagine
contact.
somebody in there's like screaming and fucking freaking out.
Oh my god.
Braver than me. I wouldn't still be doing it. Does he have areas to work on? Yeah. He also admits that, unlike the people who come for him, he admits he has faults. He has biases. He's constantly having to unpack things. Because we all do too.
The weird thing is, chat, like, I don't always agree with Hasan on everything. Sometimes he said things that frustrate me, but I've never even thought about crashing out and going on a rampage where you're like, no, this guy sucks. Everybody needs to stop liking. I don't know. It's so weird. right? I don't always agree with everything that Hasan says, but like compared to a lot of other people in the space, he's kind of a breath of fresh air, like comparatively speaking. Button can cut out copyrighted music if it gets accidentally played. Oh, that's true. Good point, Rooster Rick. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, chat. There's the one thing that I will flex. This expensive little booklet that I only have thanks to to those of you in the chat, to support from viewers like you, honestly. Like, so thank you, chat. I wouldn't have been able to do this without you.
Also, why are you?
It's weird. Ethan's got like, you know, flexing like watches that cost more than my student loans, and here's my flex is like, you know, that's the best flex I can offer.
You listening to white debate people who advocate for their ability to use the N-word? You don't tolerate that in any other spaces. Why are you tolerating it from someone who's supposedly a leftist?
Wait, is she talking to you or Destiny?
I think, well, that's
That sounds Destiny coded.
Destiny did like a manifesto on why it's okay to say the N-word.
No, I know, but the first video was about us. How did we get to Destiny now?
This is an older one.
That's right, Amlo. It's a hard flex.
This video was not in like response to Ethan.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I thought this was in response to us because the first one was.
The first one was. This one's
Gotcha.
older.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just another greatest hit.
Doesn't have the blue hair.
Right.
Is it because you like that they?
Wait, is Dan like correctly gendering this person? Can I confirm that, chat? Chat told me earlier, I get to escape student loans. Is that how it works? Just being in a different country and you get, I don't know. I don't know if that's how it works. I'm afraid they might have some way to be able to get to me. But do we have that confirmed? That this person's pronouns are he, him, and Ethan is just like consistent. Is on one hand like recognizing this person is trans, but on the other hand consistently misgendering. Timestamp says, wait, what? Their timestamp says girl? Wait. Timestamp.
They like to scream and yell at each other and smear one another. You just like drama. You're just a drama pervert. That's all it is. Own it.
FTW says, not gonna lie, it's sad watching old Tai Chi. It is really sad. It is really sad. Yeah, I mean, like the Shu Xiaodong fights are brutal. Like these Tai Chi masters have got no business being in the ring with even so, and Shu Xiaodong is not exactly like the greatest mixed martial artist ever. Like, you know, he's mad because he was instructed in traditional martial arts. He thought that he was learning something useful and, you know, he lost. And so he's kind of mad at these bullshit artists. But yeah, I don't like to see an old dude get, you know, pummeled by Shu Xiaodong. Take his kids away, girl is back. Oh, the timestamp for yeah. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely in the timestamp, but I'm just wondering, people are saying people in chat were saying that they've looked up this TikToker and H3 that's the H3, that's right. No, that's the H3 podcast chapter timestamp. That is correct. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like as long as you're paying taxes in the US, that like that's where you're like vulnerable to either having to pay, you know, and it's bad under Trump because like he seems to be trying to get he seems to be making it so that people have to pay bigger bills, like a bigger portion of your income. Like traditionally, it's been capped at a certain percentage of your income, but Trump seems to be trying to make it worse. I've heard of people leaving the U.S. to escape their student loans. Well, is that like if you get citizenship somewhere else, or you become what, a resident, maybe? I don't know.
But the problem comes
Whoa.
whenever
H3 fans harass them off of TikTok and Twitter. I just want to be saying the right. I just want to make sure I'm saying the right pronouns because I'm hearing different things from chat.
people start questioning
The audio
Hasan
deep fried
and
all of a
say,
sudden.
why don't you do praxis? Why don't you go out? And
This is the
do more?
audio
Why don't you
from
go
the
out in
trunk
real
of the
world?"
person.
I will tell you why he doesn't go out in the real world and do more than he already does.
How would you feel if every time that you attempted to organize something, every time you attempted to go somewhere, every time you attempted to do a charity, that you tried to do an outside
questions about Israel and
It's crazy. She really understands how bad it is to harass people. Oh, I hope your kids get taken away. God, I hope so.
I'm still confused by that noise. I really.
What do you mean, dude? You never been to the zoo?
Trump is trying to create a slave state. I mean, like the techno-libertarians, right? Of the factions that comprise Trump's coalition, which I would characterize as techno-libertarians, populist nationalists, and Christian nationalists, right? I would say that the techno-libertarian one seems to be ascendant, seems to be who Trump is listening to. And yeah, they very much do want to, they seem to be doing everything they can to impoverish most citizens and make them reliant on corporations, make them reliant on. He's still on Twitter. He just has like 3 followers. Okay, so he, him pronouns are correct. Pronouns, just TikTok, their pronouns are he, him. Okay. Just making sure, because like I don't trust Ethan to really care about this, but I want to say I want to gender this person correctly. Can't even force you to come back and pay them even when it's late. I don't think. I just kind of abandoned my student well, yeah, Izzy, I guess as long as you're what, like being paid in another country and paying taxes in that country, I think maybe you're right. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it. So this is not legal advice for anybody in chat. You do your own research. I don't want to tell anybody wrong. No one's paying them student loans. You're good and not alone. Yeah. I mean, if everyone's got that attitude, right, then, oh my gosh, that is like that is a kind of solidarity that might actually Trump wants neolib wage slaves, global south localized. Yeah, basically everything that they've done to the periphery is now going to be done to the imperial core, basically. Haven't paid a dime of my student loans. They're all in delinquency. I mean, that may be the way that we, force them to forgive student loans if everybody's got that attitude. Have to hire people? Oh, you're right. They'll have to hire more IRS people, won't they? Is that how they do the garnishing? Through the IRS? I'm assuming it's like through taxes and IRS, right? Nationalists don't want any ideological opposition to the technical. Oh, don't have any ideological opposition to the techno-feudalists. So easy for them to rise to the top when it comes to actually running the state. Anonymous, thank you for the contribution to my Leaving the Country fund. If you get to a place in life where you do not need to get loans 7 years, you did the right thing.
It just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem like it comes from that person. That's all.
We have video evidence.
It's a Chewy.
I know, and I've seen it with my own eyes. I still don't believe it.
Bro,
It's just
she's
so
Chewy.
weird. Yeah, it's Wikipedia.
to trip him up to make him seem anti-Semitic. He went and gave his own clothes to the homeless.
Oh, so this is
Oh, wait, this is recent.
Oh my God.
What do you? Okay, first of all, he donated my clothes to the homeless. Let's get that
Oh
straight.
my God, he donated.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's awesome. I mean, the only thing that kind of sucks about that is like nobody should be forced to use to wear Teddy Fresh clothes. But realistically speaking, you know, people need clothes.
That he got from a PR package.
Dude, the bar is so low for these people.
Oh my God.
He's a socialist hero because let's see.
What did I walk into? Good question, DJ Giga. I feel like it seems like Ethan and company crashing out on a trans TikTok creator.
Yes, he bought a $3 million
because he
house.
put 5 hoodies in the trunk and went and gave it to somebody and recorded it.
She's saying he's a social.
But if he didn't record it, then they would say it doesn't happen. But if he does record it, then it's bad because it's like he's showing off, right? It's just there's no winning with these assholes. There's no, and honestly, here's what I think, chat. Sometime soon, all right, unless there's a real good reason, like right, that he can make a video, that's about Gaza, get more views. I feel like Hasan should dip out on this. Like, I feel like Hasan. I don't know. I'm not telling him what to do, but. I just hear screaming and animal noises. I mean, he turned one of the TikToks into like a sound drop, basically. It's apparently whoever gave you the loan that can have your employer garnish your wages in order to repay. Okay, so as long as I'm getting paid by an American company, then that would be when it would be I'd have to pay it back.
Socialist saint because one,
Oh my God.
yes, he bought a $3 million house, but the people who've been there say it's quite modest. 2, he gave away clothes that were gifted to him.
Teddy Fresh is Prada when you're eating poop.
And 3, he's helped out a lot of his family, and well, he likes to talk about it enough that we know about it.
Mm-hmm.
What do I got to come out here? And I mean, this is literally like Hasan Piker has done more. Hasan Piker has done.
Okay, so now, yeah, that's another sound drop that he's got. I feel like somebody should clip this, right? This right here. Somebody needs to clip this.
Mm-hmm.
What do I got to come out here? And I mean, this is literally like Hasan Piker.
Here, look. I feel like we're hearing the worm. I feel like the worm's making him say this stuff. Do you think the worm is responsible for the crash outs?
Hasan Piker.
So good. So good. Right there. Right there. Now, yeah, because he's trying to make fun of I don't know, is it a TikToker in this case or YouTuber?
Has done more for the people of Los Angeles.
To help the unhoused population of Los Angeles than Kendrick Lamar.
Just because Kendrick doesn't come out and be like, I gave $1 million to this and that, it's like, dude, you guys, the performative is the pathetic part, and you guys are such suckers. You're being suckered by it.
Outreach program. And kept everyone
going full RFK, except it's Giardia eating his brain
off of video unless they had consented to it beforehand.
Wow.
Why were they on video at all?
Wow.
If you're giving 5 hoodies on the street from a trunk.
Also, what? Wow.
He could do.
I mean, I can give the answer. I don't think they care. When an influencer does something on social media, sometimes the influencer's audience emulates that. NCC member gifts and super chats towards Joe Rogan. Gotcha. That was some Steven Crowder shit.
Charity without recording.
Wow,
You know that, right?
Well, if you don't do charity
They are so obsessed. Yeah, you're right. She's something the fuck else. Oh, Gila.
without recording it, did it
It
really
didn't
happen?
happen.
No.
But no, that's not good enough. He went to the pro-Palestine protests at the DNC.
You know what?
Oh my God, what a hero.
You know what? What have you done? You know what I mean? Crack pipes for Hasan, or what's going on here? You know?
and openly talked about Palestine during the DNC so much that he got kicked out.
I don't think that's why he got kicked out. I think he probably got kicked out for just being like openly antagonizing an anti-democratic party.
For anybody who missed it, Hasan went to the Democratic convention with the same high hopes that a lot of us had, right? Early on in the Kamala Harris campaign, despite the fact of, Kamala having a very mixed record, she was making choices that seemed to indicate a, turn to the left, from picking Waltz to and then there was a chance for the convention to have there was one Palestinian speaker that was scheduled to speak. The DNC canceled this speech. The DNC was more worried about losing votes for just showing some minor, almost insignificant, like just like a performative level of support for Palestine. And they canceled it. They didn't do it. So yeah, when that happened, Hasan went and talked to some of the people outside the convention who weren't allowed in the convention. The part of the undeclared, is that right? The undeclared movement, I think it was called. People who cast their ballot after, after the primary was basically decided, there were people who cast their ballot for undeclared, and they were doing it to get the attention of the Democratic Party that, hey, you've got this much of your constituency that is, that wants to see something change on Palestine. And so Hasan went and talked to them. That's why Hasan was kicked out. And he wasn't exactly kicked out. He was given the cold shoulder, is really what happened. But, he's kind of given a message in terms of getting moved out of his space. The uncommitted, thank you. I'm like, undeclared? I couldn't remember back that far. But thank you, Cater Gator. It's the uncommitted movement. She would have won. I think there's very good chance that Amos Aluche is right. Had she addressed that voting group, she just wanted... Yeah. They wouldn't have taken much. She didn't actually lose by that much. And some of the states, like Pennsylvania and Michigan, there's constituencies that Trump won that he never should have won, and that he probably wouldn't had Kamala just showed the slightest amount of empathy for Palestinians. Okay, so what is that? 23 towards Joe Rogan. That puts it at 33.
I think there's a lot of Democrats who agree with him. I don't think it's...
Homie, still not good enough.
It wasn't even the DNC that kicked him out. The spot where he belonged belonged to a guy, and they weren't happy with it. He could have moved somewhere else. Yeah, he could have stayed there. He wasn't set up for it that day. Yeah, so it was more advantageous for him to go back to the hotel and stream from there. She totally would have won. She lost 3 points.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. I think Kamala lost due to interstate migration from Repubs moving from their state to swing states, and of course GOP cheating, and Biden screwing us.
Yeah. So anything that would have affected like 3%, as Amos Aluche says here, anything that would have affected just 3% in the poll is a potential issue on which she could have won. So we got Republicans moving immigrants from their states to swing states, from states that are receiving federal money to deal with influxes of immigration to states that are not receiving that money and that have to make provisions for those people, that the likes of Ron DeSantis and is it Rick Perry? No, Rick Perry's like old school. Who am I thinking of? Who's the Texas guy? My brain is. I was the last thrown donation. I wanted to go to Rogan as well. I got you, Narwhal by Nature. Thank you.
He went to the wildfires and interviewed and talked to and hung
And
out.
as far as the cheating that people are saying, we're talking about the kind of purging of the voter rolls. I mean, this is what the Republican Party does every single election. Every single election, they're able to shave a certain percentage off the Democratic totals through various voter suppression methods.
Out with the incarcerated firefighter.
No way he hung out with them.
Yo, he hung out with a bunch of criminals, which is like, by the way.
No way.
Usually Hasan wouldn't be caught dead with fucking.
Did they lift weights together?
The fuck?
Mm-hmm.
He went to incarcerated people. Was like, I'm just like you guys. Elon Musk, he is so much different than me and you guys. Such a man
to try to get more eyes on them. Still not good enough. He's raised millions in charity. Still not good enough. So when will it be good?
It's not. They're always going to find something. If he doesn't say anything, then he's not doing enough. If he says something, then he's bragging about it, right? Don't play this game. Don't play this game. This is not a game that anybody should play. Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Stephanie Helms, you just got weaseled. Chibs, you just got weaseled. Bongo Dave, you just got weaseled. Forium, you just got weaseled. And the Lax, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Enough.
Never. It will never be
When
good enough.
Will it be correct?
C. Sanchez says, put mine for Johnny Somali. Now we have enough for double content. We do.
When will he actually be a leftist to the people who don't actually care if he's doing good or not, and they only want him to fail because their fave doesn't like him, and that's why they try to turn everyone against him.
All right, if you want to start,
make that make sense.
Okay, so now I don't these are potentially submitted 4 days ago. Wait, no. This is before the blue hair. I'm not sure. I don't know if this particular one is directed at Ethan.
Well, we could start by actually talking about the criticism and not whatever that is. I would love for her to call in. You think she would call in?
No, probably not.
Why not? This is absolute cinema. This is the gagged POV of a Destiny fan. Oh, that's good. All right, let's thank our sponsor. We got so much to do, guys. We're having too much fun. We got to move it right along here. Oh my God, Miss Smoker with the 500 gifted. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
$500. Don't know.
Oh, also what?
I thought
you said 500 gifted at first. $500 is still
from
insane.
Miss Smoker. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. I hope you all have a great day. P.S. AB, I sent you a gift and it got delivered today. I love it. I hope you love it. PBS, Ela, you're my fashion icon, and the mom I aspire to be. XOXO.
Aww.
This fan, Miss Smoka, do you know her? Because she says she mailed you something.
I don't, but thank you. I'll check today. But they said.
Okay.
Or she's already watching it with her, imaginary friends.
Oh yeah, I wanted to show you this.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be okay.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Alright, so this is a dono, and I usually wouldn't show you a dono that they read, but check out where he goes with this.
Store it in your cheek.
No,
and spit them out in the toilet. Smoke it. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. I hope you all have a great day. P.S. AB, I sent you a gift and it got delivered today. I love it. I hope you love it. PBS, Ela, you're my fashion icon and the mom I aspire to be. XOXO.
Aw.
This fan, Miss Smoka, do you know her? Because she says she mailed you something.
Did they ever address why Ela is sitting off main cam? Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I don't, but thank you. I'll check
Maybe she's trying not to get Giardia.
today. But they sent me a cameo request, 24 hours, which is like double the price, to ask what my PO box was.
Okay, so this is sanctioned mailing event.
Well,
Wait, H's mom is literally there 24/7. Is that Hila's mom? And pretty much makes an off-screen appearance. Oh no, this H's mom. Oh, Hassan's mom. Yeah, it's pretty much there 24/7. Pretty much, and makes an appearance in every Fear and Loathing, or Fear. It's not called Fear and Loathing. Fear and episode. Didn't they? I think they wanted to call it Fear and Loathing at first, but they didn't have the rights.
hopefully.
Well, she asked
canceled
for your
the
PO
cameo.
box.
Yeah, I canceled the cameo, so I didn't take her money, and I sent the address, but the adamancy scared me a little bit. We'll see. I'll let you know.
Miss Smoka's legit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm
Wow,
excited.
that is so generous.
But if she sent it to the PO box, there's no issue, right?
Yeah. No, it's no issue. Yeah.
Yeah. Smoking on the bozos. Miss Smoking on that
Thank you
one.
so much.
Yeah, that's so nice. And Miss Mid-Size says, my girlfriend Cyan, Sinyen, is the psych ward right now, and all she wants to do is watch H3, but can't. She loves Ethan and Olivia so much. Would you guys please give her a hey girlie and tell her everything will be okay? So I can play. Wait, hold on. Sinyen is at the psych ward, and they're not letting her watch H3? Well, no wonder she's in there.
Singing, we love
Thank you, Manic Mermaid Ash. Yeah, it's Greg Abbott is who I was trying to say. I don't know why I said Rick Perry. That's a deep cut. Rick Perry is like from forever ago. If you don't remember, chat, Rick Perry is the guy that said he wanted to close down like 3 government departments, and he couldn't remember the third. What does Ethan and H3 even provide someone to donate to that channel? They sometimes read out their super chats, I guess. That's about it, as far as I know.
so bad, and you're gonna.
Oh, the other thing is if they get a membership, they can for their memberships. So their chat is members only, right? So you know they get to chat, I guess.
Literally rule the world when you're out of the psych ward.
Okay,
Miss
well,
Queen.
maybe if she's having manic, maybe she's having like manic delusions of grandeur.
Okay, I'll keep it more
Just
neutral.
tone it down a little
More
bit.
neutral.
Hey,
Yeah.
Try
I mean,
again.
You've got this.
There you go.
Whatever your state of delusion is, down to earth or up in the air, whatever you pursue, you will be great at.
100%.
And just listen, the psych ward, you just gotta be cool. Just do what they tell you to do.
Yeah.
Just fucking, you know what I mean? And just bada boom, bada bang. Lie to your therapist, whatever you need to do to get it out of there
Don't give
ASAP.
any.
What?
It's just too specific on the
What did I
advice,
say
I would
wrong?
say.
You'll
I don't
be out of
know.
there in no time.
All right, when they
Okay, but notice this. This is somebody calling in saying like what their friend is in the psych ward and can't watch H3. Would love to watch H3 if they could. If you're gonna cover the Johnny Somali, Atosi does a great coverage. I think that's what Shakespeare sent me, if I'm not mistaken.
When they give you medicine, when they give you medicine,
Yeah, we're looking for we're looking for something to catch us up to speed for those of us who haven't been following the Johnny Somali situation at all. We're gonna go for something that just kind of gives us all the background. So hopefully, that's what we've got. Olivia's positive energy is so out of place on this show. I'm getting whiplash. Yeah, how does Olivia keep it so positive in such a toxic environment? Well, look at what he's doing here. Look at how he's reacting to this person calling in saying, hey, my friend's in the psych ward. Can you shout them out?
down to earth or up in the air, whatever you pursue, you will be great at.
100%.
And just listen, the psych ward, you just gotta be cool. Just do what they tell you to do.
Yeah.
Just fucking, you know what I mean? And just bada boom, bada bang. Lie to your therapist, whatever you need to do to get out of there
Don't give
ASAP.
any.
What?
It's just too specific on the
What did I
advice,
say
I would
wrong?
say.
You'll be out of there in no time.
All right, when they give you medicine, store it in your cheek and spit them out in the toilet.
Okay, I'm about to button you.
Yeah, he asked for advice.
I don't think that's true, actually.
Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's what they asked for.
Sinyan, everything's going to be okay.
There you go. All right.
You'll be watching H3 with your friends in no time.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Thank you, midsize.
Well, I mean, or she's already watching it with her, imaginary friends. Sometimes your friends, they stay with you everywhere you go.
We're getting the crickets.
What? Come on, we're giving a laugh out here. She's in the psych ward.
Well, listen. Midsized is going to send this to them, so Midsized, maybe you could do a little cleanup edit on this.
She knows. She's a fan. She knows. That's the thing,
I think she's gonna like it, but.
We love her.
We have to thank our wonderful sponsors.
Thank you, Sinyan, and thank you, Miss Smoka. We love you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah.
Sponsors.
Yes.
Yeah. So somebody that's obviously dealing with some shit right now. Very honest about their situation, and that's Ethan's. Oh my gosh, how did the butterfly get all the way down here, chat? When did that happen? Oh my god. Okay, let's try to put the butterfly where it goes. This is like pin the butterfly on the hair clip that I'm playing. Pin the butterfly on the Etozi did fly out to South Korea to see the trial himself. Johnny Somali cussed him out because he's been watching Etozi's videos and legal mindset streams. Oh my god, chat. I've been legal mindset. I don't want to get into this, right? But I'm familiar with the law tuber that you're talking about. I won't say anything. Ethan screaming Hasan Piker and just we need that in our Discord. Yeah, you're right. Play something. We need to record that and put it in as a soundboard for the Discord, right? Never liked Ethan because of the old edgelord stuff slur content, but learning how malicious he actually is through his crashout has been wild. And I don't know, how much of this drama, what was the Trish drama like, chat? Anybody that's an old school H3 fan, can you give me a sense of what is this is this just always what he does? Is he tries to stay relevant through drama farming? This is what he did to Trish. Rick Perry was the governor of Texas after Bush. Yeah, that's a super deep cut. Oh my god, chat. I keep on saying that I want to do the thing where we bring everybody over to Twitch in order to cover Sam Cedar. But then I keep on wearing myself out before we can make the it's fine. I get it. I unsubscribed Legal Mindset when I found out he's a bit right wing, but well, I'm not telling you who to subscribe to or not subscribe to. I just I think I caught one of his streams about and he made good points about Destiny, right? I mean, as far as a law tuber, yeah, a little bit right wing and maybe tied to some. I want to say it. I don't want to say it. I'm not trying to start a drama with any of law. That's the last thing I need, chat, is law tubers coming after me. All right, I will say nothing because I really don't know that much either. But yeah, I guess Legal Mindset covering the Johnny Somali drama. Anyway, chat, we have got. I think we're up to 2. I think we're part of the way to 3. I don't know if I counted. Oh, it was called Fear and Malding before, huh? I feel like there's donos that I have not correctly counted, so I feel like it's more than 205%. That's what it says. I need to give you at least 2 different bonus topics tonight, so I'm going to start those now. Oh, Narwhal, you know what I want to say, yeah, that I can't say. I just, A, I don't know. B, I don't want to start a fight. But yeah. He still attracts Trish these days, which is sort of ridiculous. I feel like I'm a Fallen fan. He would talk about Trish and Hila, but Hila realigned him back, so it was never too bad. So Hila was his conscience back in the day then. And is that why people don't like the people like the Nicholas Diorio crowd? I guess they stopped liking Ethan after what he got married to Hila or something. And then and that's when he stopped being so anti-SJW, but then they've kind of come back to him after the Fuck Us on arc, or somewhat. I guess not really. Like, I don't think they're supporting him as much as he'd hoped. I watched early H3 and loved it. Left during his anti-SJW era, started watching again. Oh, so he wasn't anti-SJW in the beginning. He was just a funny guy. Hila has always been his brains. RFK wishes. Wow. All right, so chat, what are we doing now? Trish called Hila a cunt, and Ethan gave very little pushback. Damn. If Moses wasn't family, Hila would be going all in on them. Hila didn't want to him talking about Trish until one day she basically let him loose. Damn. All right, so we're gonna cover Johnny Somali, and we're gonna cover Joe Rogan, Elephant Graveyard. I think that's what we're doing. Unless we get to 300%. Somebody let me know if we break into 300% territory. I'm not sure I've been counting this correctly. I feel like it's more than 205%, but I kind of got overwhelmed, chat. So that means that, your generosity has overwhelmed me today. And I am in awe and gratitude over that, especially at this time when I'm making my move. And this is when I need the extra cash infusion is much appreciated. Cast Media is the production company. I had to look it up. Oh wait, where's the other thing I wanted to show you? There was one more thing though. Oh god, it's with the Mudahar thing, isn't? Yeah, I was gonna take you into the Mudahar. We're gonna have to cover the Mudahar thing later, because Ethan actually is trying to. Well, I'll give you a preview. Maybe we'll cover this tomorrow, right? Yeah, he wants to talk to Turkey Tom. He wants to talk to Mudahar, and he is trying to get. Hasan has apparently a brand deal or a sponsorship from several video game companies, including Marvel Rivals. And Ethan seems to be trying to get that shit canceled. All right, so let's get into the bonus content, since we're gonna have a decent. There's a lot of that. All right. We'll do this Johnny Somali thing first.
If you come right here, you see that 7-Eleven right there.
So this is the Atozi video. Can we get is this all gonna be safe for Twitch?
Is where pretty much the most hated live stream in the world made one of the worst decisions of his life by decided to getting belligerently drunk.
Alexander, wait, so you're really moving to I mean, look, I don't know where I'm gonna end up. I don't know where I'm gonna stay, but there's work for me. Yeah, in that part of the world. And so I'm going to be working on my friend's project while I continue to stream. So don't worry about that. I'm not going anywhere as far as streaming. I have watched it. I believe it is. Okay, cool. Other than maybe if he gets too drunk, maybe I'll skip through it, because I know Twitch doesn't like that. Is Johnny Somali akin to Ice Poseidon? I don't really know. All I know is that he went to Japan, did IRL streaming, and really pushed the envelope. Like, really fucked with people in Japan. And to the point where they changed their laws in order to make the kind of stuff that he was doing illegal. He defends Muda and says Hasan is disgusting for calling Muda a traitor. We'll get into that tomorrow, Steve. Unfortunately. Wait, is there Alec Gunter content? Is Alec Gunter back? Chat, that's a classic. Who's Alec Gunter gonna be like homophobic to this time? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Really following in those Vashian footsteps, but Johnny Somali was hanging out with Ice Poseidon in Japan. Isn't Ice Poseidon on Kick now? So yeah, apparently there's a bunch of American streamers that have really made a bad. And this is the thing, chat. When I meet people, I can't say I'm a live streamer. Not even in the US, right? Live streamers have got such a bad name now from dudes like this that like I'll say anything. Like I'm a YouTuber, right? That's as much as I'll tell anyone. And even that kind of sounds like a flex, so I try to avoid that if I can. I try to emphasize that I, work in digital media to just kind of make it sound more jobby. Unless I put a video clip and audio clips in memes, if you can. In memes. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Johnny Somali went to Japan, then Israel, then to Colombia, then South Korea, then he went to jail in Japan. Oh, he did go to jail. And I've heard that jail in Japan's not great. Well, I mean, it's not great anywhere, right? But he was almost unalived in Israel. Not sure about Colombia. This morning, Alec Gunter cosplayed Trump while protesting. Well, I mean, good for him. Good for Alec Gunter, okay? As long as he can, more protesting and cosplay, less bottom shaming. That's a good move. Chat, people can learn, people can change, and I can give them credit for that. So good on you, Alec Gunter. Good on you.
Throwing noodles around and then cussing out an elderly store employee. This basically kickstarted his downfall here in Korea because it was after that incident.
Oh, speaking of Alec Gunter, we're going to have card posting on sometime soon, I'm told. My people are in contact with card postings people. So should be some good content. Like I'm a big fan of card posting. That was a super interesting drama between card posting and Alec Gunter. What was it? It was like a year ago, wasn't it?
And that things started to crumble together for him.
And this caused a ripple effect that put enough negative attention on his behavior that he got the attention of the Korean government. And now with all the official charges placed on him, he's now facing over a decade in Korean prison. So today, we're going to head over to his trial. So over the past—
Is this an update on Johnny Somali? Yeah, hopefully it's an update with a little retrospect too, because I don't know anything about Johnny Somali. I know nothing about this guy.
Past few years, this streamer has built a small career off of going to countries that have a reputation of being extremely polite, taking advantage of this and harassing people for his own content. And not too long after he started doing this, he ended up in jail in Japan for a little bit over 3 months while he was awaiting his trial. Eventually, he only ended up receiving a fine and a slap on the wrist, and he chose to double down on the style of content. So he then went to Israel, but unfortunately for him, he was attacked multiple times, had a lot of interactions with the police, and ended up fleeing the country before something happened to him. This is where he decided to go to Korea and try this format that he did in Japan over here. And unfortunately, he did this for a while until he flew just a little bit too close to the sun.
So essentially, he was streaming exactly from right here.
And obviously, that upset a lot of people, including the Korean government. And naturally, he is his own worst enemy because he films and live streams everything that he does. So
wait, the Jay Aubrey video? I thought we watched that. Did we not watch that? Did I miss that somehow? I remember. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember who was on there. The dude with the very square-looking face. I can't remember his name.
So all the Korean officials have to do is just sit and go.
Neon was on there.
Go through all of his live streams, which they all have saved, and essentially say, oh, well, you did this.
Yeah, this is the Kick guy. Yeah, Arvin, you're right. This is the Kick guy that gave tourists a bad name. Maybe we should have Alec Gunter on too. I don't know.
You did this, you did this. We can charge you for this, this, and this. And when those charges can drop.
Maybe we could get Gunter and card posting together and just kind of work things out. Do you think we could do? Do you think I could be a peacemaker?
up. That can be whenever. In theory, they can just keep on opening more and more cases against him.
Could bring lyrics on too,
based on
tipster
on his past content, and under no circumstance.
I'm in a very forgiving mood, chat. Like, you know how Vosh used to like be the person that forgives everybody. You know, like shoe on head. You know, you made some anti-SJW content, but it's okay because Vosh forgives you. Vosh is obviously in no place to do this anymore. He's not anybody's moral authority. So maybe it falls to me. It falls to me to hear people out, hear their repentance, and you know, grant them forgiveness or eternal damnation. Yeah, that's me.
Can Johnny leave the country until all of his cases are finished?
You almost forgot to hit that like button. Good catch, 13th. Good catch.
All of his time is served and all of his fines are paid. But for some reason, up until now, Johnny thought he was going to get away easily. But as you can see, I flew out to Korea to go to the trial and report right back to you guys exactly how things went down.
Wait, he did a whole video on him? Wait, what? Wait, who did a whole video on, like, Alec Gunter did a video on card posting, or? No comment court, the people's court. Yeah, exactly. The power vacuum has to be claimed. That's right. No more Vosh. It's NCC time.
So it's now a couple days before the trial, and he's now been hit with yet another charge of obstruction of business. Dude is essentially collecting charges like he's Thanos collecting Infinity
Wow.
Stones. Now he's sitting there with a grand total of about
JRB's got a whole Johnny Somali video. I gotcha.
2 charges for obstruction of business and 2.
Yeah, no, we'll bring on. Oh my God, chat. We'll just have an epic panel. All right, look. Here's what I'm thinking: card posting, Alec Gunter, what's his name? Dangerous Ideas or whatever. What's that guy's name? I can't remember that fucker's name. Chud Logic, Tipster, Lyrics, and Bo Blacks. Yeah, sure. Why not? We'll do it.
Misdemeanor charges.
The most ironic thing about all this is I feel like I'm actually taking Johnny's trial.
We'll have Fimios do the moderation.
More seriously than
I need to make sure, chat. Nobody in that list that I just gave you is canceled, right? I just want to make sure that all these people are on the up and up.
Him when it's his freedom that's on the line. I dragged my jet-lagged self out to the trial 2 hours before it started because I wanted to be there at a minimum.
We'll bring on Nick Diorio
an hour early so I could guarantee myself a seat in the Saal. Saal is Norwegian. To guarantee myself a seat in the courtroom. But this dude decided to go live drunk at 3 a.m. and live stream for like 3 hours when he had to be in the court by like 8:50. And here,
it's a bad idea.
In his own fashion, he started trash talking the Korean government and accidentally leaked that he had more charges coming his way.
National Intelligence Security Charge. National Intelligence Security Charge.
Okay, so can somebody tell me, is the MAGA hat, like, is this like a Hank Pecker thing? Is Johnny Somali like legit MAGA? Or is this like a joke, or what's the deal?
Does anybody know what the that mean? They say the National
I don't know what that means, but that sounds bad.
Intelligence Service gonna come get me. Tell them come find me. I ain't scared of them.
How is this guy playing his cards in the dumbest way possible every single time? I mean, like, it's like every decision he makes is going to make everything infinitely worse for himself. He just does not want to be a free man. But as many of you guys know, he's been running around promoting North Korea.
Manic Mermaid Ash says this is a sign to other patriots that they have tuned into an apolitical. That's right. It just means he's apolitical. Johnny Somali literally sabotaged his own defense hearing. The MAGA hat is trying to get Trump to free him. Oh my God. Oh my God.
In his streams on the Metro station.
He wants to get pardoned by Trump.
By blasting the national anthem and by blasting various speeches by Kim Jong-un. And then he's been running around.
So he's in Korea up on like national security charges, and he's blasting Wait, what song? Was it Cholima? Was it Cholima on a wing? Is that the North Korean song that we're talking about, or is it a different? Oh no, national anthem. Sorry, that's not. As much as I want that to be North Korea's national anthem, it's not.
Preaching positivity about North Korea while he's been streaming. And if you know anything about North Korea and South Korea, you would know that's an unwise thing to do.
Aren't they in a song together? North Korea, South Korea.
It's like he's
Marilyn Monroe
actively making his life harder on purpose for himself. And that wasn't the only charge. He also accidentally leaked that he was getting a charge that was infinitely worse while using a racial slur to the prosecutors and judge.
You can get the game.
Okay, so this is all gonna be bleeped, right?
Right in this language.
And this is where things.
Wait. Did he learn a racial slur in Korean specifically for this purpose? I'm so confused.
It's getting interesting because it shows how the prosecutors.
Chat, we're in the Dono Dojo right now.
Are playing against him because this is a way more serious charge.
The Dark Horse Dono Dojo.
Completely separate case. Meaning, if he pleads guilty to the smaller charges, they can then charge him in this case as a repeat offender. Meaning, they'll be going way harder on him with the sentencing. So keep that in mind for later. But apparently, he just doesn't care because he just announced that no matter what, he's just gonna stream and make money even though he legally cannot.
I don't give a. These gonna lock me in the country. I'm gonna make bread. If these lock me in the country, I'm gonna make bread. I don't give a. I don't give a. Send that to the prosecutor. My live stream donators, they gonna get it rich and oiled because they feel bad that I've been locked here.
Wait, is he in jail streaming, or is he just not allowed to? I'm so confused. This is too much. It's too much too fast.
Snitching. Johnny Somali is making money. Yeah, don't lock me in the country, Korean corrupt ass government. If the government don't want me to work, I'm not working. I'm streaming.
He called the prosecutor the N-word?
Two different things.
It's a fan's house? He's in a fan's house?
I could be in Home Depot or selling my... That's working. Shut the up.
All of this is just so incredibly self-inflicted. Maybe people would have a little bit of sympathy for him if he didn't spend the last 2 years...
He's got chips in jail?
...harassing strangers in public for profit. Dude is literally just traveling to be a burden to other people's societies as a career. And he's admitted that's how he makes his money. So
excited that cannabis is now legal in Thailand, but my Thai GF hates cannabis. Is that a common opinion? Does cannabis have a bad name in Thailand?
So this is his occupation, and clearly he doesn't.
Or is it a thing like in Amsterdam where the tourists like ruin it for everybody?
Care about anyone except for himself, and he will just do anything to make money. And he's admitted that himself.
I just don't get it.
They shut down multiple social media of him. He's just making more alts.
I just don't get it, bro. Like, you're gonna come up to me, bro. Why are you being other people in other countries? Why are you bullying people in other countries? For money, like, for clout. I've said it many times.
But if he cared so much about himself, I'm surprised he did this before showing up to court. Because wouldn't he want freedom? Because on his stream, knowing he had court in just a few hours, he drank until he vomited all over the place.
I'm giving y'all the first viral moment tonight.
Oh my gosh. I don't know why, apologies to donors on Throne. I don't know why it's not showing your, usually it shows up here. But I'll read it out. Thank you, Omega Star, for the, thank you. You're helping me with the song lyrics, right? Harry Truman, Doris Day, something, turning gay. No, that's not right. I'm mixing it up with another song. But thank you for the contribution to my leaving the country, my swiftly filling up leaving the country fund. Wow.
Oh
Like I said, chat, I am blown away by people's generosity.
my God, I threw up everything. Y'all want to see this? Oh my God.
And obviously, yeah, that happened just a few hours before he was supposed to meet up for court. So naturally,
Yeah, that I recognize that flag. It's the World War II imperial flag. The you know the national Shinto government, which is meant to disrespect South Korea. Oh, he's in South Korea. That's what I'm missing. I thought he was pissing off the Japanese with a old World War II flag, but no, it's worse, right? Japan invaded Korea during World War II, and God,
he overslept. But before you,
she doesn't have any ideological hatred against it. Oh, I just mean like I don't know. I just don't know what people's what people's attitudes towards it are. I know it's legal there, and that Thailand's kind of famous for certain strains.
ended the stream, he also announced that he was going
We love you. Thank you. Thank you. I feel the love.
to live stream during the
Thank you, Omega Star.
trial.
The trial is live tomorrow, and I will be live streaming the trial.
You know, while he's at it, what's another felony for him?
So it's Friday morning. We're now heading to the Johnny Somali lawsuit, which is definitely going to be very interesting because I feel like it's going to go one of, 3 ways. It's like either he gets
Is Atozi in like a limo, or is that just a really nice cab?
a complete slap on the wrist and he's like, all right, get out of here.
You're challenging me to a martial arts duel at dawn?
2, they want
Actually, I'm too sleepy. I'm sleepy too, Ophelia. I'll take a rain check on that.
to go somewhere in the middle of the road where they give him some punishment, but also don't want him here for too long. Or 3, the judge just really drops the hammer down on him and he serves quite a while here. And I feel
He got in trouble mainly in South Korea due to him doing awful things to comfort women's statues. Oh God, which are like a memorial for what happened during World War II. Jeez.
like the second option is the most likely outcome, but also who knows, because I don't
Kelsey, are the Thai strains like sativas or something? I feel like I've heard of these.
know how judges normally handle
What did I?
cases here. First,
Am I saying people's names wrong? Oh my God, chat. I am like so out of
Simon
it.
Soul. Got Hans with me. He's editor of the channel, one of the editors. Him alongside of Daniel. Unfortunately, Daniel was sick, so he couldn't come out to Korea.
I'm reading chatter's names wrong. Wrongs? Why did I add a plural to wrong?
But me and Hans are holding down the fort. I'm actually shocked right now. So we just found out that Johnny's been streaming all night and he's incredibly drunk. And apparently he's been doing like text-to-speech donation shots, and his chat, of course, got him incredibly drunk before his papers. Or not before his papers, before his trial. And the reason I mentioned papers is because apparently he showed his papers on stream, and apparently he's been indicted for some crazier crimes than what we even thought. So this is going to be an interesting day, to put it lightly. If he doesn't show up, what happens?
They will put it off for a month.
Okay.
Or in his case, in this very special case, he might be detained.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he's made such a stink that they might feel that he's a risk, so they'll probably.
Are these law tubers or something? They seem to know a lot about the court system.
Okay.
Potentially, that'll be funny.
Apparently another Korean streamer threw a brick through a window here.
The window. Yeah.
He broke the window over there. Wow.
This other Korean streamer. Yeah.
What is up with live streamers?
Young man.
So what's the prediction of how long Johnny's going to get, you guys think?
What do we predict his sentence?
Yeah.
3 to 5 years.
Really?
Yeah.
And he'll be held here in Korea for that.
In prison.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
He'll go to the foreign prison, which is not fun. He'll have lots of Chinese friends there to keep him company, and he's been making fun of China as well, so that'll go over.
They are law tubers, and there are also translators there.
Brilliantly. Yeah. He's about to find out that being in an Asian prison is not.
It doesn't help when you have multiple charges stacked against you.
No.
This is the room right here.
Okay, so chat, I don't know anything about Korean jail or Korean prison. I've heard that Japanese jail is pretty rough.
It'll be a paper with all the cases.
Basically.
I guess the big question is will he show up?
Right. Yeah. He's wasted at the moment. So.
We've been covering him for what, like a year and a half, and every video I make on him, I'm like,
Chat, is this gonna happen with Ethan? Is this gonna be me? Like, you know, following Ethan to court? I was just like,
how is this possible? How is he?
This seems like a really extended crash out.
Oh, and it's even.
I'm like overwhelmed with everything.
Today he found a new low, or tonight. He was rambling about the judge.
He was rambling about the judge. He was rambling about everything. He showed the document that he's legally not allowed to show that you have a picture of, which shows that he's basically the police have sent the crimes.
So South Korean prison, says Izzy, is worse than Japan. He will be forced to work. Ooh.
Charges.
Fake charges to the prosecutor in the Eastern District.
Okay, so he's.
So he shouldn't
being
show
charged for that.
Yeah, but
No,
he shouldn't show that.
Not confirmed. It's at the prosecutors, but there's a very high chance that they will indict.
Yeah.
And maybe they have indicted. We don't know yet, but we will find out.
So could that add more charges for him as well?
No, he can show that. I mean, thank you, Johnny.
Yeah.
He pleaded guilty to the other charges that they had, which was obstruction of business, carrying a rotting fish and threatening people with it in public, twerking on
Threatening people with a rotting fish in public.
the train and that kind of thing.
Right. The dapper gentleman who was in the recap I did after the stream, he did a court summary where essentially.
Hey, chat, if I'm gonna replace Vosh, then we gotta replace VGG too. I'm gonna need a website.
He wrote down everything that happened during the courtroom. So here we have Johnny Somali court case, March 7th, 2025, first hearing. 9:50, courtroom doors open. 9:51, courtroom layout and
I feel like all the Vosh orbiters will appreciate that, though. They haven't had anybody to orbit for a long time, so we're just like...
observations. Atosi begins to make a courtroom sketch. Just in case you were wondering, this is my courtroom sketch here. So this is exactly what the court...
Oh, it's such a good sketch. I feel like I now understand the lay of the courtroom.
room looked like from the podium where we were sitting. So you have the judge in the center there, the Korean flag behind him.
Wait, I did hear that. Not hear that wrong. He did that.
You have the
rotting fish
prosecution on one side and then the defense on the other side. And as you can see, Johnny's stanced up.
Working on 2 tonight. I was gonna make a meme-ish site. Well, the whole challenge chat is like setting up a chat on a website, right? A website that embeds a stream from YouTube or Twitch, right? And then overlays a chat on that where everybody can get their do like memberships and stuff on the website rather than on Twitch. I mean that's the whole concept of VGG and DGG. What would this one be? NCC? I think it would be NCC. I think we would just have to call it NCC.
In a very oversized white suit. And then obviously in the middle there, you had the interpreters because there was no witnesses that was called to this case yet. Hearings begin. 10:09, Ramsey Khalid Ismail is...
And also, just to keep up with the tradition that's been established, we have to steal, you know, Destiny's, we have to gank the code from Destiny's and or Vosh's website, right? Just because that's the tradition. When Vosh started his website, he ganked the code from Destiny, so...
Called to the stand, his lawyer informs the judge that he is attempting to contact him. The entire court waits. The judge appears mildly irritated. 10:11, delay confirmed. The lawyer finally makes contact with Ramsey and informs the court that he will arrive 15 minutes late. At 11, Johnny Somali is absent. Johnny has still not appeared in court. Given that he was drinking all night, it is possible that he is still intoxicated. His lawyer appears to be attempting to sober him up. 11:09, Ramsey arrives. The courtroom informed Ramsey that he is on his way up the stairs. The judge and prosecution appeared mildly irritated. 11:11, Ramsey enters the courtroom looking very rough. He is wearing an ill-fitted gray suit that is too large for him and a red MAGA cap.
Oh, you've done a chat site before?
As he enters, he smirks at Atosi and me. He then notices Legal Mindset, who is slightly in his blind
Mindset.
spot. Seeing Legal Mindset, he grins foolishly and sticks his tongue out at him.
What is the relationship between Johnny Somali and Legal Mindset?
Hank follows closely behind. In an attempt to appear confident, Ramsey fails to follow courtroom protocol. He is told to remove his hat, which he does. However, while smirking at Legal Mindset, he absent-mindedly puts it.
Chat, is Johnny Somali just like a big financial bonanza for all these streamers, all these other like for these law tubers?
Back on. The court officer immediately instructs him to remove it again. He then attempts to sit in the interpreter's seat and is told to move. So he originally went to the center, but obviously he can't be there, so he had to go to the defense side. After a brief moment of confusion, he finds his lawyer and sits beside him. He once again glances at Legal Mindset, smirks, and sticks out his tongue. The judge and prosecution observe everything. In the audience, 2 female journalists sit directly in front of us. A white male journalist sits on the left-hand side of the courtroom, all of them rapidly taking notes on their laptops. Ramsey is instructed to stand for the judge. His demeanor is disrespectful and irreverent. The judge asks for his occupation, to which he falsely claims to be a student. The judge raises an eyebrow, but does not otherwise react. When asked to confirm his address, Ramsey suddenly adopts a confused and helpless foreigner persona. He pretends to not know his address because he does not speak Korean. The judge informs him that he may speak English and simply state the numbers. It is evident that the judge understands.
Well, YS, if you want to look at some examples of what I'm talking about, Vosh.gg would be one example, and the other example would be Destiny.gg. I'm trying to think of who else has one. I feel like does Xander Hall still have a White Leaf site?
Understands and likely speaks English. The judge asks for his nationality, to which he promptly responds the United States of America. Ramsey stands sloppily in his oversized suit, hands in his pockets while speaking to the judge. Oh, and also just to add more context, so Ramsey is speaking to a translator who is then talking to the judge in Korean. But as stated, it seemed very clear the judge fully understood Ramsey. And then obviously to add more context, if it's not clear, Ramsey is Johnny Somali. 11:15, judge issues a warning. The judge warns Ramsey that failure to attend future hearings could result in a harsh sentence in his absence. 11:16, charges were read by the prosecution. The prosecution reads out the 3 charges against Ramsey. 1. Disruption of business. Ramsey entered a 7-Eleven and began drinking alcohol, which is illegal in Korea. When the elderly shop owner asked him to stop, he became verbally abusive. He threw ramen inside the store and continued drinking.
God, what an asshole. What a nightmare.
He played loud music, danced drunkenly, and harassed customers as they entered. His actions caused financial harm to the business and emotional distress to the owner.
I just want to know, how common is this kind of shit? Like, I know a lot of what IRL streamers do is like try to, oh my gosh, try to fuck with people in order to get their in order to make like a, I don't know, that's the idea of it. They try to fuck with people, like it's like a prank, like a prank YouTuber, but they're live and, you know, sometimes a little bit violent, sometimes a little bit dangerous, and he was titled the Golden Goblin. Oh, by many South Koreans because what? Because of his hair? The Golden Goblin. So this guy got like a reputation. Oh, thank you, Omega Star. Omega Star says, we rubs you, wishing you luck. And a 4-leaf clover. Thank you.
Owner. The prosecutor's language mirrors the strict legal vocabulary used in the previous drug dealer's case that we witnessed before Ramsey's case, emphasizing the social damage that Ramsey's actions caused. 2. Public harassment with a rotting fish. Ramsey carried a rotting fish in a plastic bag and harassed.
Yeah, Alexander, I'm so overstimulated. I mean, it's like, oh, this is him in Thailand. Is he in Bangkok here? So is that where he ran into Legal Mindset? Golden Goblin because he has a bounty by Korean YouTubers for regular citizens to hunt him down? Wait. The Korean YouTubers will pay people to hunt him down, not the law? It's a comic book villain. Wait, the Golden Goblin is a comic book villain? That's all my weasels for a bit. Oh my god, thank you, Omega Star.
harass people. When passengers asked him to remove the fish from the bus, he ignored them. He randomly approached pedestrians with a rotting fish, disturbing social order and making people feel unsafe. Upon hearing about the rotting fish, the judge slightly tilts his head and reviews the charges, seemingly in disbelief. However, he remains stone-faced and does not comment. And then the third charge is lewd conduct on public transport.
Similar to Logan Paul's behavior in Japan, he threw fish at people? Oh, fuck that. Look, the only person that I could even slightly see that for would be Sargon of Akkad, but just for the meme. A former South Korean Navy SEAL ambushed him and punched him when the bounty was out. So that's how the bounty works? They beat him up?
Ramsey was accused of sexually suggestive dancing and playing loud music on the bus and in train. He was specifically accused, in quote, of twerking, which is considered deviant in Korea.
I'm not doing it. Oh, yeah, no.
This was a statue Johnny twerked on.
And that's apparently the first time the...
And that's the statue that people were talking about. That's like a memorial to, women victimized in World War II.
Word twerking has ever been used in a court case in Korea. 1118, the unexpected fourth charge. The judge asks Ramsey if he's received a letter of the fourth charge.
I mean, this is the whole thing about IRL streaming, which makes it dangerous, even if you're not being even if you're not harassing people. Like IRL streaming, in other words, streaming live in public is dangerous because people could, I don't know, be on the stream and find out your location and do stuff to you to kind of, like, there's just so much of it's such a unpredictable thing.
Both Ramsey and his lawyer appeared confused. The lawyer receives a new charge and reviews it. Then the judge asks the defense how they wish to plead.
The Comfort Woman Memorial.
Ramsey's lawyer states that he pleads guilty to all charges except for the new charge, which they have not.
Usually right-wing YouTubers, Jake Paul pissed off a lot of Japanese people too. Oh yeah, well, Jake Paul, the famous forest incident.
Yet reviewed. The judge asks how much time the defense requires. The lawyer requests 3 weeks to review the new charge. The judge then grants the request, and then the hearing of the fourth charge is scheduled for April 9th, 2025. Ramsey no longer smiles and appears very concerned. 1120. Judge's final word. The judge sternly warns Ramsey to not be late for the next hearing. The judge looks mildly annoyed, which in Korean culture indicates that he is actually very annoyed. 1122. Court adjourns. We stand and exit the courtroom, leaving Ramsey behind. After the hearing, a journalist asked Ramsey why he wore a MAGA cap and kept putting it back on. Ramsey responded, "Because I can do whatever I want. Korea is a vassal state of America." Again, that is a quote from him. His freedom is in Korea's hands right now. Why he's acting like this now?
In Japan, Johnny Somali did get hit by one guy when he was being racist. While he was getting hit, he received a donation which caused the Mario sound. You mean the Mario hits the block and gets a coin sound, or the Mario yippee sound? Which Mario sound?
Now, I don't know. But also, I have no idea why he's done 99% of the stuff that we've been covering him doing. But after the trial, we went and had lunch and discussed the trial.
First trial case for him. Very fascinating. Apparently he pled guilty to the first set of charges, and he now has another court date and a separate trial, or a separate case. Can you do a quick run through about the fish thing? Or so what happened?
So basically he got on the public transport with a rotten fish.
Yeah, I'm aware of the story, but what did the judge say about all that?
They indicted him for it because it's disturbance of business and
the coin sound. Oh my god.
Public transport here is technically a private company, like it's half government.
Trump got Tate out, so maybe he's hoping. Yeah, probably so. He's probably something like that. He's hoping that since Trump got Tate released, that Trump is going to get him released too.
But it's still a private company, so it's still obstruction of business. And he was harassing people with the fish randomly in the street for no reason. They said specifically he was approaching people.
Wait, are they getting lunch? Do you wear like an apron or a bib while you get lunch there?
for no reason and harassing them with a rotten fish.
Okay.
So it's kind of, it goes into harassment and also the obstruction of business. Yeah. Because it made public transport, people felt unsafe, they said.
So that counted as an obstruction of business as well, not only just minor charges? That was a minor charges or a misdemeanor.
Like harassment.
Yeah. And then the second minor charges was him on the subway twerking.
Subway twerking, playing loud music. Playing loud music and just disrupting people, making them feel unsafe on public transport.
What did the judge say or react to any of it? Did he give anything?
He just kind of basically didn't show much.
They're close to stay clean. Is it like a common thing in Korea, or are they just doing it because they have really nice clothes?
Response, he was just noting down what the charges were. And as Johnny was walking in making faces, the judge noticed that he was making faces. So it's probably not going to count in his favor.
Right.
Tried to wear the hat as well, didn't he?
Yeah, tried to wear a hat.
Tried to wear the Trump hat.
No, Elrad is straight up evil for sure.
I can't wear my
Yeah,
hat.
the fact that they made him take it off twice was hilarious.
Wait, that's legal mindset, right? That's him, right? That's legal mindset in the sitting like the guy that just talked.
And he wore a very badly fitting suit.
That's Hank. It's always
He's wearing Hank suits. Ted's got too much padding.
Yeah, it was like a kid wearing his dad's suit. It was embarrassing.
After lunch, I ended up trying to live stream multiple times, but couldn't get a decent internet connection, so we ended up going to a Starbucks to where I could actually stream. And that's how we got this VOD, which is still up on my channel. And remember what I said about him pleading guilty? Well, that's exactly what happened because, he showed up drunk and pled guilty to 3 of those charges, which means no matter what, he's going to become a convicted criminal in Korea because he just pleaded guilty. So he's now banned from Korea when they finally let him leave here after he served all of his time and paid all of his fines. And in future cases
He's like 6'5"
against him, he'll be tried as a repeat offender, meaning he'll be getting a way harsher sentence. And in these future cases, it seems like these charges are way harsher. But somehow, after all of that, he still thinks that he's not even going to spend any jail time in Korea and he's going to be a free man soon. And not only that, he also admitted to showing up drunk and not caring.
Has he been politicized enough, chat? Has he been politicized enough to expect a Trump, to expect for the State Department to intervene on his behalf?
About his case on a live stream. After all that,
they're claiming that I came in and I was blindsided by the fact that I had a new charge and was sitting in the wrong place and was nervous. This was a breeze, and the only reason I'm ready to start going live again because honestly I have no fear. That's really, these people are clout chasing off my name so badly because these from Pakistan saying I arrived late and hungover. Okay, they're not lying about that part. I'll give you that. I was late to the court by an hour. I was hungover. I'm gonna be honest about that. But it wasn't really that big of a deal. I showed up.
You got hired for the Doge team.
Drunk. I showed up happy. But they got me for spilling a cup of noodles. They got me for carrying a stinky fish. They got me for some. Bro, you can't go to jail for that in any country. I know for a fact I'm not gonna go to jail. Not one day in jail, but I have the footage of me and Hank leaving the court laughing our asses off. Bro, we're not taking this serious.
My tinfoil take is that Illuminati is Fed coded for informant. Wait, Illuminati the YouTuber?
Dude, do you not care about your freedom anymore? I mean, unfortunately for him, this was likely his last conversation with his lawyer.
We got good and bad news. Good news, we got your payment, buddy.
Why is Drewski involved? What? Does chat know Drewski?
Bad news, they gave
Wait. Am I wrong? Is this the lawyer?
Life. Sayonara.
Except he's using a public defender, so I mean, you get what you pay for. He's
no, the lawyer. Wait, what?
Not paying them anything. And this charge, which is way more serious,
am I just completely tripping on that? Is that not
serious? Is apparently the creation and distribution of the deepfake video.
That was a skit. Just B-roll?
Video of himself making out with another
Oh, wait. Okay, so it's Drewski's not involved in this situation. Yeah, from Could Have Been Love. Does anybody in chat want me to react to Could Have Been Love?
female streamer, which is a
I have been watching.
massive charge in Korea because that's extremely illegal. And
Seen that guy in a Diddy video. Yeah, apparently he was at some parties.
from that charge alone, if he's unlucky enough, that could be another decade in prison. And I mean, just by looking at how he's treating this case, it's not like he's playing his cards right to get any sympathy from the judge. I'm in disbelief, honestly. Why would you willingly just absolutely destroy your life and freedom to live stream for like...
Maybe we should do it like, what, like, would it be like a Saturday night thing? Like have Saturday night be like a more fun, like, wait, when does it come out? Doesn't it come out like the same day every week?
40 people. But as we mentioned earlier, there was another journalist who was there who asked him the question where he said that he was wearing the MAGA hat because Korea is a vassal state of America. That's his words, absolutely not mine. And he's saying this right after the US announced they were looking into dropping tariffs on South Korea. So again, optics-wise, that is a terrible decision to make. I guess his Hail Mary is he's thinking Trump's gonna come save him because he's wearing that hat. Wake up call. That's not gonna happen, buddy. But I mean, at the end of the day,
That's what I would have said about Tate.
to see what happens. Either way,
It comes out on Thursday. Oh my God, what the fuck did I do?
Mark Elias.
If you come right here, you see
with his lawyer.
We got good and bad news. Good news, we got your payment, buddy. Bad news, they gave you life. Sayonara.
Except he's using a public in prison. And I mean, just by looking at how he's treating this case, it's not like he's playing his cards right to get any sympathy from the judge. I'm in disbelief, honestly. Why would you willingly just absolutely destroy your life and freedom to live stream
I mean, Thursdays are usually my day off, but
for like 40 people? But as we mentioned earlier, there was
be like during Leftist Mafia.
another journalist who was there who asked him the question.
It is kind of counter-programmy.
Where he said that he was wearing the MAGA hat because Korea is a vassal state of America. That's his words, absolutely not mine. And he's saying this right after the US announced they were looking into dropping tariffs on South Korea. So again, optics-wise, that is a terrible decision to make. I guess his Hail Mary is he's thinking Trump's gonna come save him because he's wearing that hat. Wake up call. That's not gonna happen, buddy. But I mean, at the end of the day, we're just gonna have to see what happens.
I mean, so chat, I haven't really talked about this, but the meta of you know, of moving to a country with a lower like a lower cost of living is that you know, will get the fuck out of Trump's America, right, for my own safety, right? But B, be able to save a little money / possibly go on Leftist Mafia. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, force my way onto Leftist Mafia, but I do know a few of the people, I do know a few of the people on the panel, so, you know, there's always that. If they need somebody to fill in or something like that, you know, I know I'm not like the biggest, I'm not the, you know, I'm not super clout lady. I'm a random small streamer chick. I don't know if they'd want me. I'm just a random small streamer. But yeah, I would be down to. But yeah, so the meta chat is that like part of the meta is that like what I'm saying is I might be able to afford a editor, which is kind of what we're missing to make this whole thing go. You know, chat, we've grown so much without an editor. Making USA wages while in Thailand, yeah, and hopefully not getting my USA wages garnered or anything like that by Trump's America for the small fortune I owe in student loans. Well, I'm just hoping that it'll work out in me being able to afford because all I'm sort of missing is an editor. Like, if I had an editor like just about every other streamer, then we'd be growing a lot faster. You didn't mean to be all up in my business?
Either way, it really does not look like it's going to go well for him. Everyone I've talked to have estimated.
YouTube pay differently in different countries. I mean, that would be Tajium. That I think that would only be relevant if I became a resident, right? Like I'm at first, you know, I'm I don't even know what visa I will have. Possibly a soft power visa, possibly a Is Vamps going to be editor? I don't know if I mean that's not in Vamps's wheelhouse. She does thumbnails, right? She's kind of like graphic design, I would say is her forte. Too pure for America. Apparently so. Apparently the only way that I can be successful is to move the fuck out of the country like EJ and Luna.
Anywhere from 3 to 5 years is a realistic term for,
or maybe it was EJ moving out to, anyway,
this case. Then we have all the future things that could happen. So who knows how much time he'll actually end up getting. If this video gets 100,000 likes, I will fly out and go to a future case again. Obviously, if you're new here, welcome to my channel and feel free to subscribe. And if you want to see some extra behind the—
So like, is he like in America, a US based streamer that flew out, or US based YouTuber that flew out to cover that? I don't know that much about Achozi.
The scenes vlogs of this trip, feel free to become a member of this channel, and of course then that would help fund future travels for my videos. But other than that, I hope I see you guys in the next video.
All right, so after recording this video, I found out Johnny just released a response to our video talking about the trial. So I'll release the response to that shortly.
Wow, this guy is straight farming him, straight up farming this guy. Achozi is in Cali. That shirt of yours, does Bucky the Beaver have a heart too? Wait, what do you mean? I found out today though, chat, that beaver nuggets, you know the beaver nuggets that you can get at Bucky's, they're not actually made of beaver. No animals were hurt in the production of the beaver nuggets. The beaver nuggets are actually puffed corn with sugar and butter. And they kind of, apparently they taste a little bit like candy corn, right? But it's definitely necessary supplies if you're going on a road trip. You got to stop at Bucky's. You got to pick up the beaver nuggets. It's important. All right, so what we at least hit 2 iterations of the bonus goal tonight. I think we're part of the way towards 3, if I'm not mistaken. What was the other one that got a bunch of donos? Joe Rogan, Elephant Graveyard. Let's check this out. This should be good. The other thing with Joe Rogan is apparently he brought on a Holocaust denier recently. So we already watched Burn the Boats, which was so good. That was such a good video. What is this? Comedy became a dystopian imperial hell world. Let's go.
Something more often used to deworm horses.
But we went from Walter Cronkite, basically, to this guy Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons.
Wait, I can make my own YouTube copycat. Beaver nuggets. I could make my own beaver nuggets.
He's in dragons.
Did you triple force that?
And he also thinks that dragons, like,
I mean, good point. Candy corn, neither corn nor candy.
I guess like dinosaur type of animals roamed the earth when people did. So this is the type of really, really bad information that's going out there.
This election was the first time they didn't really have control of the media anymore.
Because what?
Because of us.
Non-mainstream media.
Because of podcasts.
Podcasts.
I'm selling tickets. Because of social media. Because
you're
of X.
humanizing Trump like, well, he's human.
Yeah.
So why can't I?
He's always wanted to be Howard Stern to have an entourage. You mean Rogan?
Caught up in all this they've shoved down everybody's throat.
They're fascist nuggets. They are that, and like, yeah, they Bucky is the unofficial mascot of what, the Texas Proud Boys,
especially all the Russian shit.
Imagine a scenario where you've thawed a guy out from some frozen cryo chamber thing. He's been in there for like 20 years. And this frozen guy, well, he loves comedy. And so this guy is excited to finally be unthawed and to discover what the world of comedy looks like in 2025, the year of our Lord. So you invite the guy to your house, sit him down on the Chesterfield, and prepare a televisual feast to get him up to speed. And you try to find a way to explain to this guy how this guy right here somehow is the king of both comedy and broadcasting.
Not anymore. Not anymore. Midas Touch has taken that crown of the crown of broadcasting, and it looks like John Lovett. John Lovett, chat, who just got engaged. Hey, John Lovett, congratulations! Congratulations on your engagement. John Lovett, is the king of comedy now.
Donald Trump was Hitler, but half the country disagreed with us, and he won, and this is fucking great. And Joe Rogan believes in dragons! And Joe Rogan believes in dragons! Joe Rogan believes in dragons! Dragons! Dragons!
That is pretty weak sauce, right? Of all the things to say about Joe Rogan is like the dragons thing.
Dragons! 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 Dragons!
And you gotta explain to the freezer guy that you're sorry to be the one to tell him this, but we truly live in hell, and I feel that in my bones. And he's surely gonna want to get back in that freezer thing, but he can't, so instead he slices his own head off. Just a little scenario to think about. How the hell did we get here? It could have been great, but well, you guys know how the universe works. We're all just flying down an endless series of alternate realities inside a vast multiverse. And you can't really control which branch of those realities you are gonna live in. And, well, our wonderful reality is the one in which this guy was able to be crowned both the king of comedy and
The multiverse is an amazing thing, chat.
king of broadcasting. And I was sitting here watching this clip of this insane, resentful, unhappy, angry, and unfunny old man.
I don't even remember Joe Rogan's dragon thing. I remember Jordan Peterson. I feel like Jordan Peterson's dragon. Anybody watch that with me? Jordan Peterson's discussion of dragons with Sam Harris. Chef's kiss. Queen of Liberals, so the dragon thing might be right on brand. Wait, who's the Queen of Liberals? The Dragon of Chaos.
Hysterically ranting and raving about his belief in dragons.
And then you couldn't believe that. Watch the news.
Illusion. It's all a fucking illusion. All of them, when convenient, have said the exact same things.
Dragons are real.
While his personally curated group of friends, who he's pretty much hired to hang out with him, sit around subserviently laughing
Kind of like a more effective version of Tim Pool, isn't it?
at his terrible attempts at jokes,
Doing the New York thing.
nodding along as he continues to spout the literal dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, and putting on a master class on the warning signs of early onset dementia.
Fucking climate change. Wake up. No, it's arson, you fucking idiots.
I think to myself, there's no way anybody listens to this. I check the podcast charts. It's number 1. No, 2.
Wait, John Lovett saying Nazis in Rat Race? No, I'm talking about John Lovett. John Lovett, as in love it or leave it.
And it's listed as comedy. Oh God. It suddenly all hit me how messed up this all is.
At least we're all together in the CIA hellhole timeline. Yeah, it's like the timeline itself is a honeypot.
And how this whole shit era of comedy kind of snuck up on all of us like boiling a frog or whatever. And I don't know if I'm just crazy, but I think this is actually bad.
Yeah, no, I agree. Conservatives ruined comedy.
So I started thinking,
Like, if you thought liberals were bad for comedy... Wait, what is this? Mel Robbins? Wait. Who's Mel Robbins? Candace Owens, number 4. Holy shit.
trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Just trying to figure out, how did we even get here? And where are we going? And does it really have to be this shitty? Was it ever even not shitty? Like, what the hell is even going on here?
There's some shitty comedy if you look back at, over the years.
And just like that, I realized
I was at the airport one time and I went to a Starbucks to get some coffee.
Like, I'm trying to think, how far back do you have to go to get really good comedy, chat? How far back do you need? I mean, I guess, there's still Bill Burr, but what would it be? Bill Hicks. Would you have to go back to the 80s to get good comedy? Is it you who is the queen of the Democrats, my liege? What would you, wait, I'm the queen of the Democrat? Is that me?
Stand-up comedy is fucking stupid.
Andrew Schultz, I know, right? And what's that other dude's name?
And I don't even mean this current shit era. I mean the whole thing. The whole art form, like the whole idea of it. It sucks. And it's worse.
Well, there's too many, what is it called? Like a stool humper.
Stupid, really. It's disgusting. And it should be illegal.
Some good apples in each era. That's probably true.
Legal, maybe.
I hope I haven't offended anyone.
Comedy's legal again.
It just keeps getting weirder and
Mitch Hedberg.
weirder and further away from anything.
Wait, who's Mitch Hedberg? Is he the Kool-Aid guy? Oh no, that's Dana Cook, right?
I ever thought was good. Yeah, this shit era of comedy is way past its expiration date. It's been fermented, fully soured, and is now...
Really, Ellen?
It's... How else can I describe this? We are way past the tail end of it.
Ew!
We are dancing around in the steaming pile of shit that...
Ew!
We've talked about this before.
Honestly, I feel like poo-poo pee-pee comedy would be better. Mitch Hedberg, the one-liner guy.
But everything has its...
George Carlin, hell yeah.
You get that, right? Come on, a guy
Oh
like
my god,
you.
stop showing freaking dead animals.
They have their season.
I agree with this guy.
They have their beginning. They have their end.
Yep.
They have cycles.
I think I agree with
Planet
everything
Earth
he says.
About to be recycled.
Good. Do
We're
it.
on the threshold of the end of this civilization because it's about to be recycled.
Right.
Your only
I understand
chance to evacuate.
Stephen Wright. Yeah, wait, no, I know that guy. That guy's really funny. That's all like super old school comic. Stephen Wright, he's hilarious.
With us.
All right. Our lives have cycles. History has cycles. Culture, ecosystems. You see it everywhere. It's just obvious. You're telling me you don't see the cycles?
Yeah, deadpan. Deadpan, but funny as hell.
What are you, drunk? Like all the time? Well, it's also obvious that this current shit era of comedy has reached its end. And wouldn't it be great if that next era...
Oh yeah, stool humping. Sorry, what did I say? What did I say?
...could get started? Well, unfortunately, there are
Did I
incredibly
say chair humping?
powerful forces keeping this bloated comedy carcass on life
Did I say Dana Cook?
support.
What am I thinking? Dana Carvey? Oh no! Oh no! Chat! Get him away! Get him away! Get him away! Get this guy away! Get this guy out of here! Scooch this guy out of here and take his leather jacket.
Artificially sustained, and they won't allow it to die off and
Oh fuck!
renew like it's supposed to.
Hi. Too many Nazis.
Disgusting. This whole shit era was really ushered in by Dame Cook, who is one
Dane Cook! I told you! I called it, chat. I called the Kool-Aid Man. Yes.
of the first guys to figure out the scheme of using social media to get famous. This new technology shifted reality, opening up a new branch of the multiverse in which talent and
I love the dry humor. Yeah, me too, Spicy Bo. Spicy Ba.
being funny became secondary to how well you could market yourself online. Or maybe I'm wrong and he's actually brilliant, I don't know. Who can be sure?
You ever wish you were a snake?
No, I like Dana Carvey's the guy that does John McLaughlin.
Not me.
Cool to travel around.
Is Xi Jinping a comedian too? I don't know, but definitely Ding.
You know, there was a few guys that I saw that were like
Ding came up with the Dingus Gambit.
brainers. Dane was one. Like the shit that he gets through, the level that guy was killing. Dude, he put the fear in God in guys that have been doing it for 20 years. We used to do
Dane Cook married an 18-year-old?
Dick Doherty.
What is it about? Ding Cook. That's right. Wait. What is it about? Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld did too, right, Narwhal?
Rest his soul. His comedy clubs. And Dane would have the headliner like pacing in the back.
Damn.
He was killing that hard, and he would be like, I shouldn't have to follow that. There's no jokes here. It's like, well, listen to the crowd. There's something going on here.
So instead of wasting their energy on writing good jokes, guys began focusing on how well they could promote themselves on the internet. And then people started making these new things called podcasts too. And given the potential payoff, the low cost and low effort required to do all this crap was irresistible.
No, I like MySpace.
Especially for these lazy comedian guys whose greatest
Wait. Yeah, wait. No, we do have we have Nick Mullen still.
motivation in life is the fear of ever having to get a real job.
Fuck me.
And that marked the official beginning of the comedy podcast shit entanglement era, in which we are currently festering.
Yeah, so chat, this is, you know, you've heard of electron entanglement before. This is comedy podcast shit entanglement.
Congratulations. Of course, nobody struck gold bigger than this genius, Joe Rogan. There he is. Yeah, this guy never had an original idea in his life. He really doesn't know anything about anything, but he does know how to copy a guy who already did a thing.
Trans women are women. How about most? You gotta leave room for crazy.
Believe women, right? All of them?
How about almost all?
How about you believe like 88%? And that last 12% that's out of their minds, you know, I think that's a fair percentage, wouldn't you?
You gotta leave room for crazy.
That's what he does with stand-up, and that's what he did.
Wait, what? He's stealing Bill Burr's shit
to start his podcast, which
he is. Yeah, Nick Mullins. Well, I don't know. Nick Mullins like a different kind of edgelord, though.
He stole the idea from Tom Green.
Hello,
Tom Green.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the.
This is the guy that that famously jerked off a horse in a movie.
It is 8:01. You're watching Tom Green.
This is Bosch's favorite guy right here.
Tom had the brains and the balls to start his own talk show, broadcasting live on the internet from his own home. And it was great. It was funny, chaotic, and it never took itself seriously.
That's good booze!
Play something real quick, okay?
Okay.
Wasn't Tom Green only funny because 4chan would troll him, though?
All right.
I thought that was the deal with Tom Green, right? Wasn't that the thing that he would try to do? He tried to do like an internet show, and then 4chan would keep calling in, and he'd get mad. They would call in and say, do a barrel roll or something.
Tom Green live, hooray!
Cool. Awesome.
It was unpredictable, and stuff went wrong all the time.
Oh, we can't see the on-air feed right now.
Oh, you're glad Tom Green is gone? He's so annoying. I've seen him around. I've seen him on a number of fairly large podcasts recently. Apparently he moved to Canada and got a mule. No, he got a mule. He got the one that can't procreate. Is that a mule?
Yeah, the live feed's not coming through too good, but we figured we'd sit and wait.
This guy's scaring me. Are we up on the computers?
We're up, yeah.
He'd get mad at his production staff as a bit.
Computers?
I want to see a laptop right now with it on the feed. Can I see it? Bring me a laptop right now.
Instead of whatever this is.
No. It's like a.
It's weird.
It's sort of like an
Sorry.
An elliptical?
Sometimes he
What's
gets
he trying to say?
with prank calls, and because Tom has an actual sense of humor and a fully functioning brain, he could play along with them.
Tom Green, can you do a barrel roll for me?
A barrel roll?
Yeah, a barrel roll.
I like that guy. That guy's cool.
I'm the guy you hung up on the first call.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Hey, man, I just wanted to tell you.
Hello, you're on the air.
Instead of what
Ophelia says, as a Canadian, I want to personally apologize for Tom Green.
Whatever this is.
I am really into rock, paper, scissors.
How into it are you?
I'm undefeated.
How is that possible?
But whenever they wanted anything, I would be like, all right, rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, it's not impossible. You just have to be psychic, right?
You could do this thing. If I win, and then I would like pick the thing that was like their sort of deepest fear, you know.
He looks like Willie Mack and sounds like Asmongold. Who, Tom Green?
Can we play right now?
If I win, I do
wait, whose podcast idea? Rogan's podcast idea came from. Is that from Star Fox 64? I don't know. What is a barrel roll from, chat? I just know it's like a really old meme.
Programming on your show for a week.
No, that's worth a lot of money. You can f off.
You were so confident until just now.
No.
Take a few months off.
That's all right. Sounds like someone's scared to lose at rock, paper, scissors.
It sounds like someone else is scared to lose it.
No, you're asking me for something that's ridiculous.
Look how mad it is.
You don't have it. Fuck off.
And number one comedy podcast in the world.
Friends was a funny show.
Joe, you were great on Friends.
No, I wasn't on Friends.
That's a joke.
Hey, stop joking.
No.
But is this...
Wait, what's the joke? Why is that a funny joke?
Everybody's done it. Huge.
Does he look like somebody from Friends? Why would that be a joke?
Huge.
That's a joke.
Is that Star Fox?
Such a fun podcast. Such a fun
Isn't Star Fox the furry art dude?
time.
You need to beat Russia? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Fun.
Are you serious? Do you know how big that place is? Do you
Too
know how
big.
much military force is behind Putin?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Like, what if he
Right.
just decides to go nuclear?
Oh, God.
Frog and Star Fox says do a barrel roll? I didn't know they had frogs in furry art.
Shut up.
Break down your whole regime.
Oh, that's better.
Tom Green in the black limousine.
Oh, hell yeah. God.
Oh, he was on news radio. That's the joke. Okay, so Alex Jones was making a competent joke.
Can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the #1 podcast guy instead of Joe? Must be a fun place to be. That's where we're...
Would it be good? Would it be better with Tom Green, or would it just be bestiality jokes? That's all I remember about Tom Green. Oh yeah, and the sausage. Daddy, would you like some sausage?
We're all supposed to be, if anything made it.
So incest jokes and bestiality, and then incest bestiality when he jerks off an elephant with his father.
Any fucking sense in this stupid world, but it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse.
Exiled from the group.
Oh, that's that trigonometry asshole. Fuck this guy. Why is he on a what? Why are we looking at the trigonometry guy? Tom Rapson is kind of good at it. Tom Green on Rogan within a year, last year, talking about how he has some freak accident walking into burning sand from a bonfire. Please don't remind me of Freddy Got Fingered. Oh my God, I forgot how fucked up that. Yeah, the whole premise of the movie was about him making a false allegation against his dad, who was played by Rip Torn.
This is the branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's idea, made a much shittier version of it, and slowly took over mainstream media, comedy, and the
I mean, his dad definitely abused him, but not like that.
government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week.
Made your daddy proud.
I'm proud to be your friend.
I'm proud to be yours.
Proud.
I love you, Joe, man.
I love you too,
Thank you for
brother.
your time, bro.
Oh yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment Joe realizes there might be gold in these podcast hills.
It would be better with Tom Green, but it would still be gross. Oh yeah, he's a big gross out guy. Yeah, you can literally see footage of Tom Green interviewing him on that show before podcasts were a thing, and you can see the exact moment.
Dude, I think this is awesome.
Thank you, man. See, no, I mean,
This is the craziest thing ever.
Didn't Rip Torn... Was it Rip Torn that tried to kill a dude in the 60s on film? Yeah, right? It was Rip Torn. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
it really is different, you know, than television.
This
or
is
anything.
way better.
He gets rock hard, praising its lack of corporate interests and griping about how advertising and money ruin anything good about entertainment.
Wait a minute. So Rogan is on Tom Green's podcast before podcasts were podcasts, and he steals the whole concept?
Out of corporate pressure. See,
Yeah.
the thing that f***ed up television,
Watch the lab,
thing that
Mike.
f***ed up entertainment in general
idiot.
is money. They
Oh,
started
really?
selling advertising, and that's all. And that f***s up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
A belief he abandons literally within seconds once he realizes that he could be the sole beneficiary
Star Fox, the video game character? Did they make a video game out of that?
of this potential new advertising revenue.
Rip Torn, the guy that played the chief in Men in Black. Yeah, in the 60s, he did like he was in some weird movie where it was hard to tell if it was really a movie or if they just like started filming, and he tries to like kill the director.
Revenue stream.
We need to figure out how you make money from this.
Yeah.
I
think we
thought
create
money ruined
I thought that was Rip Torn.
a
everything.
national interweb, we
Sure.
call it, and then create a mass traffic
Like a portal.
gauge.
Watch right here. You can see the wheels turning inside his brain as he quickly flip-flops.
Like a portal
Yes.
into the advertising revenue stream, you know?
Yeah.
Then
So he just copied Tom Green, and he started the Joe Rogan shitcast experiment, and just for being an early adopter of podcasting, he was
Yeah, Norman Mailer. They were filming something called Maidstone. Apparently, well, AI thinks it wasn't real, but it looks pretty fucking real to me.
able to become the biggest and most mainstream establishment media figure on the planet. There he goes, stealing Joe.
He's up.
Yeah, this visionary genius is comedy's George Carmack. Who's George Carmack? Well, he's the guy who found that first piece of gold in the Yukon, which started the whole Klondike gold rush. There was nothing special about George Carmack. He was just some guy. He was just lucky enough to get a tip from this other guy, Robert Henderson.
They're calling the Ethan thing Poopgate. Unfortunately, it wasn't because I like adding gate to stuff.
Saying there might be some gold up there in the Yukon.
In the hills.
So George just went up there and yeah, he found some. And after that, loads of guys swarmed up to the Klondike there and ruined the place.
All I remember about Star Fox, Ophelia, is furry art.
As they all tried to copy what Carmack did. And just like Henderson tipped off Carmack, Tom Green tipped off Joe, giving Joe the idea to start a DIY podcast. And he did. And he struck gold and caused a stampede of comedians trying to copy his blueprint, turning everything to shit in the process.
In shitification.
Like a plague of locusts. Shit locusts. And guys, please don't hold that against Tom, all right? There's no way he could have predicted the consequences of that tip.
Well, no, I mean, we would have been better off with Tom and Glenn Humplink, doing a podcast.
And Tom's a wonderful man.
But Glenn Humplink was, just had too much self-respect to let Tom continue to...
And actually, just like Joe Rogan, all his riches were never enough for George Carmack. He was always questing
N64, is that the one with the James Bond game?
For more and more gold, never satisfied. He, like Joe, must have had some kind of dad-shaped hole in his soul that he tried to fill with money and fame, but it never really worked.
What are you saying?
George dropped dead at age 61 while working yet another new claim. I'm just saying. So Joe struck gold and, as we all know, became the godfather king of both comedy and podcast.
You're stuck at work, Greenest Faye? I'm sorry.
And helped to restore faith that we are...
In your future stream, can you react to Bill Burr's stand-up? Any of your choosing? Can I? Do you think I can get away with that, or do you think they'll, is that the one with the gold? Yeah, GoldenEye, is that the one with all the polygons and stuff? It's like really weird looking people that are made out of polygon. Can I get away with watching Bill Burr's stand-up without getting copyright claimed?
Still living in a meritocracy-based society, and we love him and we thank him each and every day of our lives. Along the way, Joe spawned a slew of copycat shows trying to coattails
Maidstone is that movie with the guy's ear getting bitten? It sounds about right.
success to the point where every
which stuff?
Single comedian now has their own podcast, literally every single one. And so many of them were built
You have to transform it, put a TikTok filter on it?
on the same premise of what goes on inside a comedian's twisted mind, what really happens backstage in that green room.
The green room is amazing.
No.
I know it looks bad,
No.
It doesn't.
I can't believe it. Well, we all found out pretty quick that most of them are just sick, twisted.
Oh my God, fucking Bill Maher. Wait, I think I watched that one. Who is that guy though?
Perverts and dangerous mentally ill narcissists, predators, abusers, all those kinds of guys, farting around in that stupid green room in one big depraved circle jerk.
Lucky she paid 100.
I had girls in my dick giving me coke from Chewy. You think I'm fucking kidding you? Yeah, you gotta suck my dick to get up in the belly room. I'm making a call for you. That's the fucking gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows that.
How many girls did you have do that?
Oh, 20 of them. Yeah. I got to Hollywood, bro. She was beautiful.
Other YouTubers put filter. Wait, like visual filters or audio filters?
And when she left, she had dirty fucking, her nails were dirty. And then a year later, she wrote me a letter to the Comedy Store. You sucker, you broke me. I kept shooting sperm balls in a fucking bar.
That actually makes me want to start believing in the death penalty. Send them right to Sparky. Anyways, on and on it went. And they just kept making these podcasts. They just won't stop pumping them out. And then a pandemic happened, and people were alone, and so desperate not to listen to the thoughts inside their own heads. So they put on these podcasts as mental screensavers and escape into the friendship simulation.
You know, if we're gonna watch any comedy like stand-up, we're gonna have to. I think we'd have to do it on Twitch, right?
That these podcasts provide, and the numbers went
I want to go home and go to bed.
up, and more guys made more and more podcasts, always trying to outcompete each other by making everything as
Wait, I recognize that guy. Who is that?
fast, cheap, and low effort as possible.
Wait, did somebody actually smoke weed with Bill Maher? Is that what happens when somebody actually takes him up on all his booze and his weed offer?
And then it's just a matter of
That's like if a witch comes to your house and offers you an apple. Like, of course you don't eat the apple. course you don't eat that. You know what's going to happen if you eat the apple. You're going to sleep for 1,000 years.
Reading ads for pills or nicotine.
That's what happens if you eat any or if you consume anything around Bill Maher. And you don't want to pass out in Bill Maher's house, right? That
mouthwash or whatever.
Brain nourishing.
Oh, it's not good. These lazy stand-up guys got into comedy because it was the easiest thing they could do to avoid getting a real job. But then podcasting came along, and suddenly they had an even easier way to make even more money.
Podcast?
And then pretty soon the podcast eclipsed the stand-up, and now all these so-called comedians are really just zero-effort podcasters selling shitty products again and again and again.
We'll be back with the interview in 1 minute. First, we want to talk to you about the
fucking trigonometry
sponsors of today's episode, AG1.
You should nuke England.
We take AG1 to stay healthy.
And you're looking great there, bud. Jesus Christ.
Why are we putting trigonometry on with comedians? Aren't they like a completely different thing? Like, trigonometry are just like shitty, like right-wing wannabe, I don't know. They have a slumping off on the Bill Maher show.
They really have become indistinguishable.
Oh, a slump off.
From those infomercials you used to see on TV late at night when you couldn't sleep, and you'd turn that
There are a lot of ads. There are a lot of ad reads.
thing on out of desperation just to maybe hear another voice.
But I like Adam Friedman's ad reads.
I love you. You have my life.
You might even see an interesting product. Who knows?
Arthritis, depression.
Those are podcasts now.
iRestore, the clinically proven, game-changing hair growth device, iRestore. This show is brought to you by DraftKings.
They're just places these fools can hawk supplements and get free advertising for their own branded crap.
I love this.
And they all follow that original blueprint from the godfather of podcasting, Joe Rogan.
My brain is real.
Is Star Fox an anime? I mean, is there an anime of it?
It's a real thing.
You need some Alpha Brain.
What is it? Can I take it? I'm breastfeeding.
Alpha Brain is a nootropic that my company Onnit makes. And I'm not saying this because it's my company.
Wait, they were comedians in the UK? What? Those guys are not funny at all. They got canceled for being edgy, and that's why they started trigonometry? Oh my god. Those guys aren't funny, though. I've never, ever seen those guys be funny.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually a very anxious person.
I have a friend whose daughter was on ADHD medication, and she was getting off of it, and he started giving her Alpha Brain.
Very cool.
Okay.
He said it helped her tremendously.
Respect for the daughter. Wow.
What is it?
He's become the new establishment, cutting deals with big pharma and backed by massive corporations like Spotify and the Big N.
The thing that fucks up entertainment in general is money. That's all it is. And that fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good.
So Joe was getting more and more popular. But with that success came a whole new level of public criticism that Joe was not prepared for and was too weak and frankly lazy to handle. See, one of the core problems with this Joe Rogan guy is the fact that he has that dad-shaped hole in his soul that we alluded to earlier. He grew up with this terrible guy for a dad.
My big memory from my childhood is my mother coming home with hamburger meat and my father being upset that it was hamburger that she had brought home for dinner, and he beat the shit out of her. And then we left.
And do you think that somehow or another that put that fight
Who Star Fox is?
in you?
Yeah, unquestionably, yeah. Like, I thought my dad was this great
I know who Star Fox is, I just don't know what he's from.
guys, when you're a
I
kid.
thought he was from, like I swear to God,
Your dad's your hero.
Right.
And all of a sudden I realized when I was 5 years old, very clearly that my dad was a douchebag. There's that feeling that you can't trust anybody.
And after doing all that emotional damage, Joe's dad abandoned him. But he left him with a lifetime
Like, when I think of Star Fox, I think of furry art.
gift. A dark black hole inside his soul that he might not even be aware of, and if he is entirely incapable of fixing or even acknowledging. Crippling.
Wouldn't Sam Cedar fall into this? Because Sam is an ex-comedian, and now he has a show, but it does not, at least he's good with his was Sam I knew he did, yeah, maybe. I thought Sam said he tried stand-up, but it didn't ever, he was on, he was on some sitcoms.
Fear. Now this black hole, it produces incredibly powerful
Sam admits to failing up the comedy ladder.
emotional gravity. All his fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. and that's stressful, man. It's a real bind. And it's actually a big reason why Joe became a comedian in the first place.
Why else did you get into being a comedian?
I don't know. I got talked into doing it. No, I wasn't really very funny. I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts.
Stop laughing. It's not funny.
I was very insecure, and I got bullied.
Wait, Rogan was like the Fear Factor guy, right?
See, it's a sad thing.
And I wasn't big. I was a small kid.
Better music.
And I was really nervous. And I did not like that feeling at all. Yeah, I went to an open mic night. I watched
Sam had some small roles.
amateurs try.
Yeah, he does Hugo on Bob's Burger.
Like, most of them don't know what they're doing. They're terrible. Like, people who really...
But yeah, he kind of got screwed up. He kind of got screwed over. So if you don't know, wait, who did Lydia Lunch destroy? So the original concept of Bob's Burgers was going to be that, like from the first episode where they get accused of selling human meat in the form of hamburgers, like they were going to do it so that they actually were putting human meat in there, right? They're going to make it really dark so that Bob and his wife were like, I don't know if they were supposed to be edgelords or why they were putting human meat into the burgers, but they were. And Hugo was going to have a much bigger role because the idea was going to be that Hugo is always trying to bust them. Hugo is always trying to catch them. Hugo's got a feeling about Bob and his wife, and he's like, these fuckers are selling human meat. I know it, right? They live right next to it. It's right next to a like a funeral home. Like they're taking the bodies and they're putting them in the hamburger, right? And every single time it was going to be like Hugo's about to bust them. He's about to catch them. And then something happens, and he's like, "Oh well, it looks like I guess they're not doing the human meat after all, right?" But he was always supposed to be like one step behind, and if that had come through, then Hugo would be on like every single episode. But instead, they decided that making Bob and Linda making them cannibals was going to be too edgy. They couldn't do it. They couldn't take it, right? So they changed it. And, there's two versions of the pilot, right?
Inspire you to do it because they lower the bar of expectation.
And do you still do your stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. That is the emperor of comedy you're talking to. See, there are two main strains of comedian.
Yeah.
The first kind are the people that are creative artists that have weird brains and maybe even have a triple-digit IQ, and they're driven to create. They are compelled by the muses or whatever. And
Wait, Tom Green has the triple-digit?
Makes sense that they're comedians.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break.
But that's Mitch Hedberg, right?
It can only become stairs.
Oh.
He kind of looks like Will Neff.
Jokes. I remember those. The other kind of strain of comic, and this is almost all of them these days, are sad people with black holes inside their soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences, and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone where nobody else is allowed to speak, and probably they should
Happy they changed it. I love how wholesome. Well, you don't think it would be wholesome if they were secretly cannibals? If they just had this one thing that they did that was a little bit transgressive?
lock their phones in a bag too. And now I'm trying to...
Oh no, it's Jim Brewer!
Think about who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention and power. Oh yeah, this guy.
No!
Yeah, for this type of guy, stand-up comedy is a dream. They're sad little guys who seek power and external validation. It's classic Hitler stuff. And it's scary, psychotic stuff.
Free speech. That's what we're fighting. That's all I'm fighting for.
Fuck, it's Dave.
When I'm on that...
People always make a mistake of believing Rogan was an MMA fighter. He never had a professional fight. Was he too old? Is that why it was? That by the time that MMA really took off, Rogan would have been too old to be competitive? Because he does, like, I will say, as far as turning sidekicks, I've never seen a better one than Rogan's. And I'm not shitting you either, chat. He taught George St. Pierre to do that move. He's got, like, two versions of it. Just the one where, it's kind of like a spin kick. And then he's got one where he covers, like, almost the entire distance of the ring with a turning sidekick and can just like and those anybody in chat been sidekicked before? It fucking hurts. Like a sidekick is brutal especially if it hits on, if your opponent is standing well, yeah, like even like just a Muay Thai stance, right? Because that's your gallbladder, right? But if you were southpaw, then your liver's right there.
That stage, I'm there to dictate your emotions.
Oh,
dictator at that point.
He admits it.
That's all we're fighting for is free speech.
It's this weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find enough other dumb sad guys. And
Generally, a sidekick is it's like hard to do unless you're oh my god, what do you call this stance? The side stance.
An audience who will give them the laughter and
But if you do the turn with it, then
applause they need so badly.
Yeah, it's a Taekwondo move that is a really good addition to like a Muay Thai arsenal.
Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your art?
I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be happy.
He wouldn't be old per se, but he was a TK. Oh, he actually learned that from TK. Oh, no wonder he was teaching George St. Pierre. He won a Taekwondo tournament at 19.
I can already answer that before you even finish that question. I couldn't be happy if people aren't absorbing art of mine.
Sounds familiar.
Why do you think that is?
Why have I forgotten this asshole's name already?
Because I'm addicted to it now.
Well, it's mainly just because of the stance, right? Like a lot of MMA and like the striking comes from Muay Thai. Muay Thai is one of the most successful striking arts that's been incorporated. And when you do a Muay Thai stance, your your front foot is out or your left foot is out on front. And then your back foot is out at a 45-degree angle. You've got about enough room to roll a bowling ball in between. And the reason you stand like that is that that if you get a leg kick, and this is kind of like old school, right, chat? Because now people do calf kicks, but when you do a leg kick, the way to block that is to check it like that, right? And if you're standing in this way, like I think this is the Taekwondo stance, where you can do a side kick really easily, then you're not going to be able to check that kick. And you're going to get, if you've ever gotten a leg kick or a number of leg kicks, right, you will have a massive welt on your thigh. There's even a certain nerve that runs down here that if people can kick that nerve, it basically makes your leg go dead.
I'm addicted to that feeling of
Muay Thai stance is more front facing than Taekwondo. I'm trying to remember what the stance for Taekwondo is called. Bladed, thank you. It's bladed. I couldn't remember. It's a bladed stance.
Instant gratification, validation.
I've never really used a bladed stance because I've never wanted to get leg kicked multiple times.
All of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around guys like this, whose entire scheme is simply pandering to the most easily entertained brain-dead audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid and driven by urges other than the pursuit of...
Jeremy Piven.
Wait, what's this?
1,000 years ago,
what is this?
I did a show called Entourage. Do you imagine if we tried to reboot that today in this climate?
Yeah.
We used to have billboards everywhere. Those billboards today, 5 straight, white, focused men coming straight at
Take me back.
People would be like, is that a documentary about January 6th?
Yeah. That is really good stuff. I actually changed my mind. This era of comedy rules. So yeah, comedy copers. That's the kind of comedian Joe is. And it's sad. He'd love to shrink the size of that dark amalgam that haunts him, but he can't because he doesn't seem to realize, or maybe it's too painful to think about, that he's only chained to that swirling mass of negativity because of the emotional gravity of that dad hole. Address the trauma of that dad hole and the rest floats away into the void. But he can't. and he won't. And because of that, he's stuck with that black hole inside and the dark amalgam that surrounds it, which, in 2020, was about to grow to terrifying and unimaginable proportions.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify. Thanks.
Joe made a big boy business deal with the partly Chinese Communist Party-owned Spotify Corporation. And after that, he started getting in a lot more trouble for making up stuff on his show and, like, ruining society and things like that. And at first, he had to keep apologizing when he got caught lying, which is...
I'm trying to understand, is he saying that the reason that this kind of comedy is like low skill and shitty, or that, like, it's like easy mode, is that if you inject your comedy with some, like, right-wing grievance, then you can get people to laugh at shit that's not actually funny? They're laughing to own the libs rather than laughing from a real place of, like, I am entertained. I think that was like it's like a mean laughter, right? Goated B-roll.
It's crazy to think about now, but it was a different era back then.
Historic fires are ripping through 3 western states.
The vape guy has a routine about how useful it is to punch your girl. Who's the vape guy?
Hello, everybody. I need to make an apology and a retraction. I said something on the podcast about people getting arrested for lighting fires. I got duped. It's wrong. And I said it without looking into it. It's very irresponsible. And I'm sorry if I duped you as well. I know it feels very irresponsible of me. I don't take it lightly. I'm very upset with myself. And I apologize to you as well. Sorry.
The guy was in way over his head, and his...
Spotify is a Yuri Milner, Peter Thiel founders fun company.
Inability to distinguish reality from fiction was starting to stress him out, knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in.
Sorry.
And, if that wasn't bad enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing.
What do you think about our buddy put an apology today?
Sorry.
Who? Did you see Joe
Rogan, but he got a fact wrong.
Yeah. Poor Joe Rogan. He put the apology up.
Sorry.
They would tell him go. He was. That's hard for my dog. My heart goes out to him. He had to put an apology up.
Sorry.
Shit.
I guess
things look good when he was. Things look good in the basement, dog. Once you take that Spotify money, you got to start apologizing, and make him believe you can't. You know, the poor guy. That's what happens when you get that money. You cash that big check, you got to watch what you say. Did you see him?
This marked the start of the apology era, which would end up being way too much adversity.
David Lucas?
For Joe to handle. And to get out of this bind, Joe was about to embark on a transformation that will surely be studied.
Oh, yeah, this is when he got caught for, like, people. Did they dig up, like, N-word tapes on him? And then there was like this Planet of the Apes shit was just, like, straight up. The whole joke was racist. Right? Like, just really racist. Like, unfucking imaginably racist. And they let it go. The way this video is edited as art, yeah, Elephant Graveyard is, like, amazing.
By psychologists for the rest of time.
How serious is...
Like, Elephant Graveyard, these could be documentaries.
Is this something that we need to be terrified of?
So, long story short, a pandemic started, Joe couldn't handle it, and he went and had a panic attack in the sauna.
Well, I was scared out of my mind in the beginning. When everybody's shutting down in the beginning and people are stockpiling food, I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I do feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt like my breath is coming short. I did. I had like psychosomatic issues thinking about it.
Guy had a panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a fucking panic attack
in the sauna.
And then you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. And that's how the hatred starts.
And that really was when the hatred was unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about, like, shooting homeless guys.
I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. Maybe we should just go and shoot homeless people.
I like your ideas.
Oh, God, I forgot about a lot of this shit.
This pandemic stuff was way too stressful.
21st Century Noir is like Drive. I've never seen Drive.
Then he started frantically scrolling Twitter and found a new group of guys to hang out with. And these guys allowed Joe to believe that everything was actually okay. And so Joe felt relieved and safe with them.
Oh, that piece of shit, Brett Weinstein.
And transformed his inner anxiety into outward rage, an emotion he was more accustomed to dealing with on account of that bad dad. But unfortunately, this new group of guys and all the stuff that he and Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention. And that made even more anxiety bubble up. And again, Joe transformed
Joe Rogan viewers are the same people who think college is a scam, but they spell it collage. Yeah.
that anxiety into an even bigger rage. And I mean, this guy was getting pissed.
Well, breaking news this evening, Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has COVID.
Shit, anyone got a lighter?
He mentioned ivermectin is something more often used to deworm horses.
I can afford people medicine, motherfucker. This is me. This is ivermectin.
You got it with
right
you.
here. Somebody gave it to me.
Oh, this is amazing.
Look, they put a yellow filter on me too. They did. I look like shit there. Do you know that?
I think you look good.
Pause.
And his mind just completely shattered.
I don't
That's
think
enough, Jimmy.
He had to defend this new guy he'd started becoming, and all his beliefs, which were the only thing abating his rampant anxiety. And now he was way too invested in this stuff to ever turn back.
5'3". I think this is really important. One of the problems that I've had, me personally, I've had with any idea is that once I have an original idea or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. And I've had real problems with that. And the problem with saying this happened and that happened, which I used to do all the time, is that you don't know. You don't know. You don't know. But until you do know, when you say you know and you might be wrong, it becomes an ego thing.
So Brett Weinstein is like one of these guys that, like, I don't know if he was trying to pull a Jordan Peterson, but he had some issue where he got into a conflict with the students at his school. And then he pulled this whole I got canceled thing, and yeah, he blew up. And like, is it similar to what he's saying about Rogan? Like, I don't get it. Is Rogan being conservative because is he saying Rogan's doing all this like right-wing shit because he's got the hole in his soul, or is it that he's doing it? Is he saying he's like pandering to? Because that's what I get out of like a Brett Weinstein. Well, I mean, I don't know. Brett Weinstein's probably like believes this shit, but
If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast,
it's like the self-victimization with
okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts, I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with who now hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online.
Now, you might have noticed that Joe is on the verge of tears there, struggling very hard not to break down and cry. And that's because the real Joe is inside there somewhere dying and desperately trying to be heard. But Joe won't allow it. He's committed to being the new guy. And he puts in major effort in order to keep the old guy beneath the surface, basically torturing him into submission.
And I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge as I'm taking it off. Don't do it, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb right in and because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I won. I beat
Is he talking about like an ice plunge? Like he's jumping into ice water?
the inner bitch.
Yeah.
I conquered the inner
Soul's Hole might be a sunny episode.
bitch. I got in there.
If I start my day with a win, then how can I be a
I
loser?
don't think Rogan and Weinstein are pandering. I think they're like siloed off, paid too well billionaires by billionaires.
Well, despite winning so hard at life from sitting in that tub, he was still pretty messed up from all the backlash he was getting from all his major whoopsies.
I would have been like them if I
Saying that
didn't have
COVID broke Rogan. He lost any sense of decency when he felt helpless during COVID and got radicalized into the biohacking community.
the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have,
The mindset.
my personality,
Personality.
is just immune to bullshit.
He's got it all.
When bullshit hits me, I'm oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad.
Daddy.
I don't trust people. And the people that haven't experienced that, I can understand why they formed the conclusions that they did, because I could have been them. I 100% could have been them.
Well, thank God Joe's mommy bought hamburger that fateful night. Or Joe could have ended up a guy with the biggest mainstream media platform on earth, being easily used and exploited by weird billionaires and grifters, and allowing it to happen because he's just so desperate for love and validation on account of that dad hole. It's crazy to think there's a multiverse thing out there where a #1 comedy podcast doesn't have guests like some comic book villain evil rich guy, all these nutjob billionaire dweebs, and like, I don't know, a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason, and also like the entire government basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he thinks? Nah, man, he grew up without a dad, so you don't even have to take that question into consideration. And say sorry. Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that that didn't happen. Right, Duncan? Remember you warned Joe about that happening? Thank you so much for saving our dad. I mean, Joe. Thank God he's got friends that still tell him the truth and don't tell him part of the truth and then walk it back a little bit out of fear of disrupting his delusions, stressing him out, and then being cut out of his inner circle. That would be spineless and, would make it obvious that all your peace and love and honesty stuff was just a load of crap all along.
If you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are gonna infiltrate your shit.
Listen to me. All those people that are organized, they come hang out with us. Give me a hug.
You don't want to give them a hug?
Relax.
Why?
Just relax. All those people are just people, man.
Like a white supremacist?
They're lost.
Yeah, but you have to watch out because people are gonna try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is people recognizing what you are. You have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world, right? That's a fear.
Like radium?
But dude, I do worry about you sometimes, man, because it's you now have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, because you're doing a comedy podcast, radio show style thing, but you're also interviewing people about really heavy duty shit. Then you start thinking man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating me, Duncan Trussell. I'm an American.
Yeah,
okay?
But you wouldn't even know. That's the thing. You wouldn't even...
Oh, I wouldn't know? How would I not know? These people are people.
What?
They're going to be if someone is so good at manipulating people that they can manipulate me and change the way I think about things.
Yeah.
Well, then good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff, and everyone was either yelling at him and calling him a dangerous idiot, or they were showering him with praise for widely broadcasting all their favorite ideas about what reality might be, and making them feel validated. So, if you're a fearful, self-loathing, and external validation-seeking guy like Joe, which side would you embrace? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to fully dive into a wonderful new safe space. He tapped into something he'd been searching for all his life, a source of constant praise and affirmation. And the guys doing all the praising were happy to have found a powerful ally in the new mainstream media. And as if that wasn't enough, Joe also found an endless parade of charlatans willing to juice his rod like he's some kind of god king for access to his wonderful platform and a chance to milk him for their own fame and fortune.
I want to give you the gifts I got you, bro. Got 5 of them.
DVD.
Okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
You spelled ivermectin wrong.
Wow, a 5th place golf tournament prize.
So I hope you like it.
It's wonderful.
The last one, I'm convinced this is the one that I think you're gonna like a lot. So,
Duncan Trussell saw the road Joe Rogan was going down. Yeah, it's but in a way, is what I feel like Elephant Graveyard here is saying, that the world, it's not just Rogan that went down this. That he was at some weird crossroad because of the nature of his, because of being in the right place at the right time. Because of stealing Tom Green's shit, and that just allowed all this shit to get propagated. And that's what left us with the world that we're in now. That's what deviated. He's talking about the timeline, right? Rogan, yeah, sure, right? But all of us have been pulled down this timeline. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm in danger of sounding conspiratorial or, over-interpreting Joe Rogan's journey as all of our journey. But in a way, doesn't it seem like it? Is that what he's trying to say? Is that what Because like chat, I don't know. For some reason, I'm just like super. Oh my god, Joel, thank you for the 5 community subs, and we're at the level 2 of Hype Train, the second Hype Train of the night. The bastard took us with him. That's kind of what it feels like, isn't it? I don't know. I don't want to like, because like the thing that I'm resisting here is it sounds a little too much like. It sounds a little too much like the great man of history. You know what I'm saying? Like I always watch out for that. I always watch out for interpreting history through the lens of individuals, of main characters, right? And I hope that's not what I'm getting drawn into here. I can't count it towards Dan Clancy explaining the Hasan ban. Oh my god. I mean, do we have time to do that? Let me see if I can find that. Because we're like, I haven't been good at counting, but I feel like we're very close to actually a 300 on the dono goal. I feel like there's stuff I've left off of the dono goal because it's been a little overwhelming. Everybody's been super generous tonight, and it's great timing, considering I am moving to a different country. Let me see if I can work that into. I mean, I don't want to stay up too late, but the video is layered and worth a few review. Yeah, this is actually quite disturbing. Like the constellation that I'm starting to see here. Peanut Butter. Wait, who's Peanut Butter David? The bastard took us with him, says play something. That's what it feels like. That is really what it feels like. Again, I don't want to overinterpret this. Like I'm saying, it's history is made by every single one of us, right? Don't ever get drawn into thinking that there are main characters and that there are NPCs and that you're one of the NPCs because you're not Joe Rogan, right? Every single one of us makes a difference, but
this one was work, bro. Hope you like it.
Let's see if we can find that Dan Clancy thing.
This is with the what do you call it when you're doing a...
Whoa. Yeah, it's called a BPSRJ, a blatant public sycophantic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up.
What the fuck? How is this guy so good?
Swallowing the praise and plugging it into that hole his bad dad left in his soul.
You're a very important guy.
Here we go.
Blatant sycophantic rod juicing?
Talk to me, baby.
Admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
There's true protection for you.
Too
You
hard.
don't need any protection when it comes up to a street fight.
Perfect.
You know how to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels good.
My weapon is words. And by the way, my book is coming out in December.
And these rod juicings just felt so good. And they relieved Joe of the anxiety he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other, and through neuronic muscle memory, his brain began to default to the fear-rage switch innately. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know, no free will, he actually became a whole new guy.
I've never voted right-wing in my life. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights. I'm even universal health care. See this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me crazy. Yeah, the hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th thing is important. And one of the reasons why
I feel like a Kyle Kalinske clip would be very well placed in this part of the video.
It's important because it highlights the reasons.
He looks like Hank from Breaking Bad. He kind of does. I want my dad to see this video. Damn. Level 2 achieved. With let me read out these jellyfish. So we're doing it a little different now, chat. We're reading out the Twitch. On Twitch, it's you just got jellyfished. All right, so Magical Girl Madness, you just got jellyfish. Reed He Peed, you just got jellyfished. Yes, of course, you just got jellyfish. Borgoda Cosmico, you just got jellyfish. Firebird 710, you just got classic NCC chatter. You just got jellyfish. Turtle, you just got jellyfished. Hermit Munster, you just got jellyfished. Uzubi BKS, you just got jellyfished. Dagger Jado, you just got jellyfished. TKC Strike, you just got jellyfished. And that's a good thing. Thank you for the 100 bits, Omega Star. Yeah, look at that. Look at that hype train. How that hype train is level 3, 80%. Damn. Thank you. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with your generosity tonight, chat. It makes it really is like, and it could not be better timed. It could not. It's unbelievably well timed. Thank you so much.
That's why a guy like Donald Trump is so dangerous.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump.
Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that good? Thank you, Joe.
Here we go.
Becoming a new guy is a very effective way of slipping out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you want to belong with, and then reconfigure your entire personality in order to fit
Wait, this is like Terminator shit?
in with that group.
It's like, you remember when Madonna had a fake English accent and everybody's like, bitch, you're from Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from. You
Yeah.
are not from England. Like,
Yeah.
you can't do that.
They were like in a
Yes,
U-Haul
they all
truck or
jumped in the back of a U-Haul truck together. There has never been a thing that I've ever seen where almost immediately I was like, those are feds. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing. I mean, look, some people are barely holding on to reality.
You're right.
Barely.
You're right.
All they need.
Do people remember the U-Haul thing? This was in Idaho, I believe. Level 3 achieved. This was in Idaho, I believe, during Pride Month, and the cops pulled over a U-Haul truck that had a bunch of dudes with masks and shields that I think were like headed towards a gay pride event in northern Idaho. If you don't know, northern Idaho is the home to a lot of white supremacists, right? I'm not throwing shade on everybody from fucking northern Idaho. I'm just saying that there was an attempt to take over certain communities in northern Idaho and turn it into like a white supremacy wonderland, right? And so these people were in this U-Haul, and yeah, every single right winger reacted to, oh, those are feds. Those are clearly feds. And they tried to make claims like that there hadn't been a court case, that they'd Woody Red, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Thank you, Joel. So many jellyfish. Yeah, you're right, Magical Girl Madness. Everybody's getting jellyfish tonight. That sounds like a euphemism, doesn't it? We're out here getting jellyfished. Too much DMT. What if there was a jellyfish? You know, like the frogs that are psychoactive? What if there was like a jellyfish? I feel like there should be. No, Nazis always in the U-Haul. Wonder Bread land, yeah, pretty much. But I mean, it's kind of like the shit where, Elon Musk does his Sig Heil, and people are like, oh no, he's just an autistic man showing his exuberance. He's just very excited to be there. He's a little socially awkward. It's actually ableist of you. It's actually ableist of you to say that was a Sig Heil, right? It's just fucking ridiculous. Like, I mean, this is Emperor's New Clothes shit.
Is one smack, one.
If you adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself.
What if there was a jellyfish that just gave you superpowers? Like, it would sting you and it would really hurt bad, but then you'd get superpowers? Like psychic powers?
That they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief. This rap guy, Machine Gun Boy, he too became a new guy recently by employing the new body, new guy technique himself.
I'm in a new body. I literally am in a new body. Like, I covered everything on my arms and my body. I left windows to it, but just like there's.
Wait. Is that seriously ink? Is that his tat?
Windows to my old work, but I'm a new person. So the evolution has led me from a caterpillar to a butterfly now.
Hold on, that was kind of deep.
Transition into a new guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become fully immersed in the self-delusion. But upon reaching the maximal delusion saturation point, your simulated self becomes more real than your original classical self. And the transition into a new guy is completed. And after years of waffling on
Chad, this is breaking my brain like the end of Berserk. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you're like watching an anime and you get to the last episode and you're like, dude, what the fuck just happened? Like, what are these red faces? Like, who just came out of the red, like, face? What's going on? Like, what is even, you know what I'm saying?
Fence.
This is like end of Evangelion kind of shit.
As we enter the year 2025, Joe's transition into this new guy appears to finally be complete. Well done.
What the fuck is that? The howling?
Yeah, I remember, like, they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something happened to them earlier on. There was an aggressive, teacher, uncle, somebody that just
maybe a dad.
A dad who was drunk.
Yep.
There's stuff that pushes them in that direction to be expressive.
American Werewolf in London.
Controlling and,
Yo, chat, I see new emotes emerging.
wanting to be acknowledged and do it exactly my way.
The whole video is kind of psychedelic, based on the creator's disappointment with Rogan. Yeah.
Because I was powerless as a child.
And when you said I beat up kids, I beat up other women. Joe Harrison was, when you farted in your house, they knew next door. How could I get away with that?
Yeah, for sure, right? And then that's the thing you see with actors too, and they finally get some success, and then finally you're the man. Like, oh, look, it's Mike. Your bagel's ready, Mike, and your trailer's ready. And then Mike is, get me a fucking coffee. Like, oh, Mike, anything for you.
What's
and
the hype chest?
In this disproportionate, very insane way. You know what I'm suffering?
Fall damage.
Coffee sucks. Water. I don't know.
Not fall damage.
It's literally almost like water. Can we get some more? We're going to talk about this. This is the worst coffee I've ever had.
Sorry. The exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
It just.
Oh wait, that's what Jamie. I've never seen Jamie, chat. I've never seen Jamie before. That's what Jamie looks like.
I did.
I just put the water in.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee.
Get me a coffee.
Set of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I'll just tell you right now, Jamie, this is terrible for coffee, though. You're like, this is fucking terrible.
Cold one. Oh, he looks like
it's terrible.
Sorry. And it really makes you wonder, like, how many times has Joe done this? How many new guys has he transformed into over the years in order to avoid actually facing the dad hole head on? And who is the real Joe Rogan underneath all of those guys?
It's like some Minecraft fall damage.
And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other branches of the multiverse. I don't know. But it's
The astral plane. Wait, isn't that the thing? Isn't that like where they go in Berserk?
all very friggin' cerebral. So just a quick recap, we're exploring how did comedy get so shit? And surely you know the end of this shit cycle is coming any day now. You're all aware of the ever-growing industry of guys pointing out how shit the ship era is. People are catching on, guys. Don't wait for the rest of the rats to start jumping off the Rogan shit ship. Be that rat yourself and fucking jump already. It's time to leave Daddy's house. I mean, would you rather be at the forefront of the great post-Rogan comedy rebuild? Or would you prefer to face a...
Yeah, the comedy WPA, chat. Hey, who's down for that? Like, do you want to be stand-up? We got a job for you. Look, Elon Musk wants to retire all government workers, a la Curtis Yarvin's weird theory. We're gonna rehire all government employees as stand-up comedians. That's what we're doing. The comedy New Deal. Right? Comedy can be funny again. It doesn't have to just be like this shitty, hateful thing of like, yes, I hate wokeness, so I will also laugh. I mean, like they're calling people NPCs. What's more NPC than laughing at a joke that's not funny just because it owns the libs?
Jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg. Sorry. Anyway, so King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream king. And this new guy he's become has allowed him to make a massive power grab within the U.S. government.
Post Joe Rogan, anything started when he left Tom Green? Yeah, wait, what? I gotta watch this again. This video goes hard.
Cementing his position with...
Has Hasan watched this yet?
...in the establishment. He's the comedy czar. And I honestly can't even tell if he's aware of the fact that he's become the unofficial podcast of the U.S. government. He's got a direct line to the president.
Well, we definitely hate it in Canada right now.
Oh, yeah.
See the hockey game? Kick Canada's ass. Sorry, Canada. In Canada.
Excuse me?
It's not good, because that's their fucking sport.
Oh, really, dude?
I feel like I don't exactly have the comedy chops to be able to fully appreciate this, or the hockey chops for that matter, but I'm definitely getting something out of it.
All right, sorry, what were we talking about?
The talk about turning Canada into a 51st state.
Oh, yeah.
He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious.
Yeah. Well,
at first I was joking around, but then I was thinking...
Chat, who do you think is next for Trump to pardon? Vince McMahon?
Maybe it's not a bad idea.
Like, he just, like, there's no shame. There's no limit. There's no such thing as too far anymore.
So funny.
He's become comedy goibles. Jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement
Jobles? Oh, no.
that comedy is legal now.
The
Yay.
left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
But now it's
USA.
2025, and Joe's the only guy on earth still ranting and raving about the...
I feel like I should have my Bucky shirt on for this, chat. Why do I not have my Bucky shirt? Oh, God, yeah, Derek Chauvin. That's what Ben Shapiro's trying to do. Ben Shapiro is trying to redeem himself back into the Trump cult by campaigning to get Trump to... Now, my understanding, though, is that Derek Chauvin's got, like, both federal and state charges, so it wouldn't actually... If Trump did this, it wouldn't actually get Chauvin out, right? Tim Walz is still governor in Minnesota, but, you know, it would be... Jobles indeed.
Pandemic, once his bread and butter, and
why are you just accepting this? Because it's a no.
You said gerbils?
Addicted to something that pissed him off like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining.
Hasan's pre-ironic appreciation for Rogan is a mark of shame in my book. One of the very few. Still watch Hasan a lot. No shade.
He looks for stuff to whine about like a pathetic cigarette junkie.
I'm just looking for cues for somebody that knows stand-up better than I do, because it's really not my wheelhouse. But
the sidewalk for butt.
In fact, I feel like comedy is illegal for people such as myself, right? Do you ever feel that? It's like comedy's just like for certain people now. It's definitely not for me.
Remnants to smoke.
I'm not allowed.
That's all that's available. And you got to take what you can get.
If that Tim Walz sucker, if that guy got into power, that weirdo puts tampons in the boys' room and...
So this new guy experiment is fucking insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't going to stop there. I mean, say what you want about Joe, but this guy...
Luigi pardon would also give him dictatorship powers.
Can overcommit to stuff at a
He's not going to do that.
Pathological level. Becoming a new guy.
The only way that would happen is if he kicked out Musk and brought in Bannon, maybe? I don't know.
Was not enough. Though more secure in his delusion than ever before, the flimsy tent poles holding up the belief in this new guy were always threatened by critics and like just regular normal people calling him stupid and stuff. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new guy in order to legitimize his own transition.
But there's a lot of new guys, right? Like Zuckerberg is a new guy, right? Like there's many such examples.
And now Joe has gifted the world a brand new blueprint to copy. It's the new guy blueprint, and guys are already getting into it. We just saw Mark Zuckerberg show up to the Shipcast to unveil his new guy.
We're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu.
Chat, I swear to God, I have not pre-watched. I mean, technically I did because I saw that like there was a red bar, but I have not pre-watched this part. This is like I was like, new guy, I think I get it. It's like Zuckerberg, yeah.
Because I think you look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker.
Is Asmongold a new guy? Chat, is Asmongold a new guy?
You look like a different guy.
It just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad it now is.
Now, Mark maybe wasn't quite ready to unveil the new guy, but sometimes we get a little bit too
What, is he only 75% new guy?
excited about our new guy, and we unveil them before they're really ready.
I like racing. And I feel like all these activities,
like smoked meats,
grilling meats, racing cars, are probably two of the most fun things that
Doesn't this guy like own a whole island in Hawaii?
you can do.
Oh yeah.
Asmongold is new guy.
Same.
Yeah.
Chad, it's rhinoceros. It finally dawned on me. This is rhinoceros. This is an Ionesco play. That's what this is about.
A lot of that as well.
Yeah. Well, my favorite is bow and arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Joe's already dubious.
Yeah, I like to make the animals suffer. It's really just kidding, bow hunters. I'm sorry.
Worried that Mark is going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard work Joe's put into normalizing new guy transitioning. But at the same time, Joe the gatekeeper can't help but become activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
I mean, that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting.
Sporting.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh.
Like a compound one, with the levers and pulleys and stuff.
Whoopsie.
Do you know the company that makes it?
Not off the top of my head.
Oh, that's bad.
No.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing.
But Joe was enthused to see.
What is the good thing to say? No, if you're a real man, if he was a real new guy, he wouldn't be a compound, right? It would be like a longbow.
Someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck?
Sorry, I got to cut it off before he goes into infomercial mode again. So Mark got Joe's support for
iron neck. Now, I did know a guy that one of my like I've been, I used to be in the gym a lot, right? There's just one guy that I knew that I think he's like a bodybuilder, right? And I remember him having this thing about he had a special contraption that went on his head and that allowed him to work his neck muscles. And he was saying that usually only wrestlers will work these muscles, but he wanted a certain look, right? Which is, kind of the big thumb, or sorry, big neck, sort of thumb, like cop look, I guess was what he was going for. So he literally brought on this contraption that he could hook into like a hook it into the what the fuck is that thing called with the pulleys and the he could like work his neck muscles.
His new guy, but Mr. Schaub, yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
You had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. Oh no. I went like this, yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
He defended Dave Rubin, remember?
Do you?
No,
what kind of bow do you use?
I think he did. He just forgot his bow.
Oh,
he forgot the name of his bow.
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it.
And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as well to appease his lord. It's all kind of
right at the office neck workout
coming together for Joe, I guess. All these guys are becoming new guys all over the place, using Joe's blueprint as a guide. Back before he completed his transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. And since he knows how difficult it can be, navigating society as a new guy and all the criticism you get for transitioning, he started envisioning a new world for all the new guys to go. And he checked his bank account, and there was like $1 billion in there from his work with Big Pharma. And so Joe thought, well, what if I create a special place for anyone that wants to be a new guy? And we'll all be new guys, and we'll support each other's guys. And if we come together and bind all of our new guy copes together...
Wait, is that Jonestown? What is that?
We'll be stronger in our belief. And if a guy can become any kind of guy he wants anytime, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. And then nobody can break the delusion, and we'll finally be able to relax forever. And reality can be whatever we want it to be. And there's only one place where we can do it.
Wait, no, is that Osho? What is that, Rationalists? It's some kind of cult shit, right? This is really reminding me of the like I started off today talking about the latest Behind the Bastards episode on the Zizians and the cults and cult like people from Washington State. Was that Rajneesh though? The people from Washington State? That's Rajneesh. Yeah. They I think it's Oregon actually. Yeah. They wanted to take over a town, right? They wanted a town for their cult. And the problem was there was already people in that town. So they were having an election and they were running candidates. And so what the Rajneesh people tried to do was the day of the election, they had a restaurant there with a really popular salad bar that all the locals would, they were like, "Oh yeah, really good salad, right?" And Osho not a cult. Wait, what? Well, like Rajneesh and Osho are the same guy for anybody who doesn't know. I forget which guy is the old guy and which guy's the new guy, but it's technically the same guy. They rebranded, I think after that event maybe. But yeah, so they put salmonella into the salad bar to sicken the townspeople to try to make sure that they wouldn't show up to vote and to steal the election with salmonella. The salad bar cult, yeah. Did I feel like Down the Rabbit Hole covered that maybe? Friedrich Knudsen? Yeah, it's Osho now. Osho's the new guy, okay. Rajneesh was the old guy. I would love to watch. It's a 2-parter so far. I think they're going to do a 3rd part on the Zizians. But yeah, and what I appreciate about Robert Evans is that this Zizian thing, a lot of people are covering it from the angle of it's a trans death cult or it's a vegan trans death cult or something like that. In all honesty, several of the members being trans doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on with the Zizians. And so Robert Evans doesn't really like he's covering it from the real story there is what do you call it, like the rationalist movement where all the like the subreddits with the Rocco's basilisk thought experiment and all that stuff. It's like that's a much better like understanding of where the Rajneesh has a quote where he calls most people R-slurred. Really? They go into meticulous detail on all that stuff on cults and history. But the problem with the Zizians is like a lot of people are using the story to spread trans hate. And yeah, Robert Evans does a good job of actually doing some research, right? Instead of because like it's so easy for anybody who wants to do that. It's like, oh yeah, a bunch of crazy trans people killed 6 people. Rocco's modern basilisk. I think that was the angle Chapo took on that. True cult does not allow people to leave. Well, so wait, we got a cult and then we got a high, what do you call it? A high control group is the other. Anyway, chat, like I said, I think we got up to like 300 on the dono goal this time. It's the first time we've ever done that. So, I'm going to throw a little extra content on. Dan Clancy, coming in 3rd place tonight, revealing the truth behind Twitch bans.
I get duped, and I'm in this field. You know what I mean? I'm in the heart of this, and I still get duped sometimes.
Okay, so Robert Evans he wasn't calling them a cult. He was calling them cultish. He was saying they used like aspects of a cult. Iron Neck is resistance training designed to strengthen neck muscles, improve. Which ones, William? Can you remember like the levator scap? Does it work on the SEM? Sternocleidomastoid? Yeah, I can see how that would reduce concussion risks.
But anyway, let's get started on this. Twitch CEO explains how they deal with high-profile bans after Hasan's suspension. Twitch CEO has admitted it's tricky at times when it comes to banning streamers and has also lifted the lid as to whether he has the power to suspend channels. Twitch bans have been a hot topic within the live streaming community. Streamers have called on Amazon-owned platform, blah, 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 blah. Speaking to Business Insider's Peter Kafka for his channels podcast, Clancy revealed that some bans are tricky to do. On a VOD platform like YouTube, you can edit something or take something down. It's hard to sit there and talk for 6 hours straight and not step over the line.
Now, this is not me trying to get in trouble with Twitch or anything like that, but I have always wondered that why on Twitch you can edit a highlight. You know, you can make a video out of part of your stream. You can even make a video that like starts, you know, at 1 hour into your stream, goes to 2 hours into your stream, cuts off there, and then starts again at 3 hours into your stream, right? You can do a lot with highlights, but that's not changing the VOD. You can't change the VOD. On YouTube, you can literally, you know, if something, you know, happens on a live stream that's inappropriate, heaven forbid, you can just take it right out. Or if you have a, you know, if you have a, you play some copyrighted music or something, you know, there's ways to take that out. But yeah, Twitch does not quite have that. Subreddits do exist, but crazy shit started on blogs. Less wrong and overcoming bias. Yeah. And also this was pretty normal for San Francisco tech people. All the people that would have been into, you know, effective altruism and stuff like that. Right. This was part of that culture, or you know, adjacent, right, to all that stuff. Remember finding them initially and being intrigued, but bouncing off the obviously cultish and weird parts. And yeah, Robert Evans identifies it just as I do as a reemergence of a very similar idea to Pascal's wager. In fact, what I see a little bit in the tech bro religion, I have to call it a religion at this point, chat. I think that these are religious people. Is that, or go with me if you will, right? There's old school, you know, religion where, you know, you get Pascal's wager, you know, if God doesn't exist, there's no harm in believing in God. But if God does exist, there's a lot of harm in not believing in God, right? So then the atheists take this, they look at it and correctly identify it as bullshit. Like, that's a metaphysical gun to your head. That's manipulation, right? You can live forever if you believe in God, but not if you don't believe in God. So you might as well just believe in God. That's such obvious bullshit, right? So they throw away that bullshit. And then somehow they come up with this idea of like, yeah, God doesn't exist, but he will. He will? Yeah, we'll invent God. We'll invent God. AI. A perfect AI will invariably come into existence. And once it does, God, I wouldn't want to be someone who's tried to get in the way of that AI. In fact, I'd want to be someone who's done everything to help that AI come into existence. That's Rocco's Basilisk, right? That's the info hazard that I was telling you about earlier. Wait, who says X? If X, Y, who says X? But it's so weird how they've come full circle. They've come full circle in this, right? God, God doesn't exist, so you have to invent him.
He said, it's 6 to 8 hours.
What would Nietzsche say?
Trying to make sure you don't step over the line.
I don't think Nietzsche would be amused.
So it's the fact that sometimes people step over the line and you can't just edit it as you would on a VOD platform. I don't think it's contentious. It's just tricky for both them and us.
Yeah, what if you end up worshiping the wrong God? Good point.
To make sure. Look, we keep it within the guidelines. So we have to see when somebody steps over the line and do something to make sure they don't.
It's like the plot of the Dune series to me. I haven't read enough. I think I've only read the God Emperor of, like, a little bit of Children of Dune, but mostly, yeah, God Emperor and After.
I'll step over the line consistently. That's a pretty good approach to it, I think.
Then I ended up reading some of the stuff that I found out later, it wasn't written by Frank Herbert. It was written by like his son and this other dude.
Obviously, people will not
but it was good.
Take this seriously because they've already made up their minds on Dan Clancy specifically and also Twitch specifically. I will say, like, regardless of my criticisms of Twitch or my immediate criticisms of Dan Clancy, I think that, like, for example, I don't like that he streams so much. Okay, that's one thing that that's my own personal opinion. You might not agree with it, right? I'm not like the biggest fan of that because I feel like you're opening yourself up to a lot of attacks in general, right? And yet him doing streams, unironically, I think allows him to get a better understanding of the product and the content creators themselves and like what they go through. Does that?
Rocco's Basilisk is based on the belief that the chance that we are in a simulation is meant to create God is less likely than that we are not.
Does that make sense? Like, there are some issues as far as like the app, the Twitch app is like kind of garbanzo and they're trying to fix it. But
well, yeah, the whole calculation about the chance of being in a simulation is thus that, like, if you take every possible civilization that's reached the level of technological development that it can produce a civilization, then you end up with more situations in which there are simulations than, I'm trying to remember how this works, right? There's like a logic to what Lexical is saying. There's not a lot of logic to some of the like, oh my God, what do you call them? Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. What do you call these? There's some gaps in the logic of the Zizians. Let me just put it that way. There's some gaps in the logic of some of these, rationalists. But
Ford CEO also drives a Ford. No, Ford CEO literally does not drive a Ford exclusively any longer. He's now driving a Yangwang, I think. But yeah, as a CEO, it's still good to understand like the service that the platform is providing. The Twitch boss also noted that he personally does not decide on anyone's ban, be it hand one out or lift an existing suspension. We have a team that does that. It's not automated. I'll be aware of their decision for certain high-profile streamers, but it's not my decision because the whole point is to keep some degree of separation. That came off the back of being asked about Hasan's recent 24-hour ban. It also was revealed by Twitch streamer Amaranth that Clancy did, however, get a shadow ban on her channel lifted. So they asked him about me getting hit with the 24-hour one. Yeah. At 6:58, the reporter says you were clearly not doing
support for the show.
You're watching on the biggest channels because those are the ones you've heard of, right? And on a big channel, it is the fact that chat flies by. The magic of Twitch is on the
dialectic, but the Hegelian ones are called something different, I think.
Channels of there'll be somewhere between 200 and 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 people watching, 4,000. And chat doesn't fly by as fast then. Then you can really see chat, you recognize names. And the other thing is
you're closer to being on a message board.
It's yes. And also you're dropping in once, okay? Part of it is you come again and again. And the analogy I often use, now I'm playing to my own generation, is back to the TV show Cheers.
I'm familiar.
Where everyone knows your name, and you show up in a chat room that you go regularly, and everybody.
That's his metaphor. That's his go-to metaphor for describing what a stream is. I mean, I guess so. I mean, that's what makes a community. Like, he's onto something. I don't think it necessarily needs to be a stream.
Screams out your name if you haven't been there for a while and says, "Norm, where you been?"
Yep.
Right, and you feel like you belong. And that they're happy to see you.
Always glad you came.
One of your biggest streamers, Hasan Piker, someone I'm familiar with. I've interviewed him. He's got a caustic edge to him.
Yep.
He was recently suspended on Twitch.
That's cool.
He was making.
That's a cool way to. Damn. He said, "I got a caustic edge to me."
Does he know what caustic means?
I like that. Damn, journalism is not.
I don't think that was a compliment.
Dead folks.
But he's making a metaphor. He was suspended. Apparently, he's been suspended multiple times. First of all, how does that work? How do you get suspended at Twitch? Do you get?
Damn, I can't believe an adult journalist in the media who has spent a good deal of time.
I mean, it's called a dialectic, but I feel like there's a different name for it.
studying
Like, what are the Greek ones called? There's like a Greek version of this kind of it's not just dialectic logic is what we're talking about, but like there's a name for the format of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And then I feel like isn't it like the concrete, the abstract, oh my God, I'm trying to remember. There's the abstract, the concrete, and then the something else.
Communication, using language, covering the news, did not have the same exact attitude as like a Libs of TikTok or a Asmongold on this issue.
I mean, then again, Hasan's always super diplomatic. Like maybe he knows. Maybe he knows he's being insulted and he's just trying to play it off.
But of course, those are the guys who are gay and woke and wrong, and the based patriots are the dude.
I mean, I'll say I like the smell of hummus, or I like the taste of hummus a lot better than I like the smell of cooking chickpeas. It does smell a little bit like a fart, but the result is pretty good. Also, the water that you cook the chickpeas in, it's useful for a lot of stuff. You can use that in recipes. Abstract, the concrete, and the Donkey Kong, yes, and the Star Fox.
Who don't leave their homes with
do a barrel roll
YouTube channels. And it's not just Asmongold. I'm talking about like the way that a lot of Americans approach this issue nowadays, and their media consumption is like, no, every single person that's a nerd is wrong. And they're just like, they have a secret political perspective and they're woke, and that's why they're sheltering this person. Interesting. Are you actually surprised though? You apologized and admitted the words were hyperbolic?
The something else works. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to call it the unknown.
No, I was never surprised for being banned. I'm just
abstract, negative, in the concrete. I think you're right, or else ellipsis. I think that's it.
Just showing you that like people do understand the difference. Like they're, especially adults. There are still adults.
I don't like chickpeas. The combo started because Hasan said garbanzo. To say shit. Oh yeah. Well, no wait. Doesn't garbanzo mean like when he says garbanzo, he means like crazy or something? That's my word, which I use because I don't like chickpeas.
Adults out there, because I think the more we look at just like right-wing commentary online and how much that has devolved.
Yeah, the unknown was an evil chocolatier that lives in the walls.
Throughout time, we get a false notion that, or a false sense of reality that like everyone is incredibly stupid, right? And I don't think that's the case. I think that there are still intelligent people out there.
But you can always roast them to improve it a little bit. Wait, roast the chickpeas? Or I always like to roast the cumin. Wait, do we pronounce it? Is it pronounced cumin or cumin? What do you think, Chad? Is it cumin?
And you can't...
Cumin sounds too much like coomer.
Lose sight of that. You can't forget that there are normal humans out there who also look to like Elon Musk and don't immediately rush to defend him. There are plenty of normal people who...
Twitch probably has a dedicated Hasan guy just to review his statements every time he gets mass reported.
Who see that and go, oh, that's it. I'm done. I'm writing this guy off. There are normal people out there who are still intelligent.
Oh, I fucking love sweet plantain. Like, do you know that if you let a plantain fully ripen, you can eat it raw, but it has like 300 calories? It's like, it's very dense.
Careful, considerate, maybe not like super knowledgeable on an issue, but don't immediately just like fly off in the most reactionary perspectives.
Texture and the smell. All lentils, or have you ever tried red lentils? Because red lentils are a little different. They take the skin off, and so it's a little bit easier to make.
That's what it is, right?
Ooh, caustic baking soda helps the chickpea skins fall off easier.
We need to remember that.
It does. Yeah, it feels like it, the fart smell and taste, it kind of takes some of that out.
We need to remember that there are people like this in the media. There are people like this all around us. And I think I sometimes lose sight of that because because I've read too much Asmongold comments. You know what I mean? Like
if you actually let a plantain ripen, it tastes like a freaking marshmallow. It's delicious. Don't let red lentils, don't cook it. Yeah, you don't have to cook them as long. That's true.
Old YouTube comment section. And I think
soup with red lentils. Yeah.
When you stare into that darkness for an extended period of time, you end up developing a false interpretation of like what our fellow citizens are like. Not to say that there aren't truly people like that, and those numbers are growing, especially online, where there's just like an incredible amount. There's a definite like crisis of intellect, a crisis of critical thinking, a crisis of nuance in this country, for sure. But I do think, it's not as severe as we think it is.
It's a timeout, so think of it like that, right? And all it is try to make sure people stay within the guardrails, right? And so the idea, of course, is, look, if someone goes outside the guardrails a little, give them a little bit of timeout. So then it's like, okay, I'm going to work hard to stay within, the community guidelines. And we have a team that does that. It's not automated.
All right. Can I translate his bullshit? Because he's talking bullshit right now. The ban, when it comes to, large figures that are noticed outside of Twitch, is basically to signal that the person has been punished. The ban is to get whatever kind of outside agitation has developed from something controversial a streamer said or did to go away. And it gives the streamer like a little, I'm talking about with big streamers, right? With somebody my size, and definitely with somebody smaller, a ban is truly harmful. It's harmful to your ability to earn money. It's harmful to your career. But for somebody like Hasan, if the ban is like a week or under, it doesn't really have a negative effect, or it does, and they lose out on the revenue from that day. But they make it up in the next week because people are like really excited to see them come back. So essentially, it's like a vacation for the streamer.
I'll be aware of their decisions for certain high profiles, but it's not my decision because the whole point is to keep some degree of separate.
I'm sorry. I should disambiguate. I'm talking about suspension, right? When it was a temporary ban, it's a suspension. I have seen streamers get banned just outright for stuff that. What's wild is the streamers that I know of that have gotten straight up banned, like kicked off the platform for good. Their sins were not as egregious as like something like Asmongold, where he says like, yeah, it's an inferior culture. Speaking of course of a culture of spores for a mushroom. No, I mean you know what he was talking about, right? It was not okay. It was not okay. But yeah, he just got a 2-week ban. But if you talk about hummus, oh my God, heaven forbid you talk about hummus.
Right, where they're trying to make what is a consistent decision on the platform.
And it seems like it's an ongoing theme for many of your big name folks that they constantly.
I might even eat wasabi giardia. Wait, what?
Sort of constantly, but often.
Oh, if giardia was flavored with wasabi?
Are pushing the limits.
Wait, are you talking about real wasabi, or are you talking about the Western wasabi that's made of horseradish? Talking about peas has me craving. Oh, wasabi peas are so good though. Wasabi cashews? Wasabi popcorn? Oh my God, I've never had wasabi popcorn.
Getting in trouble, getting booted, getting reinstated, and then there also seems to be sometimes a question of did the streamer say something? Was it one of his fans saying something? Was it someone off camera saying?
Do I condemn hummus? Only if the tahini is truly reprehensible.
Something. How do you?
Yeah, I think it's like Twitch still as a medium is somewhat new, right? And a lot of normies don't entertain the idea of like tuning in to a broadcast for like 6 to 8 hours a day.
Oh.
So they have no way of comprehending
wasabi rice cakes.
How you can easily manipulate
I love rice cakes.
Language and take advantage of the nuances of any kind of statement, let alone political statements. That's pretty much it. It's just like it's very difficult to fully understand what a person's perspective is.
I need to get a popcorn maker.
When they're talking about political issues for 8 hours, 10 hours a day, and then you're just reading what they have to say through 12-second clips. It's just not. You're never going to understand a person's perspective that way. It's virtually impossible. And because people don't really know what this medium looks like in general,
I mean,
I think
Dr. McRib, caramel corn is always based.
a lot of people get duped. I get duped, and I'm in this field. You know what I mean? I'm in the heart of this, and I still get duped sometimes.
Okay, so he goes on to talk about, what is the dude's name? Captain America or something? It's a guy that he got a clip taken of him that makes him sound like he's being like a right-wing red pillar. But when you look at the longer clip, you see that what he's actually talking about is like learning to, that he came from a background where being gay was not acceptable, and that, you know, how he sort of like, you know, his brother, you know, is gay, you know, and sort of how he's like, it sounds like he's raising his kid. Like if you hear the original clip, because it's clip chimped, and it makes it sound like he's raising his kids in a super patriarchal way, but in actuality, he's talking about trying to start them off with an understanding of, you know, that homophobia is wrong, whereas he had to learn that. Kettle corn is good. You mix some spicy with that caramel, a little like pepper. I've never tried that. Is it Anthony Mackie that he was talking about? Yeah. But anyway, that is the Dan Clancy clip, I guess. I don't know if there's any more to it, but that's what he had to say about. I mean, he didn't really speak to the Hasan band, did he? Have a little air popper that costs like $10. Just add whatever toppings. My personal favorite, blackberry jam. Wait, to popcorn. The problem I have with popcorn though is that I want salt on my popcorn, and I have no way to get salt to stick to popcorn without popping it in oil, which I don't like because it adds unnecessary calories, right? Air popped popcorn, really low calories. Popcorn with oil, not so much, right? But if you want the salt to stick to it, you got to have something on it. And I don't know how to get the salt to stick to the popcorn when it's air popped. So that's my only, but maybe someday I'll solve that. He's Falcon in the Marvel, blank on the name, but he's Falcon in the Marvel franchise. Denim's dropping the hammer on Ethan tomorrow, today in stream. Wait, you mean later? Like, oh yeah, Ethan seemed to think that he'd scared Denim's off. I guess that's not how it went. His 15-year-old kid should be responsible for the house, despite the mother being there, an actual parent. Coconut oil isn't bad. It's not. Look, coconut oil is a fairly healthy oil. You're right about that, but it's not any lower calorie. And you know, there is a little caveat with me saying it's a healthy oil. Saturated fat. You probably don't want to make that your mainstay. And don't get suckered into this like saturated fat is good for me though. It's you can have some of it, but yeah, you don't want to have it in excess. Well, I'll keep a lookout for that WB. Maybe we'll talk about Denim's the Denim stream is interesting. We'll go over it tomorrow. What else were we gonna go over? Oh yeah, we haven't gone over Hasan versus Mudahar. I swear to God, I never get through this butter spray. I guess that could work, yeah. But I mean, you're still kind of adding, you know. Wait, oh God, there's that other thing, right? So butter spray and like what is it called? You know, the 0 calorie spray. That shit is a scam. All right, you know what the you know the spray that you can spray on your pan and cook stuff in, and it's supposed to have like no calories. So what they do is if you look at the serving size is spraying it for what, like 1/10 of a second. Try spraying something for 1/10 of a second. You can't. You can't. You literally can't make it that short, right? So what they've done is essentially like given you an impossibly small amount of spray per serving, and it's they like round it down or something. The carnivore diet will fix that. Rogan was a big proponent of that. Diddums seems to be cooking up something interesting. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, Pam. Any of that kind of spray, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's like the worst thing in the world. I'm just saying that they will sometimes try to advertise it as having like next to no calories, and it's just not true. Right? There's a way that they, spin that should be, the problem anyway, chat. I'm getting drawn into a whole thing. I'm about to talk about RFK here. I wanted to talk about RFK today. We didn't get to it. We'll have to get to it tomorrow. Peterson was thwarted by apple cider. I feel like don't people say apple cider vinegar is really good for you? Yeah, it's some kind of bullshit like that, or else ellipsis. It's some kind of trick like that. Anyway, you know what is not a trick? My Patreons. They support me for real. They are not fooling. They are not playing. And I appreciate them. So let me give... That was about my most Robert Evans... everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get early access. It's uncensored and it's unredacted. You get kind of like a early release version of the video if you're my Patreon at any level, right? At the $5 level and higher, you also get a fancy shout out. Let me do those for you now. Shouts out to Orals Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. And thank you for the Dono Dojo, the Dark Horse Dono Dojo dungeon, delicious and dungeon goal. Today, we ended up watching that. Hopefully, Shakespeare gets a chance to view that at some point. Thank you, Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Magaggles. Shouts out to Crystal Safira. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Zara Zerix, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Wait a minute, chat. Something weird is happening tonight. Should we raid Germa? There's not a lot of point in that Germa's not going to notice. Germa's at 10.4k viewers right now. Let's raid Carolyn Kwan. All right, so if you're watching me on Twitch, I'm raiding you into Carolyn Kwan. If you're watching me on YouTube, you're welcome to join us in that raid. Let me give you the link. There it is. If you want to join us in that raid, you got limited time to do that. It's counting down 1 minute. And you can raid into Carolyn Kwan. I was thinking about raiding Germa, but I swear to God, I don't think Germa would notice. Don't take potatoes for granted. I mean, potatoes are really... People don't realize this. Potatoes, get a bad rap, but they're one of the most filling foods per calorie that exist. It's not that if it's, you're eating potatoes and gaining weight, it's usually not the potatoes that are doing it to you. It's what you put on the potatoes that's doing it to you. Potatoes themselves are innocent. Yeah, good luck with that 5 hours at work, Izzy. That does not sound great. I'm sorry you're stuck at work. I'm going to have to get to sleep. I'll be back tomorrow, though, and I will talk to you then. Until then, good night and good luck. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other. 7 seconds, and we raid into Carolyn Kwan. With only 26. Oh, well. Anyway, good night, everyone.
We did it. We did it.
No comment, chick. Thank you for the raid.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you for the raid. Carolyn,
we need to go. We need to go right now.
Yo!
Man's probably gonna spawn.
I got an extra shout out. Who gave me that shout out?
I got the meat cannon. I'd be shooting straight rope. This shit ain't nothing.
Sandwich.
Optics got me seeing shit. I need fentanyl.
That's Dracula flow. Anyway, thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Sandwich. Thank you, Nandra. Go over there and check her out if you want to. Until then, see you tomorrow. Till then, good night, everyone.